And some dates and also new merch drop. I have some new shirts at RyanLongStore.com, so you want to go pop over there, check that out. And dates are Charlotte, Greensboro, Raleigh, Washington, Pittsburgh, Syracuse, Albany, West Mac, Edmonton, Jacksonville, Miami, San Jose, Tacoma, Chicago, Cincinnati, Columbus. More coming. But the most important thing is there's been a lot of talk of the intro, so
It's very divisive issue.
It's the most divisive.
This is our Roe v. Wade. This is our abortion.
The old intro's Roe and the fucking new intro's Wade.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, ready? So, guys, I wanted to make everyone happy, and this is what our new Boys Cast intro is.
Boys Cast, the
You can tell our friends,
the bros, the dudes, the homies. Boys Cast is the dogs, the bunts, the bruvs, amigos.
it's when we're dead.
Everyone wins.
We're not done.
Promise I love you. What to do? You got me bound. Make my world spin round. I love you. What to do now? I want you.
So sad that I'm leaving.
Oh, yeah.
I just don't see no other way.
Bigger than they say. Now looking at you. Keep me going back to those days. Capable of keeping track of how.
Abortion?
Well, getting an abortion.
Well,
We are here on the Boys Cast. I'm going to go full radio announcer with Destiny, and we're going to this Minds thing, and they're trying to put comedy on it, so I'm going to go bomb in front after Tulsi Gabbard talking about the war.
the war machine.
Yeah.
It sucks that everything's like ultra political today. Everything is
Oh,
like
yeah.
super ultra political. If you're a comedy act, it's political. Like people expect you to have positions on
the
everything.
beating heart
Like
of
at
all
every walk of
Francis.
life, you need to be informed of every single big social
really
and
do.
international. Yeah, it's insane.
Yeah, that actually is one of the more refreshing things in comedy when you see someone straight up just
If you
doing like an act
expose
from the
his
80s where it was
and
like
all
informed
his
by
scholars
nothing and
Yeah.
they're just like, ah, it's actually kind of nice.
Yeah, but those things got politicized where it got be like the difference between men and women. What did you say?
What kind of men? What kind of women? What- Yeah.
Yeah. The one thing was you were kind of one of the first guys to get kicked off Twitch, right?
Yeah, it's a world. It's a whole world. I've actually gotten away from like the hardcore like debater archetype as much. I try to just do more like conversational stuff now.
Yeah.
Because I find I have more luck with people if I try to like meet them where they're at, acknowledge some shared reality and then kind of like talk from there.
Isn't that why I guess that's the thing we're doing today. The whole deal is like, they're like, hey, people from different sides meeting or whatever. But with you, like, I feel like, is that somewhat why people were getting mad at you too? Because that is a political position to be like, I'll talk to anyone and kind of understand.
Yeah, I mean, the
their
problem is that,
perspective.
like, everybody treats everybody as, like, this ontologically evil being, and a compromise is, like, the comics are always like, oh, you want me to compromise with a Nazi that wants to kill my entire fucking family? And it's like, well,
He doesn't see it like that.
I don't think that everybody's like that. I don't think everybody's that extreme, yeah. Or on the Republican side, like, I'm not going to compromise somebody who wants to trans all the kids in school. It's like, I don't know if they want to do that, too. Okay? Like,
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hyperbole when people
yeah,
are
the
trying to
temperature
prove their
is
point.
super high on every single conversation. And now every political commentator is talking about how all of the institutions have failed. We all need to buy guns and be ready for the fucking Civil War. And it's like, wait, can I cuss here? Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, where we need to be ready for like the Civil War and get guns. And it's like, Jesus, like, it's a little extreme.
Yeah. Dude,
What was the cuss word there? Jesus or extreme?
Fuck.
Well, okay, so basically, I saw your Twitter as like mostly arguing with people all day long, right?
Oh yeah, my Twitter, me are these are two different people. Okay, I don't.
Is it?
We're never in the same place at the same time, but they're two different people. I promise you. Okay.
But it felt to me like the most of the issues that I felt like you kind of were getting yelled at for were the ones where I'm like, how is this even a left or right issue? Like the biggest one, it seemed like, tell me if I'm wrong, was when everyone was saying like an 18-year-old with like a 16-year-old is like grooming.
Oh, there's a lot, man. There are so many crazy issues, but I think I have like pretty non-controversial positions, but maybe I state them sometimes in kind of an edgy manner.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's like every word is like, like with the political stuff, everything's turned up. Well, also every word has like been turned up too. So like if you support the police at all, you're a fascist Nazi. If there's like a 1-year difference in age, you're like a pedophile. And yeah, there's like all this like crazy stuff. I remember there were a few kids that, I say kids, like 15 to 20-year-old people that were like trying to release documents. They were trying to like Me Too this guy because he was like he was like an 18-year-old or 17-year-old, I think, in a high school, talking to a girl who's like 15, and they were like, there was no sexting, no nudes or anything, but they were like, we think this is like predator behavior. I was like, you guys are like fucking kids. What do you?
Yeah, you're
Yeah,
all
it's
in high
wild.
school.
Yeah.
Like that's. I thought that was kind of like the assumption. If you're all in high school, like it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just it's really weird.
As long
People
as
have
none of
gotten-
you are the teacher. Like
Sure, yeah, that's true.
yeah, like
That's a perfect example of one where it was kind of like the like left was saying everyone's like a groomer pedophile, and then the right saying everyone is a groomer pedophile, and you're just like, all right, so I guess
Everybody's just a groomer pedophile. Yeah. Yeah, that was a hard one too, and I got in a lot of trouble because people on the left are understandably really upset that now like every single teacher that might be gay, people are like, you're a groomer. It's like, well, I don't think that's true. And people on the left are understandably upset about that. But then people on the left will say like every single person that's dating somebody that's like younger than they envision in their mind they should be is also like a pedophile. I was like, that's not true either, right? Like there was a
Yeah.
thing recently with like some 24, 25-year-old guy. This is the funny thing too. They'll always say like going on 25. Okay, so he's 24. I don't know why the fuck you would phrase it that way, right?
Yeah.
They always use these like phrases. Like,
well, because they want you to be on the other side
Yeah,
of it. So
I
you're
know.
like, because then you're like, oh, he's basically 30.
yeah,
actually.
but it'll be like you'll have like a guy who's like 15 in January and his birthday's in February, and then you have another dude who's like 20
Yeah.
and his birthday is in like fucking December, and it'll be like, you know, the 25-year-old going on 26 versus it's like, well, okay, what the fuck, or the 20?
Yeah.
Like yeah, it's
This
dumb.
way
People
leads
do,
on
yeah.
to the
But then they're calling like everybody pedophiles, and it's like, I mean, like once you're 18, you're probably like you probably have to draw a line somewhere, you know? Like it's yeah. There's definitely weird stuff, but like pedophiles, a 25-year-old that dates an 18-year-old pedophile.
I
no,
mean,
like,
literally, like again, you could debate the law. You could say the law is improper or whatever, but at
Well,
that
it's different
point,
in different places. Yeah,
yeah, it's different. In
So
different
it's like if you
places.
pet,
but I
if
mean,
you're-
I think it's pretty safe that you're not a pedophile after 18,
Probably,
regardless. Any country in the world.
Yeah.
I think that's your cutoff where you go. You're like, it might be a little on the risque side,
But wasn't there like Twitch people that were getting, you know, kind of, you know, they were canceled or whatever for that?
Yeah, there's been a lot of weird, cancellation attempts. The whole, I mean, like the Twitch world is just a microcosm of like the larger world too. So we saw, I would argue, some really positive stuff came out of the Me Too movement initially, but now it's kind of ballooned into this thing where it's like any guy that's ever wronged me is about to get his comeuppance on Twitter, and people forget that like Me Too was important because you have these people that can't be held responsible or liable via legal means, and like every other option has been exhausted. It's
And
like,
it's kind of
fuck
like a
me.
black community thing too.
So, yeah, a little bit, yeah. So you go to like social media, it's like this is my last resort, but now it's become people's like first resort. Like I had a bad date. Let me tell
I
you
mean,
why Jonathan raped me.
Yeah.
It's like
I mean, Aziz Ansari was literally like, that was.
That was
I
a
went on a
really
date that
sad,
was
stupid.
Yeah, you're like, this wasn't my favorite date ever.
We saw a few guys
And
get
this
turned
guy.
on that where they're like the most, you know, down the middle guy, and then like a girl like accused him of shit. We got one where it's like they were together, and the girl like after they broke up was like, I felt like some of the times that we had sex while we were in that relationship, like looking back, like he like kind of coerced me into it, and it was like with words.
Yeah, and it's
And
like,
yeah, and you're like, what would you want like happen to him? You're like, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years in jail seems reasonable.
not even actually. That would be a more reasonable
Yeah,
solution.
yeah.
Usually people are like, I just want their entire life and name to be destroyed
Just
forever.
dead.
you know?
Yeah, just dead.
Maybe
Working at a Walmart.
Yeah,
is, like,
exactly.
That's it.
And only as the greeter, not even
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
yeah.
manager
No,
or like
no,
a
no, no,
supervisor.
no,
Yeah,
no, no,
not a,
no,
not a
no
prestigious
mobility.
Walmart position.
No,
okay?
no, no,
You
yeah,
need to be
yeah,
the
yeah.
worst one. Yeah.
100%.
That's what people are like now. They're always like, well, what happened to him? It's like, so what? He's still working, and you're just like, well, yeah, I'm like not for anyone. Like he's
Yeah.
out of the industry. But I feel like that's what is way better about, like, I don't know, being on not in the industry is you don't have to, like, you know, play by the rules to some degree, which is why you can just get in fights with everyone all day long.
Yeah, well, depending. I mean, I just got banned from Twitch, so I'm not completely.
So, what
people always hear,
happened?
just real quick, because there's people listening. It's like, I want to be my own boss. You're never your own boss. There's always some motherfucker
Yeah,
at the
I
end of the
mean,
day that
the
can pull the
final
trigger
boss.
on your shit.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
some guy for you
Yeah.
guys. It's probably whoever does booking at whatever theaters you try to do.
There's
comedy, whatever.
places.
There's always a dude. Susan at YouTube. So there's always somebody
Yeah.
that can axe your shit. Unless you literally live in the forest and grow mushrooms or some shit.
You're
Somebody
right.
at the end of
Even
the day.
Donald Trump, billionaire, it's like, you know, he's yelling on True Social.
Yeah,
No,
true.
no,
Yeah,
that's
exactly. Yeah,
awesome.
like, log into his Gab account. Yeah, jeez.
Yeah, he really
He
are.
made his own platform. And it's the worst, and nobody's really on there.
Well, when you make the problem is that, and all of these like alternative media platforms have this problem, is that when you make an alternative media platform, the catch you have to do is always, well, we're free speech, guys. We'll take all of the banned people from everywhere, and that's going to be the worst community.
Yeah,
on the
it's just
internet.
like the thing is, you need everybody plus all the banned people,
Exactly,
not
yeah.
just the banned
because
people.
like there are going to be people that get caught in bans. I would say, me included, that like probably shouldn't have been banned. That are okay people, but there are a lot. For every one person, there are like 100 people like, yeah, you definitely should have been
Yeah,
banned.
and then they were also banning, like on Truth Social, apparently people were critical of the January 6th committee, and then they were banning those people.
Oh yeah.
Also,
Truth
that
Social.
stuff's not
So
even
you're
fun. It feels like that stuff's not like even if you are like, hey, let's like troll with like the worst stuff. It's only fun when you have a body of normal people too.
Yeah.
Sure.
When it's like
Lead them
just
When it's trolls, trolling trolls, then
Yeah.
you're in like some esoteric like
Yeah.
fifth dimension troll land where you don't even know like.
Yeah,
Well,
you
it's not
kinda
even trolls. They all say something as a troll, and then everybody agrees with them honestly, and you go, like, oh.
yeah, that's not
Like,
funny.
oh, what are we doing right now? Do you ever see like a juicy, just a juicy argument? You could jump in on Twitter and you just stop yourself. You go like,
He's
oh.
all day.
No, but
I
I'm saying
can't
like
stop
real.
myself. I
you
can't stop
I see
myself.
it, but I'm like other ones where you go like, do you see that Ottawa professor, that guy who like shamed the one we were talking about, who shamed the woman on flight for not wearing a mask or whatever?
Oh my God, I
and that
retweeted
guy
that.
is just like fighting.
I don't think
all
he's.
day.
I don't know if that's a real person.
He is.
Is he? Because
He's a
I
We're from
clicked through his
Canada,
thing.
yeah.
We're
I
from
clicked-
Canada.
I clicked through his thing and I started reading his profile, and it was indistinguishable from a conservative trying to parody an
I know
insane
that.
left-leaning
It's-
person.
No, he is. He's a professor at
That
the
guy
university.
rules. Amir something.
Yeah, he's Otaton or something.
Oh
he's,
my
he's a professor
God.
at the University of Ottawa.
And he's like very like. Fuck America. I moved from
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
Canadian
yeah,
11 years ago. You guys are bringing your horrible shit. It's like the most soy fucking shit
It's
I've ever seen in my
crazy, but
like, bro, it's Canada. You're a fucking America light. Like, dude, of all the places you could have ran away to.
Yeah.
Like, you literally go to America's backyard. Like, what are you doing?
but he is just like really that guy's
Something
blood
else.
pressure. I would love to see that guy's like a heart rate monitor on him while he's on Twitter. Just like,
Constantly.
Yeah, he's the meme of the laughing where you pull it up and he's
yeah, the
mad.
seething or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Or mentally ill, but yeah.
But
Probably that one.
I felt that like I've watched a lot of some of my friends that were like really, really hyped up on everything. They're kind of a lot of them are like, yeah, I got a little carried away in the fucking Trump years. I don't know. Do you think that people are more hyped up or less hyped up right now? As of right now, they're hyped up.
Right now they're hyped up because of the Roe
Yeah.
v. Wade thing. But I mean, like everybody gets hyped up on everything. Like people won't admit it, but have you ever heard of like TDS, Trump derangement syndrome?
Yeah.
There
He's
was
got it.
also
Yeah, I have a. We were saying that professor has long TDS.
yeah. Well,
Long
there's
TDS.
also people won't admit it. There is TDSS, which is Trump derangement syndrome, where every single criticism of Trump a person can make is like, you have TDS, you have TDS. Like, I don't really know how I feel about Trump like using the military to try to like do border policy. It seems kind of weird. Oh, it sounds like you have TDS.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
I don't know
yeah.
how I feel about the
TDS,
grab him by the
TDS.
pussy thing. Well, maybe you have TDS. Like I don't know, man. Yeah, everybody's just fucking
Yeah,
wild.
just a catch-all.
TDS,
Yeah,
TDS.
yeah, everything is wild.
No, I like it when you're well, I think even with the abortion stuff, it was like this where you're arguing, you're like currently in fights with like on both the sides on your Twitter
Yeah, but the
profile.
issue is that, like, because I'll argue things, but I, like, if I gotta argue with anybody, if I gotta argue with my mom is very respectful. I have
Yeah.
to immediately disavow, like, 50 other things that people on my side say before I can even begin to have the
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
I'll be fighting, like, people will be like, oh, you just want to murder 9-month-old fetuses. Like, man, dude, nobody's asking for a 9-month abortion. That's insane. And then people are like, no, we should be able to abort 9 months. Like, fucking dude, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to have a conversation over here. Yeah.
That's honestly, I feel, what the biggest problem with the whole abortion debate is that there's this tiny subsect of people who go like, yeah, it's my body, my choice, no questions asked, and if I want to kill a 9-month-old, then I will.
Yeah.
And then people are like, okay, you lost me. I'm like for abortion.
Which is so stupid because it's like, I think it's like 92.7% of abortions are in the first trimester.
Yeah, for sure.
Which is the vast majority.
But that's what I'm saying. But it's these people who are so hard-headed about that fact where they go like, look, it's my body, my choice. Like if I want to kill a baby that's about like breaching, that's my right. It's
Yeah,
still inside of
exactly.
me. And people are like, okay, you're losing regular people here
And
who agree with you.
Yeah, and you have like you have the arguments. Like there are decent arguments for minors, for people between the ages of 14 and 18 to be able to engage with like trans healthcare in some way. And it's like I think you can make arguments, but I think you can even get conservatives to be somewhat on board with this. But
Like
then some
what?
motherfucker will come out here and he'll say like, well, what about my 4-year-old trans child? It's like, bro, you need to shut the
Of
fuck
course.
up and go back in the
Well, you
closet
see,
because
like-
you're ruining it for everybody
Yeah,
right now.
like you see
need
on-
to get the fuck out of here,
There
dude.
was a dad on TikTok, and he's like, I'm trans, and my child's trans. And you're like, what are the odds of that? What are the odds that you're trans and
the
your
0.7% of the population, and both of you
Yeah,
have
exactly. Like, let's
or
just
like
do the
these
quick
whole
math
friend groups
there.
or whatever that are all like.
Of course, but then you're like, but it's one thing, friend groups, you go like, okay, our friends take after each other. I could see that. But you're like, okay,
You have a
trans.
graduating class of 200, and your friend group is 50 people wide, and you're all trans.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a little bit strange.
Yeah, exactly.
You need to check the water supply or something. Maybe Alex Jones is onto something there. You know?
For sure. But
So-
But then people always see the worst aspect, where they see like this trans parent with they go, my 4-year-old's trans, and you're like, okay, well, something's probably
You're-
4-year-old's probably
yeah.
not trans.
Probably.
You're probably just projecting onto them like
Yeah.
your values, which parents do all the time.
And then social media today will amplify all of those messages, and then it's like we have a really hard problem. This is a shot in the dark. You've heard of the Chinese bank robber fallacy?
No.
Basically, it's like a numbers game. Like you could show 100 Chinese people committing violent acts of robbery every single day for an entire year, but it wouldn't actually be a big deal because there are so many Chinese people. Statistically, it's going to be that way.
We've
right?
kind of talked about that.
Yeah.
But like with police officers, I could show you like once a week there could be a police officer murdering an unarmed man. And I mean, like nobody knows how many police officers are in the United
Well,
States.
that's Sean King, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's like there could be whatever.
Or,
If
like,
I,
lives a
if I
TikTok
tell you there are
to
like
some degree.
10,000 police officers, and I show you one violent killing a year, is that pretty bad? And you're like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's bad. What if I told you there are 100,000? Because now the problem just technically got 1/10 as bad. What if I told you there are 1,000,000? Now it's a 100, but you don't think about that in your
No.
mind, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, with the whole the trans debate forever too, is a lot of them they would be like, we're getting murdered or whatever, and I always thought, I'm like, you can't expect that your murder rate would just be zero because nobody's murder rate is zero, right? Like nobody can say their group's murder rate is zero. So like, why would that be your like big point? Where you go like, we're getting murdered. You're like, everybody's getting murdered.
Yeah.
Like you can't. So it's gonna be more than zero.
And when you got like 24/7 news, it's easy to pick and choose whatever stories and you can sell whatever news. Like 340 million people. Anybody committing any crime. So, yeah, it's really rough.
No, you can literally connect any narrative with there's an epidemic of redheads murdered. Like, look at every day there's 6 redheads that got murdered.
Oh man, there's a guy, Scott Alexander. He writes this really good blog, Slate Star Codex. And he has a thing where he goes on and for like 2 paragraphs he tells you about like an epidemic of cardiologists that are murdering people. And it's like he's got like 50 different stories of like different states.
But he does this?
Yeah, this is the idea. It's like, yeah, I mean, you can dig through any profession and find there are X number of cardiologists. Of course, there's going to be people, but
Yeah, but I do feel like I always have that, because especially being in like New York and doing comedy, there's like obviously most people don't ever have to be around anyone that's different. So they'll be like, these fucking New York snowflake liberals, and you're like, they're not really like, everyone's not like a psychopath like fucking whatever, right?
Yeah, they're not like the craziest Brooklyn hipster you can think of.
Yeah,
all everywhere.
And then they're like these fucking Trump this, and then you go, really, it's just someone's mom, like And you go, it's just actually a mom.
that's
about.
my mom. Yeah, you're talking about my mom right now. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a million people, and just like, but what about this for idea if they're gonna ban abortion in Texas, like a clinic like right outside of Texas, and it can't believe it's not a Texas abortion. So,
Yeah, you can do it.
you go. It's like it's so close to a Texas abortion, but
The funny meme I saw was people talking about setting them up on Indian reservations because they're not part of the state.
Oh,
so now it might be
that's
new
now
business
we're-
revenue.
and you get a bag of smokes with the abortion.
Illegal fireworks,
and
maybe.
play a
you know.
little blackjack while you're waiting. And the little slot machines in the abortion waiting room.
You know what? Okay, tell me if you think this though. I feel like some of the abortion stuff where it's like, it's hard to even. I feel like hard to argue with everyone, because I'm like, okay, if you argue with left-wing people, they don't even listen to like the right-wing's debate, so they're arguing against what they don't. Everyone's arguing against what the other person doesn't think. I guess in the debate community with straw man, I guess you know that, right?
The issue is really like, when do you consider a fetus to be alive?
Yeah, that's
Nothing else matters, because pro-choice to what? Kill a human? Like, would you argue
Right.
pro-choice for a 1-year-old child? Like, probably not. And then pro-life on the conservative side is stupid. It's like, well, if they thought it was like a human life, they're probably not going to be killing it. But nobody wants to connect on that part of the conversation, 'cause that's a really good
I think
point.
they would
was,
argue like we're not,
yeah.
but we have like this is like the best we can get or something.
It is odd to me with this one debate though, where it's like conservatives. This is the only thing where they're actually seen, or at least pretending to be the more empathetic one. Because normally they're like the side.
No,
of
it's
less.
always about the children.
But they're always but conservatives are always the side of like less empathy. It seems on most issues, and this is the one where
If you want to
they.
play the list, everybody card, it would be saying that, like, women
Well, I'm
get
just
raped
saying.
and stuff should
I
be
know
forced to have
that,
kids
but
and shit.
I'm saying this is how they're framing it, where they're like, we're the more empathetic ones in this scenario.
I think
where
most
generally
people
they're never are.
say all of their things are the empathetic
Yeah, I think people
side.
try to. I think from the liberal side, it's easy to say, like, they're not empathetic. But from the conservative side, it's always like, well, we don't want to give welfare because we want people to be able to work for themselves and do
Yeah,
their
yeah,
own
of course.
stuff.
Yeah,
like, they always,
exactly.
everybody sees themselves as
Like liberty the argument would be that you are this is better for people.
Exactly, yeah.
But what is like the actual amount of people who are pro not sides, but pro-choice is something like what 70-80% in America.
It's a pretty big number. I don't remember.
Who are
I think
not
it's over
like,
60. I think it's over
who
60.
are not like who are like for abortion in some instances.
Yeah.
It's like
Oh, in some
it's,
instances,
yeah, it's the
yeah.
majority. Like I do wonder like the political repercussions for a lot of people in red states are like, yeah, I don't want this.
But there's a lot of
out
people
there.
that are, I was like, again, from Canada, like, I don't think I've met someone who has it. It was just such a settled thing, right?
Oh, it's
But-
super cringe.
Even in the United States.
Yeah.
Well, but I guess to them, it was one of those things where, it's the same thing with like Trump and everyone's mad. And you're kind of like, oh, everyone was this mad about Obama. Like, you're like, yeah, no, it was settled, but like they were.
No, that's true. I guess there are states that are constantly pushing the boundaries of like, if you come in for an abortion, like I think in Texas, if you go in for an abortion, there has to be 2 different meetings. The first one, they have to show you like a video of your fetus, and then you come in 24 hours
Really?
later. Yeah, to try to get
In
people
someone
to,
called it.
They have to make you hold another
in
baby.
In Israel, you have to get an abortion. You actually have to go to like a tribunal and just put your case for why you want an abortion.
Oh.
They pretty
Where's
much
that?
in Israel. They pretty
Okay.
much always grant it. But the idea is the fact that you have to like. I was a joke because it was funny because like a thing called like abort court, and you got to go in there. It's like there's like a Judge Wapner kind of guy, and you go, all right, say your case. But you have to really, and there's like the best abortion lawyer. They go, I've never fucking lost. Like everyone, don't worry, that thing will be out of you, no problem. And but you have to actually go in and give like your case of why you want an abortion.
And doing that makes you not wanna do that.
makes people not want to do that. But if you really want it, then you need it, you will, and whatever, and then they'll give it to you.
it's like the
Yeah.
cheat sheet that high school teachers will sometimes trick you into saying, like, you can make one cheat sheet for the test.
Yeah.
And all in one card.
And then every kid's got like a jeweler's loop.
Well, I was going to say, usually what would happen was in the process of making the cheat sheet, you'd realize when you go to take the test, oh, fuck, like me actually learning the material to write down, actually, I don't need to use
Yeah.
this now, I
Yeah,
can just do
yeah,
the test right now.
They do it where it's like, yeah, you have to punch a baby, and it's like, why do you have to punch a baby? It's like, well, you're killing one. Why if it's punching one? This is
Bring out the baby.
which shouldn't be a problem for you, should it?
The dramatic, like, fucking the reality TV music.
Yeah, it goes,
Facing down the
bomb
kid.
goes
It's
all
like, yeah,
black
yeah,
and
yeah.
white.
Notes of this sort.
You would end
that's
up getting some people that are
Abort
way
court
too
day.
enthusiastic
Yeah,
about
yeah,
it, though. Like, when somebody's, like, winding up.
Yeah, he's like wrapping the hands. You go, what are you?
It'd be like
One woman, she's in excruciating mental agony. She finally decides to do it, and then she's face to face. They bring out the baby, and there's 2 of them. And she's like, "What?" And they're like, "You're pregnant with twins. You've got to punch. You have to roundhouse kick and get both of the babies in one
Chuck
shot."
Norris style.
Oh man.
you have to pull the you have to be the one pulling the trigger to fucking make it happen. Jesus. It's like or when you or the one the enthusiastic girl. It's like when they used to do Maury Povich and the dad's doing backflips. The girl, you won your abortion case. Woo! She's doing the worm on the fucking pregnant belly.
I think the retributive side could be funny for very liberal states. If they started doing abort court, they should
Yeah.
have some sort of like, if you're pregnant, well, for 3 months, we're going to put like a screaming, crying set of like fucking Sony speakers throughout your house so that you can understand when you have the kid what it's going to be like. And then there's a 3-month process of them like every 4 hours being woken up, and it's like, just make it, you don't want to commit an abortion, do you? Because you can, the option's here, whatever. And then that would be the liberal states' way of getting back at the
They rig up
conservatives for it.
they rig up your mattress like just like fucking.
Some guy will come in and
Rides at
randomly
Disneyland.
shit in like the bed or something just to like fuck with you. Like, oh, your baby's diaper leaked. I guess better clean it up. Like,
You're having sex with your chick. They just come in and kick you. Some dude crawls into bed with you. I was saying all that stuff on stage
start
last
sneaking
night.
in like mass gainers into your food. Like, wow, you're 50 pounds heavier. Your husband's not looking at you too hot anymore. Are you ready to fight for child support and have postpartum at the same time? I don't know.
I was saying on stage yesterday, 'cause I was going hard on the abortion stuff, and I was like, big win for us today, right? And like the Comedy Cellar in New York. And everyone's like, what? And I was like, whoa, you guys aren't on the side of.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And then I was saying, you guys, no matter what you think, you probably agree that there was one abortion doctor who got in the game because he really hates babies. Like he was on a plane and a baby wouldn't stop crying, and he was gonna be a normal doctor, and then he lands and he goes, "I'm changing my Jesus."
At least one. The numbers
his
can
villain.
try.
Yeah.
There's gotta be
villain
at least
arc.
It was that, and then one trans doctor that cuts off the dicks that, like, just as a feminist that hates men. So they're like, there's this new job that kind of opened up where you just cut their dicks off all day long. Wear them on your neck like a warlord. Like,
Hey.
but from a marketing perspective, when I argue with anyone about this, and it's like even people I agree with, it's like hard to like. It's one I almost like when I'm talking to girls, and the idea that it's like, okay, so if you live in New York, they'll be like, well, this doesn't affect you, and I'm like, yeah, it also doesn't affect you. So like we're both talking
Yeah,
about. Like,
I did find it
hypotheticals.
odd that the most of the protests were like that you saw yesterday were in
Well, obviously,
states
yeah.
that weren't affected.
Yeah, well, I mean, it makes sense, right? Because this is probably the most overwhelmingly anti-abortion state, so
But
the
I-
state
I
legislature is
guess,
already going to have.
yeah. But it was just like I thought, maybe like I went to look on Twitter, like what's going on in say like Louisiana or like we were just in St. Louis. and
Well,
Missouri is,
a
I
lot of
think,
the people there agree.
Well, I know that, and you go and look, and it's a pretty small. Like they're like.
Sure, I mean
let's-
that's kind of. I mean, like, I mean, the states that were probably the most against slavery were the northern states that didn't have
yeah,
slaves.
yeah,
right?
that's a good point. Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, I mean, like, it's people think it's a federal issue. There's going to be a lot of people that do disagree. That you probably, I'm going to take a guess here. You probably don't want to be the girl going out in Louisiana or Alabama protesting for pro-choice. Probably not a good look.
Well, I was like, it was in New Orleans, which I think New Orleans is probably a fairly like liberal city.
That's true, yeah.
Right, and it was like that's what I was looking at.
Cities are all-
Yeah, exactly. So you expect like New Orleans is going to have a pretty good turnout for a pro-choice rally, and I looked, and it was pretty small.
Wouldn't you, just from a marketing perspective, if they said, because even when you've heard girls
What do
be
you
like,
have a business just trying to start?
I honestly been like arguing with people like this for a day straight, and it was like the idea that you go, okay, this has nothing to do with men or whatever. If this was a man's issue, abortion would be legal everywhere, and we go, well, then make it a men's issue. It's like then start saying that like this is a men's issue, and then like, it's like just bad marketing to say that it's a women's issue. It doesn't affect you. It's like, okay, well then I guess it doesn't affect me.
Yeah, that's a good point. But
See how many people got pregnant on Roe v. Wade Day who are going to have different opinions when they find out their girlfriend is pregnant and can't get an
But
abortion.
that's what I mean. But do you think it's a men's issue at all?
I think it's a really silly framing. I think every issue in
That's
the
what I was
United
kinda
States is
mean.
every person's
everybody's,
issue, right? Yeah, like technically, like
Silly framing, yeah.
yeah, like discrimination isn't like technically a white guy. Like very few things are my issue that are like highly contentious in the United
Very
States.
few things.
I mean, I'll tell you
living
this.
in New York, any of their issues.
Yeah.
But I mean, we're all kind of like bought into this project of democracy, so we all have to participate, even in things that don't directly affect us. It's kind of the buy-in.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Also, women hate people. Like, that's
Okay, if you got a girl pregnant, like she would have to get the abortion. But like if you were in a state that like didn't have one, for example, and you wanted to get one, right?
It's obviously
You would be the one paying for it, by the way.
playing for the flights.
Yeah, so it's like for them, the only difference is they'd have to be on a travel. For you, it'd be like you pay for more.
Of course. I mean, I would be very invested if I didn't want a child.
I have the biggest. I wish I was like a hot girl that just fuck celebrities and blackmail them for abortion. There's got to be somebody who does this.
Hell yeah.
Are
I
you
mean, the
kidding?
famous is Paul George, who used to play for the Clippers. He knocked up a stripper, and he straight up offered her $1 million for to have an abortion. And she's just like, no.
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Child support.
Child
everything
support
else
for
is gonna
8
be-
years. Last contract is $250 million,
Will not
so
stop
pass
until
on
you are
that.
fully consumed.
Million?
So what do you? So what actually happens now? Because you probably know more about this stuff. It's like basically they
Basically, they kicked it to the states.
kicked it to the states.
So now all the states get to decide what they want to do.
Which do you think that should be a federal thing?
So there's two sides to this. There's a moral argument, and then there's like the legal argument. The legal argument is a bit more complicated. Morally, I think at least like first, second trimester abortion should probably, at least first trimester abortion should probably be available. Seems to be pretty standard across the world. Pretty hard to defend, like I think the clump of cells in trimester 1. I don't know if you saw the guy that went on to debate Charlie Kirk that had he brought the big poster
What
of
did
the
the poster
embryo.
say?
It was
Oh,
a
okay.
photo, yeah, and he was like, do you really think this is Charlie Kirk was like, with every fiber of my being.
And it wasn't.
It was
yeah.
fucking
They like trolled him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And, it's like, and then and you see the awkwardness. Like, okay, well, fine. Legally, I think that legally the argument is Roe v. Wade and Casey absolutely should have stood. But the legal arguments basically have to do with this concept of like, what is the Supreme Court's job? And it's probably not the job of the Supreme Court to be digging back undoing rulings of like 40, 50 years ago over and over again.
Well, this is what they were like. Hey, the Republicans have been trying to do this forever. Now we can.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
the issue is that probably I think once the Supreme Court is made, there's like watershed decisions that have been reaffirmed and other cases are like built off of. You just get into this weird world where it's like, is the Supreme Court going to be undoing everything it's done over and over and over again every time the composition of the court changes, which is kind of strange.
that?
Probably don't want that.
Well, I guess, and I don't know like the actual legal terms, but is the idea that they sort of got this in there in a way that wasn't legitimate in the first place. Is that kind of like the argument?
Yeah. So the actual support for Roe v. Wade and for the KCB Planned Parenthood is legally it's very complicated. There's a concept called substantive due process where you kind of get rights from that aren't explicitly stated from other parts of the Constitution. It's very complicated. The Ninth Amendment, there's like a lot of weird things. But I think that past that, there's this concept in law called stare decisis, which is basically like, this was the decision, it was made. You might disagree with it. It might even maybe be a bad ruling, but so much has been built on it that at this point, the court as an institution just has to move forward. Because you get into a weird area where, so Clarence Thomas, one of the judges that wrote a concurrent opinion with Alito, for why Roe v. Wade should have been overturned was basically saying, like, I think we should also revisit a couple, Agrafeld, I can't pronounce the name. There are a couple other big
Same-sex marriage and
same-sex
well, wasn't
marriage.
one of them interracial marriage? And he's
No, not interracial. It was same-sex marriage, contraception,
Yeah.
and sodomy laws.
yeah.
So he
better
he
not
was
take
saying,
away my sodomy.
yeah,
laws.
which sodomy, for those that
Whoa,
don't
you're
know,
gonna see a fucking angry Canadian.
Danny's
You
got
know,
his tits out protesting.
people think sodomy is just anal sex, but sodomy is simply any non.
I did think
yeah,
that.
yeah, sodomy.
Well, I always think of it like the devil sodomizing.
But yeah, there's probably just not. There's a bunch of legal. It's a lot of legal arguments. It's probably not good to have this big.
But you could make the same argument to the way that gay marriage got in there, the same way that this got in there.
What do you mean make the same?
Roe v. Wade. Like, so, because people are saying they're going to come for gay marriage next or whatever. But is that because they're in the Constitution or whatever the exact same way?
Kind of, yeah. Basically, well, the idea is just that like if you're willing to get rid of Roe v. Wade, then you're willing to revisit any decision that's been made, and then if you happen to disagree with those decisions, are those like on the chopping block now? It's just
What percentage of people don't support gay marriage?
I want to say gay marriage is one of those foregone ones. Where like I think most of the U.S. at this point is okay. Yeah.
But I would have maybe thought that about this.
I
No,
think
I
honestly,
think abortion is really contentious. And that was part of Alito's opinion. Even 50 years later, there are still states that are actively, like 22 states
Yeah,
have
the
laws
trigger
on the
laws.
books that are trying to like, yeah. So I think that I don't see this. Gay people are kind of like the new white people of the LGBT people. Where like
Yeah,
gay,
white privilege.
yeah, you've got like gay conservatives, you've got like the Dave Rubin, Milo's a little out there, but you've got like they're like okay, gay people, you made it, you're under the umbrella now. But the yeah, I don't. The abortion thing is still highly contentious. I don't hear, and maybe I didn't miss it, but I don't hear conservatives like rallying against gay marriage that much. I do hear it against
No, I
abortion.
don't
That's like
Yeah.
a single issue.
it's.
vote.
I mean, yeah, it's never gone away.
Do you
No.
think that it like sort of cashed in? Because I guess I think liberals lost a lot of cultural power in the last 4 years. Do you think they sort of cashed that in for this one big win? Does it feel like?
The question is going to, because we have very short-term memories when it comes to being mad about things. So I'm curious if people will remember Roe v. Wade going into the who knows, in 2 weeks there's going to be another variant, another war.
It is probably a positive thing for, I guess, Democrats in that sense, because like one of the biggest problems with them always is they have like girl messaging where it's like 10 things at once at you, and it's like it's way more powerful to be like, this is my thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From a
I mean, we'll
messaging
see if,
standpoint.
like,
so if
some-
they were like, we're the bringing abortion back, like they at least have a thing, as opposed to being like, hey, it's this and trans people and this, like 90 things at once thrown at you.
There's a reason Biden won the election. People really hated Trump.
Yeah.
You got
That
that
was
kind of
the
guy to
single
rally
thing.
around. Yeah, it is an empowerment for the Democrats. But I think will they capitalize on it? Will people still care?
Well, they were already posting a lot of like, you know what, we need to vote this back. Like they were,
Well, all you need to do is if you're in a red
Funny
state,
one,
just
yeah.
vote the guy out and vote someone blue if you're in a red state, and it's such a big issue. Like that should be what happens, right? Yeah, you know, if a red
Do you
state,
think that'll happen?
but like,
some of them-
probably not.
It's gotta be a
Because
few
most
states
people
where it's
agree with
popular.
it.
Yeah.
Most people agree with the anti-abortion. I'm sure in Louisiana or something, most people are anti-abortion, so they're not going to vote for that.
All right. Well, so the next one was like, to me, I guess that's the main issue. But the one that really kind of flipped people, where they were like sick of all this stuff, was the trans sports one, right? Wasn't that like one of the main ones that you
Yeah,
argued
again,
with?
just like a super loser issue. Like
It is a loser
most
issue.
Trans people don't care about the trans sports thing. Most trans people just want to like live life.
I
and
mean,
be
nobody cares
unbothered.
about women's sports.
Yeah.
well,
but it does
well,
seem
but
like a
then-
weird thing to be like, I'm like, as a good guy, and then you're like, I want to be a girl, and then you're like, but I still want to be a weightlifter. Like it just seems like probably very uncommon.
Yeah, it's definitely a niche issue. I think there are good arguments for trans people to participate in sports at like the grade school
It's
and
a
the high school
boutique
level.
issue.
Yeah,
Because like
grade school for sure.
Yeah, because like it's not about like being ultra competitive. It's like you do a social activity to get exercise, like bond with friends. It's probably good. NCAA stuff gets a little weirder though, right? You're talking about like a select number of spots and scholarships are given
Scholarships,
for,
yeah,
and
of
like
course.
these competitions. But there's also like a lot of recreational leagues outside of pro, like outside of like NCAA stuff. They can do what they want, but the valiant or the vicious fighting over the NCAA women's sports and trans stuff was just like it's like have you ever heard of a turf?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's like their boogeyman for so many years has been trans people are displacing women. And it's like, I don't think they want to displace women. But with the trans sports issue, you're really handing them that argument on a silver platter. Where I'm getting into arguments, a lot of people are like, we should just abolish women's sports. It's like, damn, dude, that's a pretty bad line to toe because you're legitimizing every single complaint they've ever had about all of and even most trans people aren't going to look at you, saying, like, a lot of trans women know. They're like, yeah, of course, there are a lot of things that I carry over from puberty. It's part of the reason why I hate myself
Yeah,
so much.
and people aren't passionate about women's sports enough to
Yeah.
really like. They're not gonna they'll be like, fine, get rid of them. Man.
Yeah, it's not so bad.
Fine, get rid of them. And then the only people who lose out are women who want to do sports.
No, but that was such the linchpin where you're just like, even people that sort of weren't paying attention, it's like, okay, well, I'm not like saying that. And they're like, well, if you don't say that, you're out. You go, I guess I'm out. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly, which sucks. Yeah, it sucks.
Do you think the economy's like, I don't know, we've been going back and forth on this.
The economy's fucked, okay?
I know it's fucked, but do you
no,
think,
no.
like,
I just like to
fucked?
mention, I just went to go buy iced coffee at a place down the street, and I would go, can I get a little less ice? And they go, that's going to cost more money. So if you want to know the state of the fucking economy, it's bad.
That is pretty wild.
That's crazy. I go, can I get a little? And I didn't even go no ice.
And you were just saying, I'm not letting you do your scam that you do.
I just don't like. It's just too much ice. So I go, I just like a little less ice, and she goes, okay, just it costs more. That's insane. Considering it was a $5 coffee.
How much more do they want?
50 cents.
That's fucking nuts.
That's just it's. We're in bad.
Did you lose a lot of money?
Yeah, every day.
Yeah, you gotta be
Watching my
crypto and shit,
But
right?
no, fuck no.
No?
I'm smarter than that.
I don't know, I just feel like internet streamer dudes are all fucking...
Yeah, they all are. Yeah, but they're also all loser.
Because you have so many people trying to probably shill projects where they go, hey, like here's my coin.
Oh yeah, of course.
We'll give you like 4 billion of them if you just pump it.
You have to do a lot of, just on the topic of scams, you
Yeah.
have to do a lot of research. More than I've done for any debate. You have to do a lot of research on getting into fucking Manhattan without getting fucking scammed by taxi.
Really?
I feel like every time I've gotten
No,
here,
the
Why don't
taxi.
you do a Lyft or Uber?
I should, but I always hear such good things about like New
No,
York.
the
like,
taxi.
You
no,
want the
No, they
experience?
don't scam you at all here. The only times you're gonna get scammed in New York City is when you go to like if you're at the airport and you're like leaving the airport, and then they're in the terminal, like trying to
Guy
be
will
like,
grab
hey,
you.
guy
Guy-
grabs
yep.
you, go, hey, do you want to ride? Those are scams, and there's signs everywhere that says don't. But you just go. You walk
the first time I
outside and there's a
came-
line for taxis.
First time I
Totally
came
do
here, guy did that to me. He was like,
Yeah.
"Oh, do you need a ride?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, sure, whatever." And I walked through, and then I realized when I'm in this vehicle, I'm like, unmarked vehicle, no meter.
No meter.
Fuck, I think I'm.
Man,
so I start googling in the back seat.
Yeah.
I'm like, New York taxi scam startup. It's like, oh, these couple. It's like, okay, well, you know what? Fuck me. A ride from I think JFK to Manhattan is supposed to be like $60.
$50.
$50. Okay.
Yeah.
So I fuck it. The guy's probably gonna. I got money out. Whatever. I'll pay him. We get to the hotel, and this motherfucker pulls out a list. And he's like, oh, $264.
Yeah, be like, hey, how about I give you 20, or you can call the police. That's the thing. If you know what you're doing, you go, you know what? Actually, I feel like giving you $20, and if you have an issue, let's call the cops. Let's get
That's
them
what
involved.
I did. I think I gave him 80.
Yeah.
And then I was like, this is all I have. I'm
Dude,
sorry.
Here's the thing, though. It's like New York, but it's not unique to New York. It's unique to any city that has tourists.
Any big
because
city.
I've been scammed so many times. Dude, I was in Hanoi in Vietnam, and we took. They have actual metered taxis there that are scams with meters, and so you're in the back.
they got the
Dude,
fucking-
you're in the back, and I remember because I realized that because they say this was like in 2007, and I remember reading they're like, don't get into like certain, and we got in one not realizing it, and then you're looking at the meter, and it's going like this, and it just goes like so fast, like you're looking at it, and it just like jumps. Like so fast, like it goes from like $5 to like 20, like that, like instantly. You're like, what the fuck was that? But in Vietnam, I was like,
We got
Probably not, yeah.
scammed by like when we were leaving the airport from a taxi driver where it was
in
like
Columbus.
yeah. We were just like, okay, it's we'll catch a taxi, but like Uber's $80 if we want to do it around there or whatever. The guy was like, no, it's 160 right now, and I'm like, yeah, it's on my phone. Here it is. Like, it's just they're gonna be 10 minutes, so if you want to take us now, you can be $5 more. And the guy was like, no, that's crazy. It's not that. And I was just like, are you mental?
Yeah.
I'm looking at it.
Well, because they know that if they wait long enough, they'll get $160.
Well, and people just don't.
I think he did. I think I
So
did. fall
here's
for
one
it.
that I couldn't figure out, and I paid the guy, and I tipped him. So I'm trying to figure out if I got scammed last night. But I
Tip?
Am I not supposed to tip?
Tipping on a
tip?
tipping
on a scam.
while you're getting scammed.
Well, because I
is
didn't know
just
if I
the
was getting
ultimate-
scammed or not, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, you
So I was
gotta
like,
be
well, I'll be the
careful.
polite thing, okay? So, because I got in, so from JFK to Manhattan, he said, we do flat rate, okay? And I'm like, oh, fuck. Maybe they flat rate because there's no traffic and he doesn't want to get fucked. Like, flat rate. So he flat rated me for $80.
No, it's 50.
That's fine.
No, flat rate from JFK. No, it's literally like if you look,
JFK can be like an hour drive.
It was about a 40, it was like a 40
if
minute
you
drive.
look on actual taxis,
Dude,
they
it
have
says like
they have
$64
a
to
card.
$55.
And there's
Well,
it's
I've spent
$52.
$120.
Yeah, you get scammed nonstop. What are you talking
So
about?
this is where we
Yeah,
find out that
obviously.
we're all, okay, everyone is
It's a
constantly
fucking
gonna
table
get
of
it.
rubes. Dude, there's a table of rubes right here. Yes, you get scammed all the time. Right? Dude, the story you just told about getting scammed in Columbus, the guy goes 160, and then you're like, fine. You're like,
Yeah, I'm telling the story like I didn't pay.
yeah,
it.
you're like, you didn't pay it. I still took the scam.
Okay, well, fuck me.
Whatever. I got scammed worse than probably anybody ever. And when I was in China, I went and
Ordered a girl, got a guy.
yeah, hey. No, me and my girl at the time we were walking around in the Forbidden City or whatever, and this couple comes up to us and they're like, "Hey, can we like practice our English?" They're a Chinese couple. They go like, "We're trying to practice our English. Is it cool? We walk around with you?" And we're like, "Yeah, sure." They were like, our age, and we were in our 20s at this point, and we're like walking around. And then they go, "Hey, have you ever been to, you know what a Chinese ceremonial tea ceremony is? Like a traditional Chinese tea ceremony?" I'm like, "No, we never had it." She's, "Oh, you should don't come do it. It's the best, right?" So then we go up to this like room, and there's this like woman. I have a photo of it, and they're pouring us these like shots of tea, and there's like little like nuts or whatever, and we're with this couple and we're doing it, and then they're like, "Do you want more tea?" And then at this point I go, "Oh, we probably have to pay for this, right?" Like I didn't even think.
yeah.
And I go, "Oh, this is like
That's the
they're
whole
not doing this
scam.
out of the kindness of their heart. They're bringing us around. So we go, we'll just take the bill, and the bill comes, and it was like $1,200 US, and we had like I think 100, and I don't know, I had 100, and then the guy looks at me and he's like, the guy's scamming me right now, and he looks at me, he hands me, I go, "I don't have this much money." He goes, "You want to split it?" I'm like, right? He tries to split it, and then we basically were like, and they brought out the thing, and they itemized each nut we ate, like it was like they were
Stop it.
dude. It was crazy. And then I remember, I think we ended up giving like $150. It was all we had, and the craziest part is, so we're leaving, and I'm just like, they totally scammed us, but they're not admitting they scammed us. They're just like, we just did this thing.
Yeah.
And the guy was acting like he covered my portion, so then we all leave together, and then we leave, and the guy's like, "You want to go grab lunch?" I was like, "Get the fuck out of here."
Beat it.
I go, "I don't have any money left to buy you lunch, buddy."
Beat it, Chinaman.
But they actually was like, "You want to go get lunch?" I was like, "You just scammed me."
Relentless.
And the best was we were in a McDonald's at like 3 a.m, like a week later, and there was these guys behind us, and they're from like Utah, because we heard them speaking like English, like American English, whatever. And then we started shooting the shit, and then the guy, like, I don't know what we were talking about, but the guy goes, "Hey, I got a question for you." He's like, "Did you?" And I go, "Chinese tea scam." He goes, "Yes." He goes, "Yes, exactly." And honestly, and he's like, "They got me for thousands."
Thousands?
Yeah, because they were like older dudes, and they had money, and they were just like, because what do? You're like, you
This
think
guy
the
did
police
lunch
are gonna
and
come,
dinner.
and it's China, and it's Beijing, you don't know. And
Jesus. But do you think the next 4 years are going to be brutal? I know the all-in guys were kind of saying that.
Yeah.
Like, do you think next 4 years is going to be like real bad economy stuff, or do you think it's overblown?
I've given up trying to make any predictions
shit.
more than a year out
Yeah.
on certain things. There are ways that I mean, like economists are still debating like what even is the cause of inflation or how much is contributing to what. There are ways that we could probably come out okay. There are ways that it could be like a really bad recession.
I mean, just increase oil supply. That's like almost not. I don't want to be like flippant and say problem solved, but in the 70s, I was like reading this thing, but in the 70s they had really bad inflation, and then they obviously like raised interest rates a ton. But a big thing that they did was they just made it easier to just bring more supply of oil online, and that's like the biggest biggest factor.
Yeah, and I think that, oh God, there's going to be economists that are going to destroy me for this. If I can try to understand this. So I think the issue that you're running into is oil companies ran into this very weird problem where there was this kind of like there's a big increase in supply and kind of a little bit of slumping demand where they were starting to lose a ton of money on the oil that they were producing.
Yeah, they stopped drilling new wells and stuff.
And now the scary part is that if we give them money or if we say, hey, you can go drill there, they're going to be like, oh my God, like, thanks. But they're not going to drill because they're just basically reinvesting the money they have. They're floating on the supply they have because the prices are really high right now, so they're doing okay. And they're not going to drill more. Why the fuck do they want to like they're fine.
Well,
and
no,
also
they would have
the
to
problem
be forced
too.
to,
Yeah, the problem is too is that like okay, say they do it, they start going because we have actually when it comes to shale oil, I think the United States has the largest proven reserves in the world. But then if OPEC starts to like it massively increase their production again, now it's unprofitable and like
that's the thing with like Aramco or whatever, the biggest company in the world. But like their oil is like right under the ground. It's so cheap for them to get out of there and process. Like whereas here it's like way under the ground. And yeah, they could just they're a literal cartel. They can just flood the market with oil. But that wouldn't. I mean, if you're trying to keep prices elevated or low, you're trying to lower prices, and you're like, sure, let them flood the market. If they want to do that, that's still solves this problem.
Yeah, and then there's also like complicated things in that we've shifted a lot of our spending around. So we saved a lot of money and we made a lot of money during the pandemic.
Fake money.
Well, it's money.
Yeah.
The numbers and counts grew. There was a lot of stimulus. We had 2 decent-sized checks. There was a ton of expanded unemployment insurance. There were a lot of people saving historic amounts of money because they weren't going out. They weren't spending money on services. And then you had a lot of money that buoyed a lot of employees with the Payment Protection Program, the PPP.
Yeah.
The United States gave more stimulus than I think almost any other country in the world.
Oh, by far.
A ton. People will say that we didn't do anything, but we did a ton.
People say they didn't do anything in America?
Yeah, there's people right now typing in the comments like, Desi doesn't know anything about the working class family. Unemployment insurance was wild. There were a lot of people making more money on unemployment than they were working.
I know multiple people that are like, yo, I got my rent paid for, I'm getting money, and like I'm still doing my job.
Yeah.
So you had this weird world where
the amount of people who are doing 2 jobs right now. Have you heard of this?
Oh, the double work from home stuff.
Yeah, because people work from home, so they go, I work for Google and I work for Facebook.
Well, that
and neither
should
of
be
them
allowed. Like, I mean, if you can do 2 jobs,
You can
then
do it,
do 2 jobs.
Well, you could only do that remotely before, though.
Right.
If someone's like,
but if you're capable of it, like I have,
Yeah.
like if you hire someone to do something and they do it in less time, like what the fuck do you
absolutely.
care?
Well, the problem is, I think sometimes you might be working at a competitor.
Hey, fuck it. Hey, listen. These people all work for like 2 years. They get their investment and then they fucking leave anyway.
Yeah, totally.
But the issue too is that like we saved all this money and then now we're spending money kind of in different ways before. We spend a lot less on services now because a lot of people are doing work from home. They're not driving into cities. They're not getting lunch and shit. So we're buying more like goods versus services. So that's putting a bigger strain on like shipping and everything. Like we can't like ship in as much because we saved all this money. Now we're spending a ton of saved money. We're spending all this money on like goods that we normally didn't buy that much of, and like everything is just like ramping up. Everything's like
and it was
wild.
impossible to predict. Like when Amazon took off, and then Amazon's like, well, look, we have to buy more warehouses, hire all these new people, and then they're like, oh, that was only temporary actually. So now we have to lay off all these people because we couldn't not hire them.
There are layoffs, but
Like Target is like a big one.
People will complain about like employment, but employment, if you're an employee in the United States, you're probably in one of like the best times to be an employee.
Ever.
Yeah, because like employment is less than 4%,
Yeah.
which it should be at around 5%, because you want people like moving between jobs. So
Yeah.
employment is really low. You've got like tons of wages are. Man, I don't know if
Isn't
it's
that
the same for you
'cause
guys.
there's
Like
a lot
I
of
drive around in Nebraska, is where I'm from, and I'll see like Burger King hiring for like 14
Everywhere.
an hour and shit. I'm like,
Oh,
14 an hour.
everywhere is yeah.
Insane.
Yeah, but wouldn't a big part of that be that like a lot of people aren't in the workforce? A lot of people have like, yo, I'm not even looking for a job.
No. People will say this. This is not true. There's 2 different numbers. It's called the U3 unemployment, the U6. The U3 unemployment doesn't include discouraged workers. The U6 does. Now, whenever people want to make a political point, they'll say, well, look at the U6. It's way higher than the U3. But these numbers have always tracked. Like, there are some people that aren't looking, but for the most part, they always follow each other.
Yeah. There were a
I'm
lot
just
of
saying
people
even
who took.
personally, I feel like I know that like people that are just like, yeah, even especially obviously.
But
in
they're
the
not
pandemic.
discouraged because they can't find work. They're,
If you want to find a job today, you will absolutely find
but
it.
they don't. They're
But
like,
but
fuck
that's
that.
not. But that doesn't.
That's not because the
count as
economy's bad. That's because they just don't want to
it
look
used
for
to be
work.
discouraged
Yeah,
was
that's
like
true,
I
though.
apply 200 places, I get
And I couldn't
200
find any
no's.
work,
Yeah.
Now it's like, yeah, you apply 200 places and 100 of them are wanting to hire you. You're not
It's insane.
discouraged. You just don't want to work.
People
and
are, like,
also,
desperate
tons of
for
people
workers.
took early retirement. So, and then
That's true.
a million people died. I don't know how many of those were working, but like,
There's some open jobs.
yeah.
Yeah.
Some of those have got to work at Burger King.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's weird. So all this pressure is pushing wages up. People are spending money in ways they haven't before. Cost of energy is like a bunch of really bad shit is all like.
Well, it's
compounding.
just unprecedented. This group of things happening at once. Like
Getting
nobody.
tired of hearing that. Okay, I'm 33. I don't know how you guys.
I'm
I feel like I've lived through like
36.
3 or 4 unprecedented things.
Well, I don't know. I've
were the
never
other
lived.
ones?
I've never lived.
9/11 was pretty unprecedented. The 2007
No,
historic
America.
fucking stock market
Yeah.
crash was like unprecedented. The 2007, 2008
Yeah.
shit.
Well,
like,
the 2008, the Great Financial Crisis was not. I don't know if it was unprecedented.
it was wild.
but there was
I
like
just entered the
the-
job market. They found the excuse.
Yeah.
There are
it
no
was-
more
Right.
pensions.
Yeah,
Do you know what a
yeah.
pension is?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I
mean, that's
know about
supposed
it because my mom and grandpa talked about it. I've never seen a pension in my fucking life after like I was like I entered the job market after 2007. I think
No,
all
no,
that
that,
shit
that
back.
was definitely crazy because the world was on kind of the brink.
Mm-hmm.
But this is more so just like every one of these factors at once.
Yeah.
Like I've never lived through inflation.
What will it be today?
Like none of us have.
No,
The last time there was
have been crazy. Even since 2007, the markets have been like 10, 15, 20% year over year over year.
yeah, but I remember thinking like when they were talking about, and you're like, there just hasn't been any inflation in my life. Like there hasn't.
Or just your standard amount.
yeah, or it would be certain things like maybe real estate there'd be inflation, but there's never been the price inflation, which is I guess what the Fed is their point is that they keep inflation and employment at certain
They
levels.
try to, yeah.
That's their mandate.
Driving
dual
by
mandate
gas
or whatever.
stations, seeing like $7.
I don't drive anymore.
Whew, that's wild. That's pretty scary. I don't care now
Will
because
it be
I'm rich.
today?
But like if I was still working, back in my carpet cleaner days, yeah, $7. And I'm sure even in Nebraska
crazy.
it's probably like $6.
You know what's funny though? When we were both in Toronto, and like when we lived in Toronto before I moved here 3 years ago, gas was what was it, $1.05 Canadian a gallon, which is
Well
probably
studied,
$4 a
Miss
gallon,
Face.
which is like people like it was not. I mean, obviously $7 a gallon is insane, but like gas prices have always been so high in Canada.
Perhaps we'll
Like
find
right now,
out
I think it's
later.
$10 or more a gallon in Vancouver, Canadian. Like, but they've always been super high.
No harm
America's
must
had
come
super
to
cheap.
ourselves.
America has
Compared to
really
the rest
cheap-
of the world, yeah, we always do, yeah.
One thing that we wanted to switch is to, because well, obviously, streaming 10 hours a day is probably better than doing a carpet cleaning job. But
For sure.
yeah. With like, do you consider yourself like an actual debater, or is this just like you just became that on the internet? Like, were you into like debate
I was
tactics and like
always,
the
like,
theory of it and all that
An
stuff?
argumentative little shit, like my whole life. Like in high school, I like
This
arguing with people.
encampment
It's
serves
always
the
like a fun
flying
thing for
bullseye.
me.
Yeah,
It's monsters.
but my point was more like, do you read the books and are you able to be like, yo, these are the common things that people fuck up with, like to look for when you're arguing with
Yeah,
people?
are you doing this
if
like
you're
in
like
chess?
average?
You're like,
Oh.
oh, big.
If you're like an
mistake.
average, person arguing with his chick, like what are the biggest things that people, you know what I mean?
I mean, I know them now through experience because I have read them now. But like getting into it initially, it wasn't like I'm gonna study like the
That's what. Yeah, you never.
like
but-
the logos, pathos, ethos, rhetoric. I've got it all like under my like. Initially, it was just me screaming at people on the internet, and then we did that for a while. And, yeah.
I feel like a lot of when I was watching like debates, I feel like a lot of the times when I'm like, I don't like someone that's a debater, they do almost what comics do, where it's like you'll take someone's logic and then bring it to like a funny conclusion, but somewhere in there you got them to agree to something that they didn't agree to. You know what I mean? And it's kind of like there was 10 things in there, and the person, unless they're really good at debating, they're just like, no, you premise something that I don't agree with in there. I feel like that's the most like dishonest trick that people do all the time, which is like funny in comedy, but it's.
Yeah, I mean, it would depend on how it's used. I think. I don't think that it's necessarily bad to extract like somebody's like general logic or something.
No, you
Like,
add one in that they agree.
Yeah, you can be dishonest. The ones I usually give advice people to stay away from is if you're trying to have like a good conversation, like avoid philosophy and debate like terms. Don't ever like name the fallacy in front of somebody. Like if somebody's like, oh, like
People do that a lot.
yeah, like that was a non sequitur fallacy, or you just did an ad hominem attack, or fallacious appeal to like don't ever like just like speak in normal words. Like, hey, I don't know if just citing Dr. Phil is who you want to go for when we're arguing about brain surgery. You know, like I think it's
Yeah.
probably not the guy to go. Right, you can say that and be a human. Or people get in like very esoteric philosophical terms. Like I think your meta-ethical position is void of like, and it's like nobody's following you now. Like, if you're just trying to like jerk off, I guess you can do that, but you're losing everybody in the conversation.
Yeah, what's a meta-ethical position?
In ethics, meta-ethics is like the highest branch of studying like what is good. So
Yeah.
it's like the most abstract form of like ethics. So like you might have like a theological meta-ethical position where like goodness is like what God says, or you might be like whatever, however you define that. But
I was kind of arguing with someone like a little bit the other day. Like, is ethics and morals the same thing?
Kind of. Like there's like lame, like in philosophy you would talk about, so you've got like meta ethics, normative ethics, applied ethics. You might say like an ethical or moral statement. So like a layman, like ethics and moral.
The chain is severed.
Yeah, well, then me, I would argue that they were.
Yeah, they are. They're more or less.
Me,
they are.
a layman.
So, yeah, it's like one of those things where you might draw like a distinction somewhere, but you need to tell the person you are. Otherwise, you're just gonna be like shouting past each other.
I feel like the biggest one that with like always debate is like, you know, people take ethical positions that are like, what's more ethical? I guess probably like taking a position where it'd be like, you know, I don't care whatever anyone does as long as, you know, I keep my family safe, or like, you know, I have these, but if you mess with my friend like that, or, you know, I'm doing this for the greater good of society and I don't care if it hurts my family. Like, which one of those two is more ethical? Is that like a philosophical debate?
Yeah, it could, I mean, yeah, it'd be an ethics debate, right? Yeah.
But you don't know which philosophers did which positions?
What do you mean by that?
Like, what's has that been like a big debate in philosophy? 'Cause I feel like in my personal life, that's a huge debate always.
Maybe, yeah. So like, there's so the middle part of ethics is called normative ethics, and I think that's largely branched into 3 different things. So in one, you've got deontology, so like Kant is known for this, where you basically are talking about like certain actions are in and of themselves good actions, you know, almost irrespective of the circumstances. So like, don't lie, don't cheat, things like this. Then you've got like consequentialism, which is where we only evaluate based on the outcome, whether or not an action is good or bad. So like, if you ever heard something about like utilitarianism, it's under consequentialism.
I think I agree with that one a bit more.
Maybe. Then you've got one called virtue ethics, which is like you should just try to live or aspire to certain virtues. But the problem that I find when it comes to normative ethics, depending on the question you ask, a lot of these things blend together in certain ways.
What's
so,
an example?
yeah, so like a classic challenge to like Kantian person, Nazi person before, he asked Jews how to be racist. And he's like, well, deontologically, lying would be immoral, but like, you really tell them the truth.
It's falling. Strike.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, but so people.
I mean, in my case,
yeah,
yes,
exactly.
That's my ethic.
People try to write like very
I'm
complicated.
the guard in the scenario.
Yeah, exactly. People try to write very complicated like escapes from that, but then it almost sounds like you're evaluating a consequence, not action, right? So, and then on the other end, you might look at like
Motive, you might look at motive.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. On the other end, you look at like consequentialism, and somebody will say like, oh, like, is it okay to kill one person to save one? Strict consequentialism might say, yeah, of course, 4 lives for one.
What if it's your son?
Maybe, or even more than that.
That was
say.
actually one of the ones I was arguing.
Oh, sure, yeah, sure.
Wasn't that the whole thing with the self-driving cars?
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, they have to make that decision where like self-driving cars driving you along, and then they see a fucking 4 kids or drive you off the bridge, and then they drive you off the bridge. And we're like, well, I don't want to buy a car that drives me off the bridge.
Maybe, yeah.
I'm like, because if I was in control, I would kill those 4 kids. Save my life.
Or at least they have the choice.
Well, I don't want to kill myself because the self-driving cars.
It is It's kind of messed up.
It is. But like again, how do you program the cars? Loud to a crowd? Like,
If you
I mean, I guess you can
universalize,
stop.
Yeah.
One option.
if you take that concept of, you know, saving 1 life versus 4 though, you could wind up in a world with say more people go to a hospital. It's like 4 people, you know, on the organ in the hospital.
Well, yeah, because that's just your place. I mean, that's where liberty.
Maybe, yeah. But then liberty, that's not a consequence. That's like a virtue or something else, right? So that's why, so I think that all of they all get like really anybody that's like strict consequences, you push them on something, or it's like, would you really do this? Would you really think this good? Or anybody that's strictly like, well, actions are good or bad, just so there's no such thing as a white lie, whatever. So it all gets like really.
Right, because you're like, you shouldn't infringe on someone's stuff, but it's like, okay, maybe what if you don't have to kill them? What if you just had to cut off their finger and it would save people?
Sure.
And it was like, well, so why are you allowed to do that? And if you're like, oh no, I wouldn't even cut off the tip of someone's finger to save 100 people.
Yeah,
It's like,
really?
Really? Yeah.
Yeah, or 1 million people, or, you know.
Yeah, or what if it's everyone? Yeah.
Or like you brought up the like, I just want to live my life and have freedom for my family. And conservatives would largely kind of argue with that. But now when they look at how society changes,
I wasn't saying that. I'm more saying like, if you're saying that, oh, I'm gonna kill, you know, your like friend or your girlfriend, like, yeah, that me obviously is different to me than 5 people I don't know.
Oh yeah, no. I was just saying the idea that like it seems like traditionally conservatives will say like we are all for freedom or whatever, just don't mess with me, basically. right? Like, as long everybody can do it, be free to do what they want, but just don't infringe on my rights. But now, like, if all of the culture is changing around you, and you're getting worried that that's going to like bleed in somehow, so like with LGBT stuff, right? Well, if they're starting to teach that at schools, like nobody's technically infringing on you personally, but if the culture is all changing around you, can start to feel that way, and then the arguments change. And maybe it's not enough to just say everybody can do their own thing. Like maybe we do need to have some control over other people say what conservative
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you're like if everyone's going to be in this school and have to learn all the same things. I feel like the curriculum argument is a little wrong because, you know, when people, like, the truth is, like, obviously there is a curriculum and you're going to argue over what it is if we're going to teach kids that. Like, that is, especially in democracy.
I mean, that was the Virginia thing. Right?
But no, I mean,
We're like,
this is one where
it's not up to you, but we teach your kids.
Yeah, so I kind of do agree. I mean, as long as there's, you know, I'd say that, you know, there is certain like sexual things where maybe there's, yeah, it's probably aggressive, but there is also when you have a curriculum in different states, like, yeah, there's always going to be like a rigorous debate. So it's like, even when they take like a book out or whatever, like I'm obviously not like a cancel guy, but when you're like, hey, we want this book removed or whatever, it's like, I mean, there's always going to be debate about what kids are taught to some degree, right?
Yeah, to some extent, yeah. It's just hopefully like the debate. It's just weird not to make it sounds dumb to not make it political because technically everything is political.
Everything is.
Yeah, but it gets weird when it's like, should we teach a certain author because he was gay? Maybe we shouldn't teach that author. It's like, I don't know, that seems kind of weird. Versus like, I can understand not wanting like second graders to learn about like surgeries for trans people. Like, that's probably fine. Yeah.
I feel like every time everyone says let's not make it political, what they really mean is that like the premise includes what their political side.
Yeah, political is just code word for like thing I don't like to talk about or something. Basically,
Yeah, of course.
yeah.
Like, submit.
Do
to
what I agree with.
Yeah, do what I agree with.
Don't make
Submit
it
to-
political, dude.
Yeah, exactly. Don't make it political. You're like, just do what I want.
Yeah, how do you not? What's give me what's one more like big one of the main things that people do wrong in like debating.
The big thing.
Basically, if you were to take these debating principles and use them for arguing with your girlfriend.
Well, okay, sure. For a girlfriend,
Yes,
yeah.
because girlfriends are always rational and easily debated with.
There's a big carryover depending on like what you do.
He has good tips.
Empathy is probably the most important thing lacking, I think, in our current like political discourse. Like if you were to stick a conservative or a liberal in a chair and then put a gun to their head and say, why is he thinking this thing? A lot of people would just die.
They can't do it.
Absolutely can't do it. So today you'll see like a lot of conservatives saying that like liberals just want to be able to like murder babies and they just hate children or whatever. Like it's like I don't think that's the case. Or liberals will say like conservatives want to just control women's lives. Like, I don't think that's
Just
the
the
case.
fun ones.
Yeah. That lack of empathy, like understanding why people think the things they do,
Monsters
nobody
arisen.
can do that.
Ready yourself.
That's
Oh,
the
servus
huge
bait.
thing that's going
Strike
on
the
right now.
tail.
I agree. You know, I was like, that's why, you know, a lot of people are saying that, oh, you know, I mean, I've always thought when it's like the left and the right, you know, a lot of people say like, oh, you know, everyone needs to be able to talk to people that have different perspectives than them, but it's like, they don't actually think that. Like, they just think that that's the moment. Like, even, okay, say the abortion stuff, it's like, or when Trump was in, like, none of those people wanted to talk to Trump people. And the same reason right now, like, I don't know, I was watching, like, what Matt Walsh was posting or whatever when the abortion stuff, right? And he was kind of saying, like, you know, don't be shy to rub it in their faces. These are animals. Like, whatever. It's like pretty
Jesus
stuff
Christ.
like that. And it was just like, but I feel like someone like that would be like, you know, oh, we can't have a conversation with people we don't disagree with. And it was like, well, yeah, obviously, if like
That's
how
your
you
starting
see it.
point.
Yeah, but if you exactly what Desmond said, where it's like if you think that that's why they think that, I'm always like, yeah, but they don't think that. That's not how they see the world. So I don't know if the abortion one could ever really get settled, other than I guess that that's where it is, where people were like, well, yeah, you had it your way, and then they were like, well, now we get to choose.
I mean,
or whatever.
abortion thing too. At the end of the day, too, I really think if you polled somehow every person on Earth, it is one of those things that would get pretty constitutional.
I think
it's
it
just one of
depends
those
on-
things, like-
I think it depends on where you're asking. I think most people, I would say 60% plus, would probably be okay with first trimester.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. Agreed.
Second and third especially. Third is going to be highly contentious. Third is probably almost going to pull less than 50, even in like.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. I mean, again, like I talk to so many people about this, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, and it again, a lot of people go, yeah, like it's fine, and then you go, like, it's just when you start pushing them, they go, okay, actually, yeah, at that point, and
Totally,
generally it is
yeah.
third or even second.
Late second can be
Late
weird
second.
depending on,
Yeah, you're in Florida, right? It's 50 because Florida's odd because it's a red state, but I guess it's a swing state, right? So it goes, but they're what, 15 weeks, I think.
If I ever got anybody pregnant in Florida, we're taking a vacation. So I don't know what the local laws are there. We're either taking a vacation to the state or a
getting
short
on a
trip down
train.
short trip down the stairs. Okay, something is that baby's gonna be not existing anymore.
You gotta go to my clinic.
Yeah.
All right, who's your least favorite politician?
My least favorite politician.
Who's the most annoying?
Well, most annoying and least favorite might be two different people.
Okay, yeah.
It's a
God, I hate
formidable
Ted
foe.
Cruz.
Ted Cruz is annoying to you? He's like pretty smug.
And then he got the mullet too.
He's
just
sort of
to
like
piss
an
people
L
off.
Factory too, where it's like even all the stuff where Trump was like dummying him, and then he had to like suck up to him. And it's kind of like
That seems like I don't know if I could do that.
I don't
Some
think I
guy
would
is
yell at you
ragging
like
on
that.
my wife, the way she
tough.
looks. Like, bro, you imported some Eastern
tough.
European supermodel because you're a billionaire. You're making fun of my wife looks. Are you
Yeah.
serious? And then he's such a, as a half Cuban person, I'm sorry, I think he's Cuban.
is Ted Cruz Cuban.
His name is, do you know what his first name is?
No.
Not Ted,
Tedithan?
Raphael.
Tedithan?
Oh, really?
He changed it.
Why? Raphael's a sick name.
No, it's an ethnic name.
Oh, he didn't
Well,
like
he's
it.
trying to get
Texas.
elected in Texas.
Yeah, you want to be Ted. Yeah, I'm Ted. It's monosyllabic, very white. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, did you ever see?
What is it? Italian? I'm thinking Ninja Turtles, but like, is it a
What?
what
Raphael?
ethnicity? Yeah.
I thought he was
Hispanic.
Cuban, isn't he? Am I making that up?
I'm not sure about his background.
I thought his family's Cuban.
I
could
think
be
he
wrong.
had. Wasn't he born in Canada or something?
Maybe.
Okay, who's the most
Calgary?
annoying liberal politician?
I will give her credit. AOC's gotten a lot better.
She
but,
was annoying?
Yeah, she was easily the most activist, annoying, apolitical. Like had no idea on it, but she's improved a lot.
Contradictory, kind of.
Or just like didn't understand any of the political processes. Like, and anytime I'm very critical of people, especially on the left, that are screeching from like plus 45 blue districts who are never losing an election in the world, trying to criticize like Manchin and Sinema, who are like the only Democrats that could hold these seats.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it really is. That's what I've been watching, in our industry. It's like anyone that's like a, comedian, commentator person that lives in fucking New York and LA that has lots of opinions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's great for you.
Yeah,
It's the
yeah,
political
yeah.
equivalent to someone and saying, like a millionaire, like just apply to a different state to get an abortion. Like,
Yeah.
Manchin can't have the same position that you have in your, super safe seat.
Yeah, the same reason why if you were like a conservative running in like liberally or in like New York, you gotta have some. You gotta meet
You're gonna be way more middle of the road.
You're not gonna be mention your position on abortion.
Sure.
Like that's just gonna be like, what's your position on abortion? You go, honestly, I haven't thought about it.
Let's talk about the economy.
Okay, and is Biden gonna win or lose?
Again,
Or option 3, still be alive.
Still be alive. I don't know if 2 or 3 years out is so hard. I kind of feel like if I quit, I don't think predicting. If I did bet right now, I think Trump is going to win.
Think so? I think DeSantis is slightly ahead of him.
So here, this is
might
my
not
rationale.
Slightly ahead of him on the prediction.
This is my rationale, okay? If things are continuing as they are, I don't think Biden's going to win. I think it's going to be a Republican. And then if it came down to Trump, here's the thing. DeSantis cares about the Republican Party. Trump is a egomaniac. So if DeSantis is like, listen, dog, I'm going to run, probably like, that's cool for you, I'm going to run too.
Yeah.
And the Republicans they can't split that vote. So like, I think that Trump, given the chance to run, he'll do it. He's not going to stand aside with somebody else. And the Republicans aren't going to run somebody against him because they're still different. They're absolutely not themselves.
And honestly, it'd be almost maybe bad for DeSantis, where it's like he's obviously gonna get, if anyone who runs Republican right now and stuff like that's gonna get like torn up by the mainstream or whatever. But also he has to get torn up by Trump now. You know what I mean?
He might find that killer nickname that sticks, and it's like, oh no.
He navigated the whole
Can't
COVID thing
hit.
so well, though.
Hey, DeSantis, more like the can't hit.
Yeah, Jesus. Then it's all over, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's what who knows? But who knows? Anything can change. Like, the world is insane. Everything is so rapidly, crazily changing and evolving constantly. Who knows? Maybe we'll have another COVID variant by the way targeting everything. Oh my God. Yeah.
Was that your? So those are the main things right there. The groomer stuff, the trans stuff probably, and then and then the N-word. You kind of became like the N-word.
I did, yeah.
So, and that was why you were arguing with like Hassan Piker and stuff. So like,
Well,
like
he
you have a
jumped in
whole
to try
long
to
history
ambush
with
me.
him,
There was a
right?
podcast with like 3 black guys on it, and I didn't even know that was going to be a topic, so they all came up out of nowhere.
But you were essentially on the side of like people should be able to like make jokes, or was this something?
This is like where we kind of moved at, okay? I agree that some things can be problematic. Problematic doesn't mean bad, right? Like there's a lot of really funny, like racial or sexist or whatever humor that could be problematic.
I mean, Louis has the biggest, best humor.
Absolutely, sure. Yeah, Dave Chappelle is problematic. George Carlin is problematic, right? Like just because something is problematic doesn't necessarily mean it's bad. Because you have to think it's problematic, right? Like you're probably not going to show like Dave Chappelle skit. Yeah, right. There's going to be like appropriate ways to engage with it. And basically, what I was saying is that like I think that whole thing started. Somebody accused me, would you ever say the N-word in private? I know, funny joke, yeah, sure. Like, I don't personally, but if I did, yeah, I would. But, like, the idea is just that, like, there's going to be types of humor that I think are appropriate to share on stream. And then there's going to be types of humor that I don't think are appropriate. Because it would be more appropriate in privacy, because I know that people have a little more control over it.
Yeah,
And
that's an audience when you, like, develop a rapport with them.
Yeah, exactly. And, like, I know a lot of really funny and sexist and racist jokes, but, like, if I say these jokes, I'm going to turn my audience into racist. I don't want to do that, you know?
And there's people just popping in.
I'm sure a lot of people do that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just not that thing.
Yeah, for
The
sure.
stream's not the venue for it.
But his whole thing was, saying like cracker. He was saying like that only slurs should be, that's not a slur, and you were like, it's obviously not as bad, but like it is a slur. It's just not as bad.
Yeah, it is, obviously it's a slur. You're targeting TikTok.
Yeah, you're like, does it
worse
hurt
than
my
that.
feelings? No, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know this until I started fighting with leftists. So like the sign was that this whole check which is a slur for humor. I didn't know this was a real slur. So, and then, but these people, and it's not racist, it's because it has to do with some reason. It's like, I don't think my family had any fucking slur. And you're saying this because of my background. How is this not a slur?
It is one of those things. You're like, yeah, I'm just saying that's what the logic leads to. I'm not saying that necessarily I give a shit.
Yeah. We simplified. It's so weird. I remember like the 90s, I felt like we were expanding certain concepts. And now we've like razored and narrowed some of those same things. So like language, I think for a long time we've been advocating for like, a little bit more of a nuanced understanding of how language works. Some things are probably bad and shouldn't maybe be said, or only in certain contexts. But then like maybe there could be room for other things. But now we've gone backwards and everything is problematic. It needs to be immediately.
And that's because it got, used. It became a political tool. Everything.
You watched the Washington Post thing with Felicia Sumnez, I think.
Yeah, the whole with
Guy
David
reporter.
Bogart.
He loved that.
Unbelievable. The guy tweeted, he retweeted. Now, I will say, on a verified Guapo account, retweeting that joke was pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's his personal account. You were
No, it was his verified account.
Oh, it was his verified. But what happened to, remember all the journalists always had retweets and not endorsements?
Yeah, but that's like when you put a video on YouTube and you're like, no copyright infringement intended, okay? That doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
Obviously, whatever you retweet
But I'm
is
saying,
wrong.
But again, yeah, I don't know what he was thinking, considering their newsrooms are mostly women.
Yeah.
And
It
it's
was-
the Washington Post.
And it was dumb, and honestly, I think he should have been reprimanded just for being stupid. But that lady, that lady, when she retweeted him, nothing is wrong. Okay, you know that, right? That lady, when she
Smart
retweeted
for
him,
us.
she went for blood. She retweeted him, kind of took him like, I don't care what you do. This is your fucking co-worker.
He defended her.
He did a few years earlier.
Yeah, a few years earlier when
And
she got it.
depending on how hard you want to take on her, she was also involved in some bullshit rape accusation against another journalist. Like for, I think in 2018, there was a guy whose entire life was destroyed. Two books, the third being one of them, where she came out and basically had a whole story where they both got wasted on such her story was so funny. It was like, how about that next person with the other story? But I think they both got wasted, they both hooked up, and I want to say that she left the apartment that night, and then when she got back, I'm starting to remember the other story, but I think it was the other woman. Another woman filed a rape accusation against him where he was on the bed, and she was like, I didn't want to do this, and she got out of bed, and he was like, oh, well, are you sure? And she was like, I felt so pressured when he asked me that I feel like I had to go back into bed and have sex with him.
Dude, we had a guy. I got in all this shit in Canada for this, but with the guy we know, or we don't know, but this guy, he got in the height of the Me Too stuff. He had a girlfriend who straight up did this whole like Medium post about how her boyfriend raped her because he was like wanting to have sex, and she's like, I'm not feeling really pleasant, and he was kind of pouting, and so he was pouting. So
Wait, who was this guy?
Oh, you wouldn't know this. He's Canadian.
Oh, okay, because what you're describing is the exact same thing.
But I'm saying
yeah,
that's
he
what I'm
just like
saying.
kind of got it pouty or
He
whatever.
goes,
He's like,
well, he's like, you don't find me attractive, and she goes, and then so I kind of like didn't want to have sex that night, but it's his boyfriend, right? And because I remember reading this, and I was like, it was so shocking that she would call him out, and you're like, you Google this guy's
Didn't
name.
you make a?
I made a video being like, he didn't rape
That was
you.
his first cancellation.
Yeah, that was my first cancellation in Canada. I go like, that's not a rape, because my whole thing was like, well then I've been raped. Because I've definitely been on the receiving end of a girlfriend being like, oh, like what, you don't want
everybody in a
everybody
relationship
has. That was my
done like, okay,
that is
yeah.
my point, right?
Yeah.
And I go, this is like so disgusting that she was like using this for some kind of weird clout. And then it got to the point where she actually took his like because of me, she removed his name from the article. Because and I was just like, it's just like disgusting. Like, and there's women who, and I had all these like female comics messaging me privately, being like, yeah, thank you for doing this, but I can't support you.
Of course,
obviously,
yeah.
like, all this stuff.
Which is almost more frustrating sometimes.
I didn't care. Yeah, whatever. I didn't care.
The game's the game.
I got in big trouble for a tweet because I think it was something akin to that, and I was basically saying like, if you want, like, you can be treated like a retarded child, but that's essentially what you're asking men to do.
You have no agency.
Is that like, yeah,
Women
like
go-
I'm gonna walk you here. I need to check with you. Do I need to call your parents to make sure everything is okay? Do you need a friend here to sign off on shit? Like, it's ridiculous. And not to mention that like this is with guys who like. No offense to men, but a lot of men, especially when they get horny, are not thinking 100% straight. They're trying to like land it, they're trying to get what they can. They're trying to figure shit out. And now they have to be the ultimate arbiter of their own decision making, which can be highly compromised at times. Yeah, especially when we talk about alcohol. But now they have to be in charge of this other person. And she wants to be able to vote. Yeah, like you gotta pick something. You're like, are you an adult that can carry yourself through life and figure out how you want to do, or are you getting raped because a guy on a bed is making a pouty face at you and you feel bad walking away?
100%. I mean, that debate women have for past several years been like, go from like we have agency to we have no agency. Like they'll go depending on the argument. They'll be like, in this instance we have none. In this instance we have full agent. Like which one is it?
And I will say, because akin to what you said, I do think, just personally based on the people I've talked to, it does feel like the majority of women feel like these particular women are insane.
Agreed, 100%.
But you can't put yourself in front of the train like that and be the woman that comes out, because now you're like
not
the
in the
pick-me
height
girl.
of not in the height of the Me Too stuff. You're not.
Yeah, and even now, because now you're basically what a rape apologist, guys.
That's what I am.
Yeah. And it's,
I'll scale it and
yeah, and I feel bad for them. And I feel bad for too that have like legitimately like horrible stories, of which, and we don't even talk about it anymore. There are a lot of women with really horrible stories about guys that, especially in industry guys, not in your, well, probably in your industry.
Yes, in
my
our industry.
for sure, yeah.
Our industry's ground zero.
Yeah, okay, I don't know, yeah. But yeah, in mine as well, like in all these industries. And now, and it's got to be so mindfucky that you're a woman sitting here listening to another woman like crying on her Medium post about like how her boyfriend, even though she was tired, really asked her for a blowjob before sleep. And it's like, are you sick? And she's like, I'm traumatized. I don't trust any men. And it's like, you bitch. Like,
but it's also one of those things too where in the article she goes, and I didn't realize that at the time, but I now realize that I was raped like 2 years later, and you're like, fuck off.
I've invented a term. I hope psychologists pick it up. I call it retroactive trauma.
Yeah.
Where you're talking with friends and you get like hyped up and they're like, babe, you were raped. And you're like, are you sure? Yeah, 100%. It's like, oh my God. Was I really? Yeah, you were absolutely raped. It's like, oh my God, I need to write about this right now. Like, and then I realized like 2 years later, it was actually the most traumatizing event of my life. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
There was a comedian in Toronto. I don't know if you were there, but it was just like an open mic comedian, and she was on stage. And she was kind of a bit cooked. I don't know, something going on. She was weird. She was like very comedy adjacent. You would see her once, like, you'd see her once a year or something for like a week. She would pop back into comedy, do a set, and she was on stage and she was talking about something like something. And she got off stage. Someone was like, "Yo, that story you told, like, you were raped there." And she was like, what? Like, and she didn't even, she was just talking about, like, some guy was weird. This is before the whole Me Too stuff. And then I remember, like, I can't remember the exact context of it, but, like, she got off stage and everybody was like, yeah, that story you told was, like, you were sexually assaulted. What? And she didn't even care. She was like, oh.
To be clear, I think that there can be cases where it's valid. Somebody starts saying things like, yeah, like, it was... You guys remember like how your uncle would fuck you when you were like 9?
Absolutely.
It was like, yeah, maybe you need to think about something there,
100%. But she didn't even. People told her, and she goes, "Oh, I don't know."
When people try to, did you guys ever hear about satanic sex cults?
There's, I know the like famous ones.
Yeah, there was a whole thing. I want to say in the 60s or the 90s. I don't remember. It was a while ago. But basically, a bunch of like therapists, psychologists have gotten this idea that like we think that all of these children and these babysitters are in this weird satanic sex cult stuff. there was this huge craze where everyone was going to therapists when their kid was in one. And the research that came out was basically showing that like you can fabricate memories if you believe strongly enough that something happened.
Yeah, and if the parents are like
and,
seeding it.
and all of it was fake. That there were no like for the kids in the
Even in
video.
numbers,
Basically,
a
it was like
weakling
all
is a
these
weakling
foster
still.
memories from the parents. So yeah, that retroactive like I think you were raped, babe. It's like I think my boyfriend was just kind of grumpy. I don't know if I was raped. Like, no, you were raped.
I mean,
You
my
need to
main
tell your
issue with it
story.
was I would have to then in that scenario
take that.
accept that I've been raped multiple times. I'm just like, no, I'm not.
Well, people-
I'm not gonna be a rape apologist and survivor in the same thing. Like,
You can convince
be.
yourself of a lot, though. Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, how many girls, or just people, probably more of a girl thing, be just like the ex-boyfriend. There was like convinced themselves that like he was like the worst guy ever, blah blah, and you're like, no, that was a crappy relationship. You both suck.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, you need to think this to like, and you're just like. I've even been with girls where they're just like, and my ex was this and this. And it's like, okay, well, I know you. And I'm pretty sure that you're.
I'm kind of on his side a bit on some of this.
yeah,
stuff,
I'm currently dating you, so I'm. You're lucky that I'm not doing that. Anyway, okay,
No.
fuck yeah, dude.
It's the same. This is the sad thing about this is it's the same thing as like the trans stuff we talk about, the abortion stuff, to where I'm worried that we're about to swing back. The pendulum is going to swing back, but it's going to swing back too far. And now
is,
you're going to
yeah.
be in the same area where you're going to have women with legitimate complaints, legitimate grievances, legitimately horrible stories, who people are going to look at you like, oh, it's another one of those.
Of course.
Because so many people fuck it up for everybody.
Will it swing back that far in like liberal places though? I think it's more, if anything, it seems like it's.
Schisming the country, like
Kind
it's just
of, I don't
breaking us
know.
apart more. Maybe.
Yeah, I felt like it was schisming the country, and most of the people, because I feel like doing comedy is just like I always reference that, but it's like it's such a good litmus test of if you're good at it. I feel like you say something and you can tell if everyone already thinks this or not, right? And there was a time where you'd be like, people are out of control, and everyone's like, well, they should be out of control, And then there was a time where you'd be kind of saying things like, this fucking, like, everyone's pretty wild right now, and everyone's like, oh fuck, like everyone's so agrees.
Oh, it's like
and
my
over it,
mom.
it's not worth saying it.
My
you know what I
mom
mean?
started sending me like a year ago,
Whatever they
like Jordan
think.
Peterson podcast, being like, you know who this guy is? I go, all right, we're reaching the end of this cycle.
Yeah.
When my mom
Grumpy Twitter guy.
Yeah. When my mom started sending me that stuff, I go, we're reaching the end of the cycle. We're on to a new.
Yeah,
one.
like
I
in
remember-
music, it's like you always have, metal is next after that is something soft, and hardcore rap, it's always like a Drakey guy. Like it always goes back and forth. But this one felt a little different, where it felt like everyone was just, okay, we're done with metal and this, but maybe some of these issues are, and maybe that's just the election cycle too, and I'm wrong.
Yeah, who knows?
What do you think? Do you think that you feel like people are yelling at you more or less right now than they were
I
3
wish
years
I could
ago?
remember it. I just read an article, but it's always hard because there's always a
He's known as the
recentism
shadow.
to where you always feel like
Built a wall
everybody
against
through our
the
whole
golden
history has been
invasion.
saying like this is the worst time politically. But
Not in the
and also-
90s, people weren't saying that, were they?
Yes, dude. People have been saying that there's all the doom and gloom is always like, there's never been a worse time to be alive when it's objectively the best time to be alive.
90s was rap was starting to pick up. Men were starting to wear jewelry. Maybe more early 2000s, the metrosexual stuff in the 2000s.
People didn't
I
like
remember
that.
people
I mean, even
hated
Bowie
that.
was doing like the androgynous stuff. This stuff's been going on.
And 60s, the Vietnam protests. These kids are ruining America. The radical college kids.
What was 2000?
2000s was, I think, I just thought, hold on. 2000s was like the metrosexual stuff.
That was that.
Gay stuff started to become more popular.
And Will and Grace was getting on the scene.
Okay, hold on. Actually, I have an important question. I just thought of this, and I don't know why. I feel like in so many eras of American music, there's stuff that like, oh yeah, like 60s, 70s, 80s, all the rock guys, Journey, Eagles, 90s, the Nirvana, 2000s, the like all the
2000s Nickelback.
new metal, yeah, Nickelback, Linkin
Yeah, the
Park, all
back,
those guys.
obviously.
Dude, I
Why-
saw. Oh, sorry. Go. Yeah. Go.
Why does nobody remembers or plays any of the songs from the boy bands? Did they like
Girls
disappear?
do.
Oh, the
I
boys
have never
does.
met a modern day girl that plays like an NSYNC or a Backstreet Boys
These
song.
girls do.
Do they
Yeah.
really?
They love. They like. Well.
They like
when.
Nick
when
Carter,
Yeah.
Oh,
Like
shit.
when they go back on the reunion, like the bands, like and it's
And,
all
like,
of them.
Ricky
like new,
Martin
New
and-
Kids on the Block.
Nowadays, it's all the
and
Blue
NSYNC.
Bloods fans that go to the.
Shit. Okay,
They go to
I don't
the
know
New
any of
Kids
those
on the
people.
I mean, they'll
Damn,
they'll
okay.
go sell out like Madison Square Garden.
Damn.
They did
Yeah.
back to back. Yeah.
Just the nostalgia stuff. People just love nostalgia. So
Sure.
No, it's
you know.
girls. It's that they have
Spice
that.
Girls, like Spice Girls, will probably
Yeah.
play City Field.
Britney Spears. Okay, interesting.
Oh, Britney Spears, like, not only does she have that, they also have a new identity as, like, Lord of the Gays. Like, you know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Like, if you go to, if Britney Spears does Vegas, it's like every gay guy in 10,000 mile radius, and every girl that hangs out with gay guys is all there.
Oh, yeah, they haven't gone anywhere. Although about the Nickelback thing, I was in McCarran Park, which is in Williamsburg, which is like the height of hipsters. weird. And there were these hipsters literally
Stop it.
Nickelback.
That's where it's at.
It's come the full circle, and it wasn't
Fuck
like
you.
dude. Honestly, I was like, "Is this?" I stopped. I was on my bike,
The back is back.
and I stopped, and I was surveying the whole group of
Pull the
people,
plug on the
being like,
world.
"I'm like, is this ironic?"
But
like,
it is weird how other groups of people will co-op. You ever listen to conservative talk radio?
Yeah.
All of the intro music is like fucking rock bands and shit. Who are like
Yeah.
the most degenerate,
I
fucking
know.
lefty, liberal fucking
yeah,
people in the world. That's really weird. Yeah, why, like as soon as I hear rock music, I know I'm listening to conservative talk radio.
But like the height of hipsterism for a while is like rolling your eyes.
At
And
Nickelback.
Nickelback's the worst, and they've come full circle. They're like, we're now listening to Nickelback. Isn't Nickelback
That
sick? And I
rules,
honestly
dude.
was like, are they doing this ironically? And I was sizing them up to see how big of hipsters
What was
they were.
it like? Never made it as a
Yes, it was.
man.
They straight. That's what it was. It was.
Oh my god!
And I
dude.
was like, I was singing
The
along,
back.
dude.
You're singing along.
But they're like in McCarran Park, like blaring this. It was like only hipsters hang out there, and like Dominican families.
No, that is
And that was
a
it.
full fucking. That's like the closing of the loop.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
go, we've come full circle on this.
Interesting. All right, well, we'll get over to this mines thing. I don't know if they're putting it online or whatever, but I don't know.
Should be. I'm streaming an
Probably.
hour intro on the roof, talking to some people, and then I think they're
Yeah,
having
well,
a
we're
live stream
doing
for
this
it.
after that, but like I think that they can watch it in the stream. What do you do? 12 hours a day?
I shoot for 10, but depends on what's going on.
That's wild.
It's not wild. It's the easiest, lowest effort stuff. You guys should hate streamers.
Yeah. For
For comedy, you probably work
I
on
make
one
sketches,
skit for
right?
like
I
oh
do-
yeah, sketches
you
too.
yeah, you were
It's a lot of work.
Dude, it's like yeah, I am often like, yo, this is the world's rigged. Like yeah, because it's
Because
like
you'll put so much work into a 2 or 3 minute sketch, or maybe like a 5 or 10 minute sketch. You do a
yeah, I
long
still
one.
do like 2 or 3 things a week, so I have like an operation, but not the it's not the way that you just do 10 hours.
Yeah,
and
just turn on the
type it.
button and collect tons of money for hour after hour of like, oh, today we're talking about whatever, dude. So,
Yeah, I just
Yeah,
it's a
bring
different
this
skill
person
set.
in.
It's difficult to do, but you're massively financially compensated for it, and to an unfair amount compared to people that do prepared content. I would say it's insane.
Yeah.
But I mean, well, sure. There's I mean, you know, the big, let's say, performers or whatever, like, are massively compensated for doing one night selling out a huge place. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'll take
I mean,
that.
people like Hassan are making 7 figures a month
Yeah.
on, and that's with 30,000 people. I don't know how much it takes to sell at a stadium. Like that's insane.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah.
like, I mean, if you sell out Madison Square Garden, you probably make, I
I
don't
make
know,
a decent amount.
I don't know, 600 grand a night, probably, depending on how your tickets or whatever. But yeah, I mean, obviously it is the biggest, best gig. Like, yeah, it's printed money, and it does piss me off a little bit. Especially when you then.
I mean, sometimes I will be like browsing the internet for 2 hours, and then I'm like, I could just be streaming this.
No, but oh, sorry. Yeah, but one thing I was right. The thing I was saying was that there was a million people doing it literally zero.
That's true. That's true of everything. Art, comedy, fucking film,
Or
entertainment.
worse, like you know, like if I was streaming for 10 hours a day and I was making like 30 grand a year. Like I don't know. To me, that's now the worst job. Like yes, it's the best job when you're fucking one of the like probably most things are a sick job once you're the top 100.
Of course, yeah. Somewhere out there, the best like fucking welder is working on a
Yeah,
fucking
Bill Weld. I
airship.
believe that is.
Oh yeah, for sure. I
call him.
sometimes get weld content in my TikTok, and I go, I don't even weld. I go, that's a nice weld.
That's a nice fucking wow.
I legitimately.
I always wonder sometimes when I look, because I'll see things like a carpenter doing a thing. Like, wow, that guy really knows. I bet somewhere out there, there's like actual carpenters.
Oh, the
so many
worst. It's
different
got
ways.
amateur.
Terrible. There was a while on Reddit where it was like, I don't know if people still do this, but there was a Reddit where it was like home improvements. And you'd always click through the pictures like, damn, that guy built an awesome fucking deck. And then as soon as you open the thread, the top comment is like, your studs are so far off.
yeah,
It's
yeah,
ridiculous. Like, this is going to collapse in the first. And I was like, oh, well, fuck me. I don't know.
Good
I'm
luck
glad this guy
enjoying
did-
that deck in 5 years,
Yeah,
bud.
exactly. You use the wrong sealant, like ants are going to be fucking breeding inside
Oh,
your fucking
shit.
And it's like, oh, Jesus.
That is the ultimate man. Like you're just sitting there fucking with your chick. She's like, "Come to dinner." I was like, "I would if I didn't have to tell this guy
Yeah.
that 2x4s are
I
off."
wasn't arguing with this guy on Reddit.
You call that a stud? That's fucking funny.
Listen, you're not an
Honey,
actual.
check
You're
this
not.
out.
You're not an internet debate load. If you haven't been holding your wonderful girlfriend at night with your like phone on the other end, and you're like kind of tired. I've done this. I've
What, you're
absolutely
still
done
arguing?
this. Yeah, and you're on the thing, and she's like, "What are you doing?" It's like, "Just give me 1 second." Like this guy says some real dumb shit on Twitter. Okay, I got a really good ringer for him.
Yeah. I did one time in my life tried to take a text when I was having sex and the girl exploded on me.
No.
Wrong position.
Two
You only
ex-girlfriends
do
ago,
that.
she flipped.
Only do that from behind. Can't let her see when you're doing
That's
it. She
so
catches
funny.
you. I'm just taking a picture. You're so hot,
Arguing?
babe. Like,
The best is when
Oh
they
my
have like,
God.
you go with a full like augmented reality, but it's gonna be like the contact lens. Like not even like where you have to put your Apple like glasses on. She goes like, "What are you fucking glasses on?" It's gonna be the lens. She goes like, "What are you doing?" And you're just like you're literally watching the game. And,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
All this shit. You're browsing the internet.
Arguing with everyone. Yeah, she's like, what are you doing? He's giving someone hell right now and
fucking Stephen Hawking trying to like do the fucking hot thing while you're fucking.
I'm giving her shit right now. Ah, fuck. All right, go check out Destiny's streams at youtube.com/Destiny, Twitch/Destiny.
No, not anymore. You can go to that one. It'll say the
You
page.
missed that part?
Well,
Community.
where do you stream now? Just
YouTube.
On,
YouTube.
Mostly on YouTube, yeah.
Is
Only
there?
on
Do you
YouTube.
like YouTube over Twitch?
Yes, I do. It's been really good. And I was
Yeah.
already streaming there a little bit, but it's been fun.
Yeah, it's been good.
Twitch kicked off all the fun people, right?
Maybe, but
Did you have like someone at Twitch and you go, "What? Like this is bullshit"?
Oh yeah, he wanted to know this. Yeah.
I was curious. Like, do you have like you're one of the
I
main
got
guys.
friends, but the thing is that like it's so segregated now. Like back in the day, I knew like the CEO, the CFO, but I don't know anybody. There
couldn't
anymore.
pull
It's
a
like a
string.
massive.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
But you
I
don't have
know.
like an account manager when you're one of the top people there.
I was departnered a long time ago for stuff related to Kyle Rittenhouse, so I didn't have an account manager anymore either.
So you lost that.
Oh, that was another one that
Yeah.
you got in trouble for. Woo! All right, the Boys Cast. Peace.
Boys Cast. The
You can tell our friends.
This is session 3. Can't fucking believe.
Twitch loves watching you try to use technology. That's very funny.
Yeah, I mean, it's. I feel like a like a three-legged dog that people can cheer on.
That's yeah. I like that.
So I mean, I feel loved.
You are loved. We're missing a personality like you in the space because it's just a bunch of streamers talking, interacting with each other. Or they're giving you hugs and stuff. When it's just a bunch of streamers talking, interacting with each other, and we're all living in this bubble, then it's I don't know the best way to word this, but we definitely get more caught up in all the negatives that result from being exposed to large groups of people, and forget to step back and think about it critically.
Seems it leads outside.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's certainly a certain degree of myopia that happens, right? Like, so people kind of get super zoomed in on their life and their sphere, and it's really easy for toxicity to kind of get built up. Like, even if you look at spiritual communities, like if you go to a monastery and stuff, like a lot of that, like, kind of.
What's this?
Yeah, I looked at
So it's kind of like, you know, everyone just kind of sees what's in front of them.
Its hunger knows no end. Sight it, no one sights it.
Like a lot of
Their raw power makes them a threat.
so crazy that
Tetris devours. Careful, they're fast for all that muscle. Its hunger knows no end. Keep your distance. They grow frenzied with the cyclones.
Okay.
Their raw power makes them a threat.
Yeah, so how is your use that?
It is exposed after it attacks. They're fast for all that muscle. Hunger knows no aim. Keep your distance. Their raw power makes them a threat.
family and left out. So most years I'll go visit and just we'll hang out.
It is a
and
tangled
do
knot
stuff
of
like
earths
I don't know.
inside. Best we prepared
Yeah.
well.
I heal your wounds.
So I don't feel that as much, but I was sick also, and then I've been really sick, and then I needed to stay here. I think I tried to get them to come here. They didn't want to, but then I just try to avoid looking at social media and seeing all happy pictures and stuff like that. And it wasn't bad.
So it sounds like you were sick and it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
Okay, but even if you do go home, it sounds like even if you're with your family, you feel what exactly? We're diving right in, by the way.
Yeah, I see that. What do I feel? Feels like something's missing.
He's repeating your mantra back. People pleasing.
Even in numbers, a weakling. Take that. We rout them in a single charge! It hates fire! They grow frenzied! This looks interesting.
Wait, why is everyone doing this face? Are you guys scared? I saw it spamming really hard on the other side. Okay. I'm trying
Let's
to...
not worry about it.
Yeah, I know. Maybe I'll close it. So I can get more immersed. I saw it in peripheral.
What's this?
This sense of community that people usually get in family from the holidays. I guess I've been envious of it.
Yeah.
And even if we get together, it just feels like our family's really small, and that it's not as a happy experience as the bigger families who have more than just their immediate family.
Well, so, and how do you feel when you look at pictures of other people over the holidays? What's the main thing that
I have like a FOMO feeling?
Yeah. So what? So let's talk about that for a second, right? So
yeah.
Looks interesting.
FOMO is like, sure, it's fear of missing out, but what is it about those pictures that you're missing? Because FOMO can mean different things to different people. For some people, it's like they're in a particular place. For some people, it's like sun, which is what my FOMO is like because I'm in Boston.
Okay.
Right. For some people, it's like there's.
I just want to see a lot of smiling faces around me, I guess.
Yeah. And
but
you keep
people
on,
I'm close to,
Yeah, so you keep on talking.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still. This looks interesting.
Why is that? It doesn't seem like size is that important for family. Yeah.
But that's the words that you're using. You see that?
Yeah.
You said small like 3 or 4 times when we talk about your family and going home for the holidays.
Yeah.
Like my family is small. So are you seeing pictures of like 15 people smiling together?
I am, but I guess that's not it. It's probably just that my brother's missing in the picture.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well done. Right. So like if you think about when you go home, go ahead.
I was trying to figure out if I can put you on the right side of my monitor. Is there a way to switch?
We'd like to find some mechanism to open the bar and learn It's time target to win after it strikes. It's more vicious than a cyclone's.
It's not the full thing.
Its hunger knows no end. Keep your distance.
Yeah. So let's just think about that for a second.
This looks interesting.
So some of this is fictional. I'll give a little bit of preface. No, I'll just go right into it. I tossed and turned in bed, but couldn't fall asleep, as every night since my personal tragedy happened in midsummer of that same year. My son had been suffering from a severe depression for several months, and I did sometimes fear the worst. So when my wife called me at work on that evening and said that his room was locked and he wouldn't respond to calling his name and knocking on the door, death immediately reared in my mind, and my heart palpitated with a pang. I shouted, "My son is dead," and I started sobbing savagely and uncontrollably. My secretary drove me home. Someone climbed to the rear window of his room and broke it, then immediately screamed to call the paramedics. Leora, her name's really Judy. Judy ran to Guy's room, the secretary following on the steps. Judy came out of the room crying hysterically, her pain throbbing around me.
This
The
looks
paramedics
interesting.
came, and she re-entered the room with them, but they could only confirm Guy's death. I howled even more, but did not have the strength of mind to even think about entering Guy's room. I ran up and down, back and forth in the house. I stood up again, sat again, lay down on the floor and twisted in all forms and directions, but I could not escape the terrible situation. I screamed for my son and hoped that he would
What's
immediately
this?
come out of the room. I saw Judy breaking out from Guy's room, dashing past everyone in the corridor, ripping out her hair, and rushing through her bedroom, door slamming behind her. And I still twisted around in frenzy. This is not true. How do I get out of this nightmare, my mind raged? Where do I hide now for eternity? At nights I could not sleep, daydreaming
I'll take
deliriously
that.
about my son in conversation and activity with me. During the day I had to face all those annoying friends and colleagues who honestly, with good intentions, were torturing me with the meaningless words, all of them repeated endlessly, as if they had rehearsed together. You have your family to take care of, as well as your police work. Be strong. Someone's calling me. Sorry, 1-800 number. As if I needed to be told all this. Were not for these cursed obligations, I would emulate Guy's suicide and be immediately released from the pain. And anyway, how could I betray his memory by tending to things as meaningless and trivial as personal achievement, status, and career? The constant...
Of course, firing being one of the cursed obligations, preventing his father from killing himself as well.
Unbearable, relentless pain weighing down on my chest like 100 tanks parked on it, and the need to perform work and other daily duties was now utterly meaningless. To watch people going places, coming back, talking and toiling for reasons that now completely escaped me.
This looks interesting.
What is the meaning of all this
Slowly, where
hassle and
visibility is
tussle?
poor.
I am dead,
Give us time
and
to
these people
react.
continue their daily occupations, and I have to watch them and their utterly stupid ambitions and activities. To get rich, to be powerful, to do this and that. What for? As life
Treasure,
has already
perhaps?
ended. And why is it that I'm dead and they're alive? And why is it
What's
they have
that?
sons to continue their existence after they're gone? And where's mine? While performing my duties as a lawyer, he wrote police inspector, that's lawyer. I would feel sad, enraged, empty-headed, and exalted. Currently, or alternatively. Why can't I also depart after Guy? Maybe I will find him somewhere. But when I call him back in my dreams, he only signals that it was time for him to go on with his passage and not for me. I have family, duties, and a city's population to protect here. The same population who couldn't honestly give a fuck about Guy's death. Can anyone understand the city's treatment of me? As the weeks and months passed, black horror settled in my mind. My own darkness engulfed, sucked, and suffocated me. Inescapable misery constantly bashing my heart, gashing wounds of unbearable pain. Memories of my son melted my brain like butter in boiling vapor, driving me insane. And the worst was the impossibility, the absolute impossibility to run away and to vanish and disappear. There was nowhere to hide.
Tis certainly no
Except
harm.
if blessed sleep came to me some nights.
Take fire!
Bed. No appetite for food, for sex, or achievement whatsoever. No ambition to make even the slightest advance. Only the burden in my chest getting heavier every day, and the nagging dread that in time I will forget Guy and desert him. And so I continued living like a zombie, Grieving not only the loss of my son, but mainly the loss of my old securities, of the confident man I used to think I was, of how I imagined I could make life happen. Stop for a bit. I can't fucking read it.
Take your time.
Slowly I began realizing that I was separated from life, because my son was my life, and he would never return. I had lost my connection to the part of myself that I could not, without my son, satisfy. And I mourned that part of myself which my son had reflected. I mourned for me. This was the unfolding of the simple realization of why I felt dead among the living. I went to the kitchen, took a sleeping pill, sagged back inside my bedroom, and sank into a welcome dreamless sleep.
Thanks for sharing that, man.
Someone asked who wrote that. My dad wrote that. It's $0 on Kindle if you want it. I'll link it in the chat.
So, you want a second to process and feel? Like, what are you?
Oh, someone said ad. No, I hate that people would think that. No, I'm not trying to make money, dude. Anyway.
What were you feeling as you were reading that?
It's hard to explain because
A Walking Dead there.
I think we talked about, you know how there's a split brain experiment, right, with the left brain, right brain. It's not my analytical side of my brain. It's not the left brain going off. It's the right brain, and it doesn't speak yet. So I just feel it. It just happens. It just go like I just start crying. I can't control it. I don't even think a thought consciously. So I don't know exactly what I'm feeling. I have to try to figure it out.
Yeah, so tell me.
But I'm kind of just, you know.
What's that?
So the first thing is, I mean, you've read that many times before, right?
Yeah.
Does this happen every time you
There,
read it?
Master! The undead!
Yeah.
Fireworks well!
Let's think.
Does this feel... Let's start with just wide swath.
That was effective.
Does this feel good or bad?
Help me! Now, attack! Did it!
But when I was really depressed,
We
it
have triumphed.
would
What's
feel good.
this?
Because I felt better feeling something, like crying, than being completely blank. Right now it feels bad, because I've been happy.
You've been unhappy.
I've been happy, actually. I've been happy. These last few weeks I've been happy. Except for around the holidays a little bit.
Yeah. And so... So what I get from you is a profound sense of sadness and loss.
Yeah.
And I think the thing that I don't understand is how much of that loss is for you, how much of that loss is for him, and how much of that loss is for your dad.
I feel bad for my dad, for sure. I don't know.
Don't allow them to swarm!
Strength in numbers, Arisen.
I don't know.
I have a crazy
It takes fire!
We have triumphed.
Scared they'd kill themselves.
Falter in their assault!
Take that. Unsettling this place.
So, this is important. You're doing good, by the way. And I was ready to jump into the
take
water,
that.
but boy, did you take the high dive.
Yeah, I thought I wanted to do it.
So, there are a lot of different directions I can go right now, but I think I'm going to zero in on this one thing, and we can explore the others later in terms of what you're feeling and process those. Like there's a part of me that says that we should talk about helping you through those feelings, but there's another part of me that says I want to go to the core of this.
Okay.
So when you think about having children,
Yeah.
that's a choice between life and not life.
Yeah.
Living and not living. Right?
Huh?
And it's the same choice that your dad makes. That's the same choice that he can't make. Because he lives as a zombie amongst a world of regular humans. And he's like dead on the inside, and everyone around him is alive and living with their petty ambitions and joys and fears, and you just can't engage in that life. He can't. And there's a really dangerous thing, because if you move towards life again, that means that you're leaving Guy behind.
Why do
You don't. This is not therapy. This is like televangelism or something. It's like some kind of performance. It's not. You are making sweeping statements. Again, you have no idea about any of the stuff you're talking about. You heard like a 3-paragraph essay by his father written years ago. You cannot, especially with someone like Byron, make these broad, sweeping, self-assured statements. Not only do you have no idea what you're talking about, which is bad enough, you're also sending him the message that you are yet another person who does not want to actually get to know him. Every time he opens his mouth, you are saying, okay, yeah, I get it, that's enough.
Say leaving behind?
I think that's how your dad feels. And if you go back and kind of read through
I saw that that's how he feels, yeah.
Yeah.
That part I don't fully comprehend that part.
Yeah, so I think to a certain, the only way that I think that overlaps with you is in sort of the desire to have children or the lack thereof, because you're saying that like this is a part of life that I do not want to engage in.
Yeah.
Right? And his difficulty is that he can't engage in life because his son is dead.
They're armed, Master. I shall take on the straw. First to you. They're left exposed after a grand strike. Counter after they strike. They attack in quick succession. Did it! They're armed, Master. They're left exposed after a grand strike. Strength in numbers, Arisen.
Okay.
What's that?
Gotta stay hydrated, chat.
Anytime. I wonder what's inside. I'll take that.
Doesn't do any good staying in there.
What's this? What's that?
We'll talk about why I smile. glass breakfast. Not a robot. Certainly not that. If that were the case.
What's this?
Long nose break, huh?
I wash my face too.
Okay.
I'm good.
This looks interesting. Mayhap it needs a cue?
Perhaps the miners can to rest.
Can you hear me, or you need help with the phones?
I can hear you. I have it set up where I have it
What's
always on
this?
speakers and also.
Oh, got it.
I forgot I didn't have them on.
I didn't know if I was talking. To no one.
Yeah, I get it.
So. What do you, help me understand why you shared that today. I think it was great that you did it.
I thought it would give you a lot of insight on my past and experiences, and from a perspective of an adult at the time, because I was young. And then,
Yep.
or like maybe what my childhood might have been like after that.
I think it says a lot, and at the same time, but that's not a perspective on your childhood. Right? That's a perspective on your dad.
Yeah.
And we can sort of infer what things were like.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But I'm a little bit surprised, to be honest, that he asked you to edit that at the age of 16. Like, that's some pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was like reading it at the age of 16?
Am I alone in wishing to be out of this place?
No. Okay, maybe I shut it out on my mind. I don't know.
Advance
I mean,
Well
sure,
formed
that's
party
possible.
can often fell even foes
Give us
stronger
time to
than they
react.
I mean, those are the first 7 pages. It's like maybe 200 pages.
That's
Those-
the opening of the book.
That's like page 5 or something. Yeah.
What's that?
Okay, interesting. Feels like a climax, you know, just from a narrative perspective.
Yeah.
And how are you
The
feeling?
past splits.
A little calmer. Something feels nice to have shared it. Feels like feels like I got something off my chest.
Yeah. What did you get off your chest?
I wonder. You already know. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Something.
Yeah. Something. So let's think about that. So the first thing is you've read this before, right? But when you read it before, you don't. Let's try to start actually by
I see a gate.
helping, maybe trying to
Comes
understand
fast.
like what is going. Instead of sort of defining specifically what you got off your chest, or how you're feeling better, or what is feeling better. Let's try to understand how you're feeling better. Like what's going on inside you. Not from a specific sense, but like what are the mechanics of
Okay. Yeah.
this situation. You've read this before, and it evokes feelings of negativity usually, right?
We'd
And
like to find
sometimes
some
when you're
numbers to
depressed, it can
nearby.
feel good because you say you feel something, but I suspect that when you're depressed and you read that, part of what feels good is resonance. It's kind of like when you have a breakup and you listen to like breakup songs, they hurt, but they also feel good because it's like resonant with the way that you feel.
Okay.
Does that make sense? So it's possible that it, just feeling anything, I mean, very
Just
possible.
The feeling of, yeah, you're relating to something.
Yeah, so that like you're not, because if you think about depression, you're kind of alone.
I'll
And to
take
know
that.
that like someone else out there shares your sense of like abject hopelessness about the rest of life can sort of feel good. And the fact that it was
Yeah,
your
yeah.
dad can even feel good too, right?
True,
Because
yeah.
it's like, at least your dad understands or you understand.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And-
Also,
and-
I listened to a lot of musicians who shared similar thoughts when I was in high school.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we look, as human beings, we look for resonance. But that's not what's happening here. Right? So sometimes you read it and then you feel these negative emotions, but there's no metabolism. I get the sense that you're metabolizing something. So I have a
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so that you have this thing inside you, right? Like this thing that is
What's that?
a zombie. I think that's a great way to describe it. So for your dad, losing a son zombifies him entirely. But in your case, you were just a child and we sort of saw that there was a piece of you that was zombified. And that like, this is like, sure, maybe you have bipolar or whatever. I have no idea because I haven't like, clinically assessed you for that, nor am I interested in doing that. That's not what the stream is about. But that you have something within you that like changes the way that you carry it. Like you started carrying something that day and you've carried it with you your entire life. And it's heavy and it's shitty, and there are times where you take it out of your satchel and you're like, you see it and you hold it in your hands, and those are the times that you're depressed. And so what I think...
I disagree with the last part.
Okay.
Only when I'm holding it in my hands, you think I'm depressed?
No.
I am poisoned!
I don't think that those are necessarily the same, but I think that some of your depression relates to that, or when you get into that depressive mindset, that your mind gravitates towards those thoughts or feelings, or that those thoughts and feelings lead to your depression. I think there's some kind of connection there, but it's not exclusive, if that makes sense. And so I call this thing a samskar. So a samskar is a ball of undigested emotion that's like kind of like unprocessed. And if we think about therapy, a lot of times the goal in therapy is to process our experiences. And so not have them with us in kind of a raw form, but to like understand them and kind of like process them so they no longer like weigh on us in the same way. And I think something about this very like public sharing, and it's not necessarily that it has to be public. I mean, you could have read it just to me, but I think there is some strength in sort of like you sharing this and bringing this thing within you to light, because it really thrives in the darkness. It doesn't thrive in the light. And if we think about experiences,
What do you mean by thrive for this thing?
I mean, I think it grows and it sustains itself as long as it's hidden.
Okay.
And that
if
when you share...
I share it, then it can help it go away?
Yeah. So I mean, if we think about, for example, funerals and the grieving process, the grieving process is semi-public and semi-private. But for some reason, human beings have evolved in basically every culture that when loss happens, some of your depression relates to that, or when you get into that depressive mindset, that your mind gravitates towards those thoughts or feelings, so that those thoughts and feelings lead to your depression. I think there's some kind of connection there, but it's not exclusive, if that makes sense. And so I call this thing a samskar. So a samskar is a ball of undigested emotion that's like kind of like unprocessed. And if we think about therapy, a lot of times the goal in therapy is to process our experiences. And so not have them with us in kind of a raw form, but to like understand them and kind of like process them so they no longer like weigh on us in the same way.
Again, you are confirming that you are in fact doing therapy with Byron.
And I think something about this very like public sharing, and not necessarily that it has to be public. I mean, you could have read it just to me, but I think there is some strength in sort of like you sharing this and bringing this thing within you to light.
And now you're saying that it is somehow extra beneficial that he is doing this therapy in public. That he is bearing his soul to leeches The chat does not care. The streamer entertains the chat. The chat is not there to take care of the streamer. If you bare your soul to the chat, it is for them. It is not for you.
I'll take that. Their raw power makes them a threat.
Because it really thrives in the darkness. It doesn't thrive in
More vicious than a cyclone. Stop! No!
I mean, I think it grows and sustains itself as long as it's
No! Let go! Take a loose, Master!
Yeah, so I think about, for example,
It's kind target to women over all others. It's kind of shows no keep your distance.
but for some reason, they're all that when the loss happens, that somehow has like
It is exposed after it attacks.
we have a loss that's very high.
No, they hold the advantage.
So I don't know exactly how that
Their
works.
raw power makes them a threat.
The logic. Yeah.
Special
So
resource.
I think that the family,
Its hunger knows no aim. Hold your distance. Tis a troubling foe.
and secondly, because I don't know if you guys ever
I
talked,
cannot get near it in this state.
there could be like
Careful, they're fast. All that I'm going to dead.
you guys share and like actually
The threat. Knows no aim. Keep your distance.
and the last thing is that, you know, I think that your dad lost his son, but he also lost a son. And I think it's fine for you to not be able to live for power or promotion. But I think there's plenty to live for with you and your other brother, and presumably his wife, your mom.
I'll take
Right? I'm
that.
not saying that he is not allowed to feel devastated and destroyed and that he wants to escape. But, like, let's remember that, because I remember feeling this way
what's that?
when I actually, so when I lost my dad, my grandmother kept on wailing about how she lost her son, she lost her son, she lost her son. At some point I got pissed off. Because I was like, you still have 3 children that are alive, and you like, and one of them is your son. And it's sort of like she never kind of, and it was almost, I don't know how much I'm, you know, interpreting things, but I could almost see the pain in my uncle's face that, like,
Yeah.
she felt like she had lost everything.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And so I think that there's, you know, I get that your dad is feeling grief and devastated, and I can't really know what that's like, and it's easy for me to say,
Do you suppose there's a
you know,
port
there's a
crystal?
way forward,
One
but
can
I
reach
think
it from
definitely
anywhere
in your
with the use
case
of a
there
magic
is, and
item.
hopefully in his case there is.
So
And people
this
have
is the
lost children
pond.
before, and in my grandmother's case, like, I know that she can still
Beyond
find
those
joy in
gates
the world
lies the
with my
Duke's
dad
castle,
passing
I
away,
warrant.
because
You
I'm
can
alive
summon
and my
ponds
brother's
as
alive, and she
necessity
likes my
demands
kids
here
a
at
lot.
Pondale.
So she happens to think that my oldest daughter is my dad
Wait,
reincarnated.
so she's a great grandmother?
Yep. So she's old.
So
I
wise.
saw her over the right when I was in Houston. And so I think that there's still joy. And people in chat were wondering why I was smiling when we were like devastated. Like, what do you feel when I smile?
I assume that when you're smiling, something clicked in your brain a certain way.
This inn can serve as the hub of our journeys.
Okay. That is sometimes true. But most of my smile doesn't come from clicking, because that's like analytic. And it also doesn't come from shooting.
What will it be today?
I don't smile because I think I know how to help you. I don't smile because I thought. I smile because I have hope. I have smiled because when I look at you, I smile because when I look at you, I see someone who's starting to like unzombify.
I
smile
am
because
starting to unzombify.
Yeah. And I smile because I can see it happening. And it's beautiful. I smile because
You've been talking about yourself for like the last 20 minutes. No, like 5 minutes. Super fucking strange. And it's the third session now, and you're telling him that he's unzombifying. It's just so broad and shallow and melodramatic and not therapy. And not whatever the fuck it's supposed to be, also.
I ask you the question, are you going to have kids one day? And I hope the answer is yes. Because you're going to know the joy that... I don't know that it's going to outweigh any grief, because I haven't lost a brother yet, but it sure outweighs the grief of losing a father. And that your life can be full.
I'm sorry, you lost.
10 years, here's his time. I'm cool with it.
But, what you were saying about how your grandma thought she lost everything when your father died?
Yeah.
I don't feel sad about
What will it be today?
that, because if your uncle had died, maybe she would have, I assume, she would have also felt like she lost everything. I think she could have lost any son, or daughter, and feel like she lost everything. Same with my dad.
Yeah.
If he had lost me, he would also feel like he lost everything. Or if he had lost Gary, he would also feel like he lost everything. I think each of us is everything, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. But that's why I smile. Why are you smiling?
Yeah, because I'm relating to you.
What are you relating to?
The loss of a family member.
Yeah. I'm curious, have you ever talked to your dad about that, what he says about the dream? Is that...
No.
He said something about, like, when he says he has a dream where he sees
will it
he
be
sees
today?
Guy, and Guy tells him that it was his time?
Yeah, those kind of things not more interested now that you mentioned it. But usually I dismiss it all. Try not to think things like that. But dreams aren't.
Why not? Why do you dismiss it?
Not sure. I'm trying to think about it. A lot
What
of
will
things
it
I
be
dismiss in
today?
my life all the time, and avoid or ignore.
Have your pick. And you like, what will it be today?
Started doing it less. I kind of want to talk about that.
Good.
Like
I think that's a big reason why you may be feeling better.
yeah, just little things are changing, so I'm able to like clean my room and you know, like do laundry and just, I don't know, put things away, and these things were always very hard for me.
Mm-hmm.
Like it would weigh on me to do it, and now I do it. I'm like, oh, I see the benefit of this. It feels better in here now.
Yeah.
But why did I bring that up? I brought it up for a reason.
Yeah, I think it's very important.
Okay.
So, Reckful, I think what you're starting to do is become whole.
Okay, now that he's not unzombifying, now he's becoming whole. Again, third session, completely fucking irresponsible. We know now, in retrospect, that he probably needed some serious inpatient treatment with 24-hour supervision, but no, he'll just come on your stream and you'll tell him he's becoming whole. Your narcissism is staggering.
You're starting to become a complete person. And so far in your life, you've lived a life of two-facedness because you've got the zombiness within you, and then you try to live this life outside of it, right? Like it's a struggle between pushing that grief down and pushing it away and trying to forget and trying to twist away in a direction that you can never twist away.
Yeah.
And then you try to build this life that everyone tells you you have to build. But it's not authentic. It's not complete. It's like on or off. And so life is not complete or whole. And what I see that I think is actually like what I'm hoping for, and I think I see it, is that you're starting to integrate. you're starting to let these feelings kind of come out, and you're accepting them. You're accepting your loss in a way that, you know, you kind of didn't have a choice. But like, I don't know that you've ever really accepted it, and I think you're in the process of accepting it.
Having a choice, I think, would be even harder, because if I felt like I could have saved him, that would weigh on me more. But
No,
I didn't.
I mean, I don't
You know,
mean-
I felt like I was too young. You
Well,
didn't
so-
mean that. What do you mean
Yeah,
by
so
have a
I don't mean
choice?
like, yeah, so I mean, so you don't have a choice in losing him, but you do have a choice in letting him go.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if that makes sense, but it's not that letting him go means that you don't love him, and it's not that letting him go doesn't mean that you miss him and that you envision a life where, because I mean, this is the thing, right? Every time you look at a Christmas photo of like the 4 of you guys and everyone's smiling, there's like one person missing. And that's gonna make, I mean, you're empathic, and you're gonna look at those smiles, and you're gonna be able to tell that in that Christmas photo, no one is smiling genuinely.
Yeah.
And when you look at other photos and you see those people smiling, you can tell the difference
Smile with
between
their eyes.
yeah, right?
Yeah.
Genuine smile or fake smile?
Fake smile.
Yeah, right. What's this?
It's hard to look at it, dude. That's a real one. There it is.
Yeah. Right? You can tell. And so when you are home
Wait,
and everyone,
how can you genuinely smile at will? Aren't you just saying fake smile versus
What will it be today?
better fake
Have your
smile?
pick. Any you like. What will it be today?
Why are you fake smiling and asking this openly suicidal person?
Understood.
one goes through the motions, it's because there's the thing. There's this like miasma of something missing.
Before we continue, is there anything wrong with the mics or anything you guys can? Everything's perfect. I haven't checked you chat.
Yeah.
Check more.
Yeah, I think everything's
good.
fine on my end.
Okay, good. Okay. So where was I going? I was talking about how I can start doing laundry and things like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I was listening to you talk to Destiny, and You were talking about how everyone has been asking you about psychedelics, and I was assuming it's because I brought it up, and that it's a bit annoying for you actually that everyone's asking about psychedelics because you don't view it as the way to climb the mountain. Right? Is that not, yeah?
Yeah.
Because it just kind of gets you to the peak of the mountain right away, and you want people to more
The life of a salesman surely has its own
slowly
trials.
learn with meditation and some other ways how to climb the mountain, something like that, to climb the mountain. I heard you explaining to him. Probably not saying it how you said it exactly. But I want to say that I think that psilocybin saved my life. Because since I wouldn't have had the patience from a state of depression to believe that I could be happy.
Master works
And
all.
since it got me to the top of the mountain right away, and I saw happiness, and I realized it was possible, then it gave me hope.
The master works all. You can't go. Come
I was
again.
wondering what you think about that.
I mean, I think that's great that happened to you. I think, so to be clear, I don't want people to use psychedelics or not use psychedelics. I think, so here's what I think about psychedelics. So the first thing to understand is that there's a new wave of treatments being studied in psychiatry. Psilocybin, MDMA, ketamine. These are traditionally like drugs of abuse, but they're not like necessarily euphoric, right? So ketamine and psychedelics aren't necessarily like euphoric.
MDMA is euphoric, yeah.
Yeah. But, and so we're starting to realize, like as a scientific, psychiatric and neuroscientific community, that these have therapeutic value. So I don't dispute that at all. I've had patients of my own who have had, so one of my patients has had an opiate addiction, or just all kinds of addictions, since the age of 13. He's comfortable with me sharing this general stuff on the internet. Because he wants to. And so he's been struggling with all kinds of treatments, has seen like all kinds of
How did you find out that he was comfortable with you sharing general stuff? Did you ask him? Did you ask your patients if you can talk about them on stream?
Including myself, and was still struggling.
We'll
And
rout
then
them in a
went,
single charge!
Down to like Costa Rica or something and got treatment with Ibogaine, and it was like. And so I think these things. Ibogaine is like another. It's like an herb that is like sort of hallucinogenic.
Like ayahuasca?
Sort of, but the other thing that Ibogaine does is reduce the severity of opiate withdrawal symptoms, which can make people feel like they're dying. So opiate withdrawal is really, really robust, but it also has psychedelic qualities. I'm not advocating for its use. It's not FDA approved. They really aren't.
I shall restore your health. We'll rout them in a single charge!
It's not that I want people to do something or I don't want to.
Wolves hunt in packs.
I think there's clear evidence that there is value. And I think that there are shortcomings.
Perhaps we'll find
So,
among their sides.
for example, I hung out on my Discord the other day, which is actually really cool. So I didn't realize that our Discord now has like thousands of people in it.
Yeah, you guys are
And yeah, so I was like, wow, like let me just go hang out, because I used to hang out on my Discord all the time when there were like 8 people there in like 2019. But
There may be materials
so
here. Perhaps we'll find all
I went on there and people were talking, and this one guy mentions, he says like, yeah, I think like psilocybin is great because this one guy lost 200 pounds after
This
using
encampment
psilocybin.
serves as a fine bulwark.
That's a friend of mine.
He's like,
Nature is
oh, okay,
unrivaled
yeah.
here.
So,
It is quite a pleasant
yeah, I think they mentioned something about that. And so they were kind of talking about debating like the benefits of like meditation or
Care to find
psilocybin.
out
And
where
if you
this
can
path
get there with
leads?
psilocybin and lose 200 pounds, and this guy lost 200 pounds from psilocybin.
Yeah, I introduced him to it.
Then, yeah, so then
They were-
why bother meditating? And I think that's fine too. So like, I'm not disputing that people have had
No harm
positive
must come
experiences.
to
In
our
fact, the data
charge.
suggests that people have positive experiences with some of these substances. The question is,
It hates
what is
fire!
the probability that someone, if I take 100
They're open after a blood lunch!
what is the probability?
Keep right clear of those facts!
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question.
I think, because you're asking this question, that it seems like you have never tried it.
I'll take that.
I've never tried psilocybin.
Yeah, so if you had, you would think there's
Wonder
something
where
wrong.
it leads.
Because
I'm not saying
Fireworks, well.
maybe you're not saying it's slow, yeah. Because it helps you step back from your day-to-day perspective. And day-to-day you might be thinking something like, oh, I really want cheesecake. Or something like that. But then if you on psilocybin, you're looking at your life
Slippery target. Fire, land thy kiss.
and you can really feel it, really see that that's true, and that's why it helped my friend to this great plan.
Yeah, so I don't
Perhaps
mean
meet
that
bandits
question. So I
and
recognize
thieves as
that
oft as
oftentimes
peasants,
people who
master.
ask those kinds
Be
of
watchful.
questions imply that the number is low. I'm not implying that the number is low.
I
I'm
wasn't
actually
thinking,
asking.
I wasn't necessarily thinking, what I was thinking, I have no idea. I think the number would be, I don't know, okay, we need a
Leave it
base.
to me.
I think it would be higher than if you gave them any other treatment.
Why are we talking about the statistical likelihood that psilocybin helps with weight loss? Again, not therapy. I don't understand what. And again, if we're doing therapy, if you're just chatting about a mental health chat, like that's fine. But you said you were going to help him. He's suicidal. So, what the fuck are you doing? You do have to be doing something now. You have to be helping him. You're not.
So, for example, like there's one study on MDMA.
What's all that fireworks, well?
They gave them MDMA, and they had therapists like process whatever they did with MDMA, and then something like they were small sample size, but like 80 or 90% of people thought it was one of the most positive experiences in ever. I think none of these had any history of MDMA. So use. So they kind of like, they ranked it up there with like the birth of their children and things like that. Significant amounts.
Yeah, could be mind opening,
So-
I think. It helps you remember how much you love other people, things like that. You can't really take that all the time. So, yeah, it'd be like a once in a while transformative experience. If you take all the time, I think it restores your serotonin.
They're a slippery target.
Whereas with mushrooms, haven't been enough studies, but
What's
take
that?
it way more often, and it doesn't have adverse effects that have yet been documented, right?
Yeah, so I
Wolves
mean,
hunt
my
in
general
packs.
take, first of all, is that we don't know, but there does seem
Fireworks,
to
well.
be good
Who's this? Don't allow them to surround you. Did it?
So, I want you to try psilocybin
I'll take that.
at least once, because then I give you so much perspective. I mean, it is getting FDA approved, right? And you need to know what you're dealing with. If you're talking to a patient, you can try it after the
Fireworks, well.
then
Just take that fire.
you would have to have tried it once.
This looks
I
interesting.
think if you try it, it would make me really happy, because then I feel like I can
So let's just unpack that.
Do you think you'd be open to that?
The beast has fire.
I'm open to talking about it. So let's first start with, do you think that, let's start with this, you're assuming that you have a very important assumption, right? Which is that if I have an experience myself, my ability to help other people is
Yes.
So I agree with that assumption. I agree with that assumption. So part of the reason that like I work and resonate with gamers as opposed to people addicted to heroin or alcohol is because I know what it's like to play video games for like 16 hours a day and have my life go nowhere.
Yeah.
Whereas I haven't had quite that experience with alcohol, and I think that those experiences are different. So I agree with that. And at the same
Then
time,
you've also related to loss of a family member, and that helped me talk to you about that.
sure, but I think the loss of so my experience of losing my dad was very different from losing your brother.
Still,
So
yeah, but
I would say that
Go ahead.
I think it was actually very, very different. So this, I think, is one of the dangers, right?
These are
Is that you assume that my loss was similar to your loss, but I don't think it was similar at all because I barely grieved for my dad at all. And it was kind of weird. So I was very sad for a time in grief, but I kind of watched my grief in a very detached detached way and really wasn't very. I mean, I was upset. Like I felt the sadness and I felt the loss, but I also was bizarrely detached from it in the same way that you're sort of describing in psilocybin. You're like, oh, I don't want to eat a Snickers bar, and your power, like the power of that Snickers bar to alter your life and your thinking is low. And that's how I felt about my dad's grief. That I was grieving, but I saw everyone around me being affected, and I just felt a deep sense of fire.
It's weak to fire.
I felt like a really profound, and it was one of the most positive, transformative experiences
You'll now hit them
in
swinging
terms of like
blindly.
securing me in my meditation practice.
Why did you feel Wait, did you feel a sense of peace because you were able to deal with it? So
I don't think I was dealing. So dealing with it is of the mind. So the reason it was so powerful for me is because there is something that I found within myself which was calm and neutral and peaceful, which sometimes when you meditate, like if people have been meditating on my stream and stuff like that, and even when we meditate, sometimes you can find some degree of like this weird, like no mind. And I thought that
They take it out. Please,
because generally speaking, the more emotional I became, positive or negative, the more you shatter kind of like this peaceful meditation.
Seems fairly shallow.
no, it does because you talk about how the meditative state is
Soaked to the bone.
Yeah, so the really fascinating thing is I saw that thing within me that felt like blissful was there. Despite the my whole understanding of like mind and this being separate, I had read about it and I'd experienced it in a lot of different ways, but really crystallized during that part of my life. When I first saw my dad's corpse, and like I was overwhelmed by like that's it, he's actually gone. And you can see him. And I remember like touching his face and he was like cold. Like an ice cube. And it's such a strange experience to like have someone who you don't even realize, like you touch people all the time, especially your family members, and they're always like warm and soft, right? Like it's kind of weird, like when you shake someone's hand, their hand isn't cold, it's like there's life in there. And like when I touched him, I remember thinking like that life is gone in such a shocking, I mean it sort of hit me there. I saw him, but it was really when I touched him,
oh my god,
that I was sort of like, it hit me that this guy is gone and that he will never be here again, and I'll never be able to talk to him. And I had a lot of grief and stuff. Not really so much for my loss of him, but the thing that I was most upset about is that
even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
Irresponsible Arnold.
Goblins ill like fire.
Wow.
I can't see fire's
I hadn't seen him.
We'll rout them in a single charge. Let's have its armor and shield off.
You're really good at what you do. I've talked to a lot of psychiatrists. I had a 2.6 GPA and was struggling to get into medical school. I never thought I'd be faculty at Harvard Medical School. Yeah. And he said, like, nothing is going to be able to stop you. And that you should do good. And you should help people. That's really cute. Yeah.
This is perfect. You crying while you're supposedly giving
facing foes across such open plains.
and Byron is just gushing over what a great guy you are and how helpful you are. You attract people pleasers and sycophants,
I wonder where this river flows.
so you can bathe in their praise and adoration, while you use and hurt people.
Bandits, Master. Pray, be
You have
careful.
to stop doing this.
Mind your steps, Master. This fort holds many twists and turns.
And I have to try to stop it.
And so what I was sad about is actually that he didn't get to see that. So 8 months after I got into medical school, he passed away. And so that makes me sad. Like I remember like the day that I
can relate to that a lot actually. Because I'm worried I want my dad to see me happy. I want my dad to see me happy before he dies.
Good.
I hope he's seeing me happy now. Yeah.
Yeah. So I come back to my earlier question, Rex, was do you want to have kids?
Bandits, Master.
Well, I think
Pray,
now,
be careful.
if I could stay happy, then let's say like
That tower would offer a
5 years go by
view.
and I'm still
Perhaps we
stable.
can scale it.
Then yeah, I would.
Yeah. So I'm not, pressuring you to have children, but I think it captures a lot of. I think if you decide that that's the right thing for you, and
You are pressuring him to say he wants to have children as a marker of what a good job you've done in the last 45 minutes of talking to him. That he went from, I don't want to have kids because I'm afraid they'll kill themselves, to, okay, sure, I guess I will have kids. Because you're a miracle worker. You've given him hope. You are literally feeding people a script to say, to make it look like you are helping them. And this is not even like an appeal to you to stop doing that, because I literally don't.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
It's not bad. At least it's not on. I'm starting to have serious fucking doubts.
Let's have its armor and shield off. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still. Careful, a goblin.
have children one day, I think a lot of the things that we're talking about, your dad being, it's going to bring up a lot of sense of sorrow and loss, but there's going to be like the other side of it. And the goal here is to live integrated life. Have sorrow and suffering. Also have not just endurance, because most people
We'll rout them in a single charge.
right? But that you have joy.
I'll take that.
And accomplishment, and that all of these things, like life, is about all of those things. And the more that you bring all of those things together,
Goblins ill like
the more
fire.
complete your life will be. And the goal of life is not the avoidance.
They grow frenzied.
That's what we grab. We want an easy job. We want more money. We want more
It hates
comfort.
fire.
We want people to love us. We want to be like respected and loved and all this kind of stuff. But we want the whole spectrum.
Did it.
The shitty and the good.
I'll take that.
Oh yeah, the days that it's hard for me to put into words, but the days when I'm crying about something, I feel meaningful for sure. What I really want from life, I want to feel connection with people.
Look at these.
Working on Neverland, it's been making me feel like I'm with people together to accomplish a goal. That feels amazing, and you don't get that as much from streaming, because streaming is more of a
Fell an ox.
solo
Store of meat for an
job for most
emergency.
people. And it's isolating, whereas like game development is wholesome.
A hobgoblin arisen.
Happy.
Be wary. Slay the leader first. Slay their leader and the morale is lost.
It's like we've always thought. I mean, this
They
is
grow
American,
frenzied.
but generally speaking, the sharing of emotions.
Far stronger than a common goblin. I shall take on the strong. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
And like sharing
We'll rout them in a single charge.
I think in my mind, like this stuff grows, and this is kind of what I was saying, and I think you expressed some confusion because I don't think I was being clear, but that like these things, like our negative feelings when they exist within us, and we don't show them to the world, they actually compound. There's a really interesting example of this thing. Two sides. One is that if you think about trauma. So when I work with people who have a history of trauma, they they've been abused as children and the abuse is ongoing. It's private and it kind of like lives inside them and no one ever sees it and it just eats them alive. And the longer time that goes on,
Who's
the
this?
more they keep it within them, like the worse and worse it gets. Even if the trauma stops at some point, as long as that thing is within them, it just grows. It's like a cancer. Another really interesting thing is if you look at the spiritual practice of mantra, or mantra, I think that actually operates under the same principle. So a mantra is something that is chanted in secret. So you're given a mantra by a guru, and then you chant it, you don't tell anyone what it is. And my experience of mantra has been like the more private that I keep it, like the more it sort of grows within me, and it's kind of like I don't let it out. The only difference is that it's positive instead of negative, which is kind of like really interesting. But I think that there's just this general principle about human beings and psychology that like what is within us, like we don't let it out, it kind of comes out. And I think that there's a big difference between even...
Yes. If we don't let it out, it compounds. So where is Byron letting anything out?
I'll take
here?
that.
The thing he needs to let out is anger.
What's this?
He is converting all of his anger into anxiety, self-hatred, sadness, crying like a fucking child. All these things that are easy for other people to deal with. What he cannot do is burden other people. He doesn't know how to express anger to others. He doesn't know how to deal with problems. Cause problems.
We rout them in a single charge! Take my fire!
Not your fucking
I shall take on the strong.
monologues.
The first strike shall be mine. Slay their leader and the morale is lost. Take aim for their chieftain. There with the helm. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
Your audience.
I want you fire's blaze. They grow frenzied. Fire, let my kiss. We have triumphed.
3.5 more of these fucking streams.
Even though the emotions that you feel when you read that thing, because I think you knew what you were getting into, but something within you gravitated, like you just pulled that out, right? Like you were like, I mean, I'm sure you've thought about it, but like no one else, at least, I mean, I had no inkling. I don't know.
Survive such a fall.
I didn't tell
Watch
you.
your footing, master.
Yeah,
I knew,
so
I knew
like,
I wanted to share it though.
Yeah, so like you shared it, and then there's some part of you that knows. It's kind of like, if you give a 1-year-old like a glass of water and they're thirsty, they're gonna drink it. There's some part of you that is hungry
To
for
share.
release and to
Yeah.
share, and to not have it be like stuck within you, because it's been stuck within you for a long time. And so I think this is different. This reading is different.
We've come quite a ways.
This reading has the sense of metabolism.
that?
That you're turning it from one thing into another thing.
So I'm trying to turn this ball of grief into what?
Keep watch on your surroundings. Your way. They hold need but consult.
I don't think that it stops being grief or loss, to be clear. It's just, it becomes like a positive grief or loss. Like, I don't know how else to put it. So when I think about, the work that I do, like, I was directionless and purposeless and was purposeless. It didn't have purpose and didn't have direction.
We do need to think of a way to word this, because it makes sense to share the grief. It becomes a positive thing that you don't know how to word it, right?
Yeah, so I mean, I can tell you kind of what I don't know specifically about grief, but I think like what happens is the negative parts of us, and this is, so what I've come to realize is the things that we view as negative become a part of who we are, and that allows us to be the person that we need to be. And the person that we need to be is what doing your dharma is. Dharma is duty or responsibility. I could not do my dharma unless I was the summation of all of my experiences up until this point.
Right, and I don't think so. Now I feel like part of my duty is
If there's not to see,
to help other
let's
depressed
press
people
on.
who have been in my experience.
What's
Absolutely.
this?
right?
Yeah, and
So-
it wouldn't have happened.
Yes.
Yeah,
So this is what's important about the Counterlight. It's not about pain. It's not about comfort. It's about, like, when the first time we talked, Rectal, my life was a summation of experiences where I needed to be something for you. And I could not be that thing for you unless I had taken my negative experiences and turned them into something that you could relate to, or that I could relate to within you, that I took the person that I am, including all of the good and all of the bad, and that's what allows me to be the person that I am. I do understand. And I do understand loss, and I do understand your choices. And in your case, grief and loss, seem like negative things. And they absolutely are negative things, but they're also not negative things. They're just a thing. And whether it's negative or positive is a value judgment that the mind places upon it. Which you should understand since you've done psilocybin. Because negative and positive is not real, it's what we attribute to it. And the thing is just a thing.
I'll scale it and strike from above!
Thank you for that.
I dare say we're hurting it. Strike now! I'll strike it down! Stop such a we have the advantage! Keep attacking!
You're not. You're no longer however, you were responsible.
I am trying to strike you where it glows! That blow struck true!
This fear that how his father felt his brother died instead. Yeah, but now, there's no jumping around trying to keep up with you. The nature of the conversation.
That weapon is a threat! Be wary!
I guess I don't
Strike it with long fists!
It's not
I'll scale it and strike from above! Some pieces still remain. I'll grab it where it's weakest! We've come far enough. No, they want the advantage!
Yeah, so they still don't know. Yeah, so it's called
Right before that, before I said that, I had something to tell you.
Your colleagues don't know what. Okay, well, yeah, we'll find out what they. I'm sure they know by now, but I would love to talk to them about this because I bet they're too technologically incompetent or too fucking lazy to
Slipping
watch
and falling
this.
to one's death is no idle fear around here.
What were you just talking about?
Well, so earlier you were asking me about psilocybin, and then we kind of got off on a tangent of grief and loss and Dharma purpose, like understanding.
Yeah, just before someone gifted a bunch of subs to you.
Oh, that there's no difference between positive and negative. That like
Right.
those
Okay,
are value
so-
judgments that we apply.
Yeah, this gets a little difficult for me because we can start. You can say that about more and more things in life, but there's no such thing as this, right? There's no such thing as the United States. We made it up, right? There's borders we made up in our head, right? We just wrote down that it exists. But there's no such thing as money. It's just numbers that we write down that exist because we wrote them down. And companies, no such thing, right? I mean, sort of, right? Yeah, we could say there's no such thing. You could keep saying there's no such thing about a lot of things, but these things are intersubjective things that do they exist for us, but objectively they don't exist, right?
No, so what I'm talking about, so I'm not talking
right. I know, it's a little different. You're saying there's no such thing as a positive or negative experience. It's what we attribute to it. So
somebody else. Some people are just projecting subs. Thanks, Lord.
Yeah. Is anyone inside? Let's have a look.
Like people are gifting like 50 or 100 subs.
Yeah, it is insane.
Anyway.
So
thank you guys.
The view extends for leagues along the shore.
An incredible view.
Money
So,
just
Raxel.
flowing in.
Yeah. I'm trying to think it through.
Well,
I have to
what's
critically
inside?
think about it another time.
Don't think.
Quite the eccentric what's set
Now,
up
before we do this, okay, my nose keeps running. Anyway, I can't have it blow my nose, but I'm also sick. I was sick, you know. So
okay,
that,
so then don't worry about it. Next time.
No, I want to do it.
Next
I want to do
you
this
have
breathe.
mine.
It's hard for me to breathe.
We won't do breathing.
No, I want to do it. I'll blow my nose again, but I feel bad. I keep going AFK, but you'll have things to talk about with them while I'm gone.
Okay.
I'll get a drink too.
I'll take. So why
I'll
is
take
so
that.
low DPM, dude? You have gifted like gigantic amounts of subs several times. So I'm very grateful for your support. And
This looks interesting.
also, let me I don't know how to delicately ask this, but do you need help? Because like something tells me that if something is resonating with you and this deeply and you need help,
this?
just let me know.
You'll be fine so
Right?
long
So
as
I'm not
here.
trying to say that I don't appreciate your support, but like there's a part of me that just wonders a little bit about, you know, what, like, is it just that you're just a super positive, supportive person who wants to see the world become a better place? Like, I can completely understand that 90% of the chance is that that's what's going on. But there's a small part of me that sometimes says that the people who go out of their ways to help others are the ones who have...
Do you see that you are also signaling to your channel that they donate hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars?
Hobgoblin. It's a formidable foe.
That now every donation is a lottery ticket? You are in over your head.
A tusk is broken loose.
You are offering help, which is therapy. Via a lottery system.
Bear Master, Cyclones. We must be cautious. Large or small, any dangerous weapon arm! I am not tired of the top! That Cyclops is armored!
I feel like sometimes I get inspired to teach meditation. I know, right? We talked about this last time. It's like I spent a lot of time with that.
What's this? That's Cyclops'
Also, I
armor.
think part of the reason that
Weapon arm! The helmet protects its eye! That's climbing up to its head. I cannot reach its armor!
also dark skin, so
Aim for its weapon arm! That's Cyclops' armor! Reach its armor! I don't see that glove!
in a climate where there's
That's Cyclops' armor! It cannot hold a weapon in an injured hand! The helmet protects its eye! I cannot reach its armor! Severe support. We must be cautious. Just mad with rage! We must be cautious.
Anyway,
Just mad with rage!
I don't know, but you can't tell me that someone
Rain attacks upon its legs! It is raw! Now strike the legs! Snatch out any tusks! We must be cautious! It's raw! Stand clear! Rain attacks upon its legs! We must be cautious! You back to I'll take this.
I'm going to target the sociopath by the end of this. And I am
What's
trying
this?
to hold it in as long
Anytime. I'll take that.
And okay, and let me explain what I mean by sociopath, even though I'm not calling you a sociopath. Kind of like how you by sociopath, I mean you are so repressed that you are unable to empathize with others. You cannot empathize with yourself. I don't think you're a monster, like a hollow person. I just think you're extremely repressed, and that are a control freak, and whatever you got out of playing video games, being that in controlled environment, hours and hours out of the day, you still think like that. You don't really know how to open up or be vulnerable with yourself or other people. But that leads you to being incredibly insane, sensitive, and unattuned to what is happening around you. Because you are causing things. So when you
Are you all right, Master?
To make them cry, and you stick a knife in their body, twist it, it looks like you are
take on the strong.
because what you're doing matches up with what they're doing. what most people watching you don't understand is that you are causing it. They're not leading, which they should be. In therapy, they should be leading, and you should be facing reacting. Your therapy sessions go so miraculously well. You are dictating what
Watch for ranged attacks!
When they don't do what you're supposed to do, you have these flashes of mission sleep, which we're seeing.
And it's just because I wanted to use that. And anyway, I was gonna like get all ready to meditate, but now I feel like my rhythm's broken. We can finish our conversation about psilocybin. Maybe we can meditate. Yeah, I think we're talking to LS soon.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, but I was gonna meditate in a particular way, but I forgot. I just got thrown off base. I was thinking we could just finish our conversation about psilocybin, and that way.
I've been doing that breathing exercise you told me.
Now you're punishing them for throwing you off base, for not doing exactly what you say to do. Byron is, again, such a spineless fucking jellyfish people pleaser that he has been doing 99% of everything you told him to do, but that's not good enough. And so now you are withdrawing, and you're saying, oh, let's just wrap this up, we'll end the stream now, let's move on, because you're losing interest. Something a suicidal patient in therapy should never, ever have to hear. In normal therapy, they pay you and you are there for the allotted time, boundaries on either end. Do you see the problem here? Do you see that you're telling Byron that if he's not entertaining enough for your fucking chat, or even worse for you, that you are going to withdraw? You are going to withhold your care and services to him?
Were they placed here by men?
Yeah, good. How do you like it?
I'm not sure I'm doing it exactly correctly. So can you do it one time?
Yeah, sure. So, show me what you're doing, actually. Let's start there.
What's this?
You should stop at like 33.
And then embarrassing and humiliating them by making them do it, and then acting like you think it's normal. You're brainwashing people.
Some pieces still remain.
Okay. Yeah.
And in my experience has been that the more you sit with an experience purely, the less bad it becomes. That sitting to an
Take the chance to
sort of like enjoyable mistake.
Aren't you saying that sitting with an experience?
I'll scale it! Strike while it's distracted!
And I would argue that when you think about the way that you describe so for example, I just got
I'll grab it where it's
I think
weakest!
that's a good thing, but if I were fully tranquil, that would be no different than getting
Broke my brain.
It's too hard!
I mean, if you just think about it, like, even, and you can try this.
Our blows are finding purchase!
The example that I used
That lightning
was like,
is deadly! Stay down!
so I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. Yeah. My name is a particular plant, and it's super, super bitter. And if you just eat a neem leaf, it's an awful experience until you do it fully mindfully.
Large or small, the animals
And then if you do it fully mindfully, like, it's actually not that bad, it's just super bitterness in and of itself is not necessary.
Beware that ray of light!
You'll do
Troubling foe!
everything very mindfully.
Our blows are finding purchase!
Oh, actually, why?
Each blow is
Isn't that I
death!
never-
I shall restore your health.
Exactly.
You'll drink it and you'll think, oh, yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So I think psilocybin creates separation. that like moksha, which is the word for enlightenment, like gets translated as different things. It gets translated as bliss. It gets translated as
I'll
liberation.
scale it and
freedom.
strike from above.
It gets translated as enlightenment. And so one is like, Nirvana is.
Yeah, it's also a Nirvana, right?
And so it's just weird that like one word has like, think about the freedom and happiness are like two different dimensions. It's not like this little category. But in this state of mind, if you've done psilocybin, like you kind of know what I mean, that like there's sort of bliss and there's like you know more things and you feel better. And knowing and feeling can kind of like, there's a state of mind where knowing and feeling can like both like peace and knowledge sort of come hand in hand. Which is not usually how we think about it.
They grow frenzied! We have triumphed.
So, as to my personal take on meditation versus psilocybin, so I think that psilocybin has less research to support it. So, generally speaking, when people meditate regularly for a long period of time, it does a lot of things to your brain.
Yeah.
And I think that those things are probably more reliable based on my experience of hearing people talk about psilocybin than
yeah, but you need to have
so
the
long as
experience
I'm
too.
here.
So I think it's probably very similar.
Small
And
pace.
I agree with you though. There's thousands of years of people have been meditating for thousands of years, so and passing down the knowledge, right?
So I'll give you So I'll give you a prime example of why I think meditation is probably better than psilocybin. So the state is the same.
The
So I
state
think
you
once
achieve
you
is the
get-
same.
Is the same, or arguably people say that in meditation you can get to states higher than psilocybin, although unclear what that means. But the one thing that you don't get from psilocybin is a practice at concentration and the focus of your mind. So I don't think that psilocybin.
I gotta stop you there. You do get practice and concentration and focus of your mind, because it has you stepping back and realizing all the time that you aren't being mindful constantly. You're just you're it makes you present, so you get the practice.
So I think making you present. Okay, go ahead.
You're getting the. I need you to try it. I need you to try it. That's why. Yeah, you'll do it. Okay, so we can go to TwitchCon is in Amsterdam, and you could buy it over the counter.
I'm not saying I'm going to do psilocybin. I'm saying
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
Truffles over the counter in Amsterdam. Hang out with you and talk. Ready to scream. I don't know if we can scream. I'll have to ask Twitch if they think it's okay, but that'd be cool. Wait, people are saying this can't be real.
Careful, a goblin.
Tell me more about why you think it's trained concentration for psilocybin.
Okay.
I shall take on the throne. No!
Take some time. Here's my experience. Wake up feeling a bit
I'll take that.
empty every day, a little bit. I'll wake up with not too much motivation, so I want it right now. Always. I take 1 gram. I have 5 usually, and I probably built a column. Once I'm on it, wasn't always able to do them. It also took me changing my mindset. So now I'm able to plan ahead in ways that were hard for me to do before. Okay, and my friend Greek decided you want to lose weight and lost 200 pounds. Or you heard that elsewhere. I didn't even tell you.
Yeah.
Then I'm able to think, oh, if I do this, if I organize my room, everything will just feel better in the future. I'm not thinking moment to moment. I'm able to zoom out and also, yeah. And I think, I'm able to also think. I'm not quite getting it. The explanation there. I can't do it.
So
it's really hard to explain. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, fine. So let me try to tell you what I'm hearing and how I'm interpreting that, which could be wrong because I haven't tried this. So I think what you're talking about is the after effects of something called samadhi. So samadhi is a state of temporary enlightenment, and when people have samadhi, they change, and their outlook changes, which means their behavior changes, and what they can accomplish changes. It's like a moment of realization that changes the way that you move through the world. So like with my patient who was on Ibogaine, they had an experience.
They're a threat when well unified. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
You are on
Hobgoblin
hallucinogens
is a formidable
24
foe.
hours
This
a
looks
day.
interesting.
Told you might not last you again, and is now telling you that he is extremely addicted to or abusing hallucinogens. You are not going to
We'll rout them in a single charge! Strength in numbers, Arisen.
help somebody.
Hobgoblin, it is a formidable foe.
Not only is he in a psychological crisis, he's in a medical crisis. I brainwashed.
Slay their leader and the morale is lost.
Look at the comments. I want to see the comments. Top comment. This is what I hope the internet would become. Genuine experts helping me. I know this is only
Strength in
streamers,
numbers,
but your
Arisen.
methodology can be applied to lots of people. Oh yeah, please. Please spread your wonders. Work your magic. Wonder if this doctor understands how many people he is helping. Probably not. Seriously, I never really cared for emotional stuff, but lately I'm learning a ton and just feel grateful that you decided to enter this realm to help gamers. After the years of being on Twitch, this guy is the only positive thing I've found. R.I.P. dude. Please, everyone struggling with these issues, seek professional help. That's funny. I wonder if he understands that this is not professional help. This legend is the hero we need. After years of boomers not understanding technology, this man comes along and actually fixes our mental instabilities we've created through the years of indulgence of technology. Oh, look, it's you. Should we meet with Wreckful weekly next month? You're a fucking sociopath. Here you are again, dangling the promise of future meetings with your... What if they said no? You're going to tell Wreckful, hey, this is not as popular. The numbers are not doing well, so yeah, that psychological care I offered you, that professional mental health help I offered you when you were suicidal and on drugs, yeah, I'm going to have to... I might have to yank that if the ratings are going down. Here's a good one. He just wanted friends around him, and the sad part about it is that 90% of his followers would have loved to be friends with him. No, you wouldn't. By all accounts, he was a miserable fucking asshole. The amount of pent-up rage and passive aggressiveness and instability, are you fucking kidding me? You see on Twitter, like a week or two before he killed himself, he rented an apartment just to try to get some of his friends to move across the country and live near him, that he proposed to his ex-girlfriend he hadn't talked to in 6 months? Like the day he killed himself? You want to be friends with him? No, you don't. Absolutely not. You want to use him because you're a fan and he's famous. You think you want to... It's not friendship. That is a parasocial thing to say. No disrespect to Byron, but he was out of his fucking mind. With help, with actual help, I believe that someone as troubled as Byron can learn to have normal relationships and normal friendships. He was not there. He would not. You would not have loved to be there. That's delusional. It's great how you are showing Twitch, chat, that therapy isn't the horror show they imagine. Love the content. That is ironic on multiple levels, because this is not therapy, this is a dramatization, this is fake therapy, this is TV therapy, and as for the horror, well, there was plenty. It feels really good watching this. Feels almost like I'm talking to a psychiatrist myself. Helps me think about other things. The last 20 seconds were very telling about his emotional state. You can tell how desperate he was for help. R.I.P. Redful, and we definitely need many, many more Dr. K's to address the widespread of mental health issues, especially in these times of isolation. I can't wait to watch the last 20 seconds.
Did it!
Where they saw, like, the addiction within them is like the serpent that was like thorn in the right, like 3 different parts of it. And like they took that serpent out and they shed it. And it wriggled and fell off of them.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
And then like they changed the way that they interact with substances in the future from that single moment in time.
Yes.
Is that what you're describing? Like their behaviors change, and the product of their mind, in terms of what it decides to do and doesn't do, changes.
So much more to it than that. Realize you can be happy, and when you're sad, you think it's impossible. You can't see it without being happy. I would feel, doesn't matter what I do, I try to figure out what take so far all those same experiences, I feel like I'm a full human being. I feel like there was something missing. It connects it and makes it work. It makes me feel these feelings
We'll round them in a single charge!
So that's very useful to hear. I think that that's a broader conversation. So that concerns me.
It's far stronger than a common goblin. Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still. This ends it!
Right, so my hope is that there is a way to engage in life without suicide. To have those full things.
They grew frenzied!
That's a value judgment that I place.
That would be great, but I don't mind. Some people are like, oh, I don't want to feel reliant on these substances or something. But I mean, I'm also reliant on eating food every day. I will die if I don't do that. So eating one extra food every day, I'm not sure. I don't feel too bad about it.
So I don't want to go down that road right now. What I want to focus on is what I want to. So this is something that I'm not sure that
that logic doesn't work.
I found one! Now strike!
Actually, why does
Forget about the logic.
Everyone's calling me a drug addict.
They grew frenzied!
I mean, we can. I think that's going to take.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
More time and energy than I have the inclination.
Hobgoblin is a formidable foe.
Do you think I'm a drug addict?
What does that mean? What do you mean by that?
Something over and over that will have a negative effect on me long term.
I think what you're doing is not healthy. I'll put it that way. So I don't know what effects. So like scientifically, we don't know what the chronic effects of psilocybin use are. Right? We just don't know.
Okay, but then you don't think it's not healthy. You don't know because they don't know.
Yeah, so I think what you're doing is not healthy. I don't know if what you're doing will have.
You don't know.
So there's a difference between.
But you don't know.
Exactly. So I think what you're doing is
even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
But that doesn't necessarily have to do with you being dependent on a substance. Because generally speaking,
that kind is weak.
Psilocybin is not a substance that you form a physiologic dependence to.
Good.
Right? So when we think about addiction, we think about someone who's developed a physiologic tolerance to a substance. So I'm addicted to caffeine because if I don't have caffeine, I have withdrawal.
Yeah, I don't drink caffeine, I don't drink alcohol,
Yeah,
smoke weed. I don't do any of those things.
Yeah. So the other problem with this conversation, the reason that I'm hesitant to engage in it, is because it's not about logic. Right? There's way more here than logic. There's values, there's judgments, there's perceptions.
I'd love to explore all those, but we don't have time today.
We can explore all of those next week.
Yeah.
That's a long conversation.
I get it.
What I want to zero in on, just because maybe no one else gives a shit about this, but I feel like it's important.
Let's do it.
People ask questions about the difference between meditation and psilocybin.
Okay, yeah, let's do that. Let's zero in on that.
So meditation offers lots of benefits, and it's not just the state of samadhi. So the state of samadhi is, I think, what psilocybin gives you, which is sort of like a state of self outside of the mind, which gives you a sense of peace and realization. Fine. Arguably, meditation leads to other kinds of benefits, right? So they're like spiritual powers, which people claim that you can gain through meditation. I won't comment on those today, although if people are super interested about that, we can talk about that. I don't know if psilocybin lets you do those things. The thing that I will be very concrete about is that there is a particular practice of meditation. The first stage of meditation is dhara, which is not actually a state of mind, it's a practice. So when I sit down and I say focus on your breath, and my mind starts to wander,
The first strike
and I train my mind to come back.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still. I cannot reach its armor.
Every time my mind wanders, it's like doing a mental push-up to focus my attention back on space.
You're getting better at focusing attention, I agree.
And so it's like basically like going to the gym for your mind, because you're going through a particular redirection of attention time and time again. That means is that when I intend my mind to go in a particular direction, I get better at training the mind to follow my
I need to work on Everland for 2 hours right now.
It attacks from every quarter.
I can't like I think if you try it, then
but didn't
you'll
we just
know.
have a long conversation about how things like make us the people that we are, and that things that may be perceived as negative?
Yes, we did.
So I don't think that you're on the wrong path. You asked me a question, and I'm not talking to you.
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know. I wanted to know your answer.
You're the one who's asking me, do I think it's unhealthy? You're the one who wants
right,
me to
because
try
I value your opinion. I value your opinion so much
The monsters
on this
that carry
topic,
us so.
and the only way I can really get your opinion is if you try.
Okay, so I think we should have two conversations now.
Yeah.
One is about why it's so important to you that I try psilocybin.
That's what we're having right now.
Second, and the second is, you know, this whole issue of whether you're an addict or not, and if you want to talk about that. Those may be related.
Okay.
Since people live for months.
But anyway, I think, yeah, I mean, I think those are both full conversations, which I'm more than happy to have. I'm thrilled that you're very interested in it, and I'd love to have those conversations, and it sounds like we've got more stuff to talk about.
Great.
I just kind of have to wrap up in a little bit.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's been 2 hours.
Look,
people want to have questions. Do people have questions? Let me just.
Let's answer questions. Yeah, anyone have any questions? I'll read them.
We'll rout them in a single charge! They grow frenzied!
Okay, guys, can you stop making fun of me for trying
Now,
to get
Arisen, end it!
a psychiatrist to take drugs?
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling still.
I'm not offended, but I mean, I think if people want to make fun of
A hobgoblin Arisen.
I know, it's
Beware it.
pretty funny.
I think it's actually a really important conversation. I do think Twitch Chat is picking up on something that there's a very. I don't want to use this word, but it feels like desperation in you for me to try something.
Even in numbers, a weakling is a weakling
As
still.
soon as I don't want to be too pushy, which I think too pushy for sure. But I know that as soon as you try it, you'll be able to tell me if I am doing these mental push-ups. If you tell me I am doing the mental push-ups, I'll feel better every single day.
So here's the problem
They
that I
grow
have
frenzied.
in 2 seconds. Right? You need to stop living your life based on my validation. You have to decide for yourself.
That's true.
Right? That's the fundamental problem.
So I've already decided for myself. I want to do it. But then
I don't think you have.
then the reason I'm reaching out.
Wanting your validation to take psilocybin is different from needing your validation or not making a decision for yourself. It's clearly
We'll rout them in a single charge! There's a port crystal. One can reach it from
You're
anywhere.
implying that he
Use of a magic
shouldn't
item.
even listen to other people. If he was self-confident, he wouldn't listen to anyone.
Outside
Because
for other
you have-
opinions.
you-
I'm reaching out
because
for other
you
opinions
still
because
have-
addicts do the same thing I'm doing. Like an actual
So
heroin
you-
addict would do what I'm doing and decide for himself that it's what he wants to do.
Exactly.
So I
there's
need
a
your
part-
opinion.
There is a part of you that has doubt, and you were looking for me to settle that doubt. I'm not
Yes.
going to play the game.
Oh no, I didn't present this right.
head?
So it doesn't mean that we can't talk about it again, but my initial reaction is that you're looking for a green light from me, which the problem with that is not whether I give you a green light or the red light. The problem that I have with that is that, like, Reckful, you need to stop looking to me for green lights.
I like
This is a
looking at you for
decision that
green
you have to
lights.
come to on your own. Huh?
I don't like looking at you for green lights right now.
I know, and I'm going to give you the green lights that I'm ready to give you, but for the rest of it, let's talk about it. Let's
Okay.
do Q&A.
Q&A.
I'm going to stealth.
I'm getting him to
Okay.
try it, by the way. You'll see. TwitchCon after.
So I have a few questions here that I
Set
can
out from
ask.
here, and we'll.
So, let me just see if these are correct.
To the extent that this is therapy, it's very weird to stop it for a Q&A.
Everyone thinks I'm crazy.
Okay.
Seems this way leads
Don't worry about
outside
it,
as well.
Seriously, I think you. So I think Twitch Chat is on to something, and we're going to explore that in our next
week.
Yeah, I think we should talk about it, but it's
Can we
not.
do Sundays from now on?
Yeah, we can. Let me try.
If you can't do
talk about that
Sundays,
offline?
yeah. If you can't do Sundays, I'll do Fridays.
So, why?
No, I think I should be able to do so. It's just gonna have to be not this time, right?
Oh wait, do you guys like Fridays? Chat, you guys really like Fridays? I guess that's a good Q&A. What day do you guys like the best for this? Oh, they love Fridays. Okay, we'll do Fridays if he's okay with Fridays.
Would Friday later in the day work better for you?
No, this was great time.
Okay. So somewhat, we kind of talked about this a little bit. How are you not crying after Reckful read that? So people are wondering if I'm, because they were noticing I was smiling.
Sure, yes.
So, Rexel, I'll kind of ask you, and I know we kind of talked about it, but what do you like? How does it feel to you when I smile? Like, how does that feel to you?
Well, the way I answered it last time was I thought that when you're smiling, it means that something clicked in your brain that you realize you're going to be able to help me. But you said that when you were smiling, you feel hope.
Yeah.
I like that you feel hope for me. Do you feel less hope for me now that I'm a drug addict?
No.
Okay, good.
I think it's all part of so Rexel, it's all part of your road, man.
Yeah.
It's all part of your path, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, it's, you know, I do my best not to judge, and like this whole like addict or not, yeah. So I think sometimes I do like click, right? So sometimes it's kind of an intellectual, like it's like a right before it's like I got him.
Yeah, yeah.
It's right before that. And so sometimes it is that sort of like intellectual things clicking into place, but a lot of times it's just hope. And it's kind of bizarre because like I used to get bothered by it when like people would come into my office and they'd like start crying and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'd be sitting there grinning like an idiot, and then I'd ask them, how does it feel to you that I'm grinning like an idiot while you're crying? And they're like, it actually feels really good.
Okay. Yeah, I could
so
see it could be interpreted the wrong way, but I think most people who get to know you would not interpret it the wrong way. I have a question for you. That's something you can ask your viewer base and your own time as well. So I was going to surprise you, but I think it's actually better if you end up telling me and talking about it. I'm going to put you in Everland. You're going to be in the game. Cool. And you could have your own building, or you could be meditating on a mountain, whatever you prefer. And if you have a building, what would it be? What would you want it to be? And you could talk to your chat about it,
me from speaking with any who lack a word.
Okay, so I feel like I already have an answer for you.
Okay, what is it?
And if this is a cop out, I'm gonna ask chat because I feel like I don't think this is a cop out, but I think it should be whatever you think it should be.
Oh, okay. I'll do that. Sure.
I want you to build it. So like whatever inspired me to put you into the game, like put me into the game in the image that you feel is
okay, great. I got it.
Okay. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Nice.
So I have a question here. Is it okay to meditate after smoking weed? So marijuana, I think, is a whole different ballgame. So marijuana, I'm not a big fan of.
I'm not either.
Marijuana also has a lot of good treatment uses. So, for example, like the best evidence for marijuana,
like glaucoma, right?
Not just glaucoma. So, like the most important clinical benefit that I've seen from marijuana is people who have opiate addiction and start using marijuana reduce their dependency on opiates.
Okay.
And so, like, from a public health standpoint, like, people are dying. Like, I said, 76 people every hour die from opiate overdose, or 176, or something like that. And so, any substance that causes people to use less opiates, I think there's room for. I have some patients that have depression and use marijuana from time to time. It's kind of funny because they come here and we do like meditation and all that kind of stuff. And then one day, like months after we've been working together, like, by the way, I smoke pot from time to time. It really helps me feel better.
Yeah.
Have your pick. What will it be today?
How much do you smoke it? I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I think the downsides of it are it's difficult to have motivation.
Yes.
Yeah,
So this is the real problem with marijuana, is that marijuana is a cannabinoid, and a lot of the receptors around behavior and habit have to do with cannabinoids. And this gets like super complicated, but basically when we look at, and so I think the real problem with chronic marijuana use is that it destroys your motivational circuitry. And so, like, if you have trouble finding a job or you have trouble studying or things like that, by destroys, it's unclear how much damage it does and what that looks like. But it really hampers people's abilities to have an intention and follow through with that intention for productivity.
I've seen that firsthand a lot of times.
And so the people make counter arguments, right? Because they say like, oh, you have like, so I have someone, you know, I work with someone who, I'm sure this is not going to be fun. I've worked with people at like major places like Goldman Sachs and Google who use marijuana on a daily basis, and their counter argument is that they're super successful people who work at these institutions who use marijuana on a daily basis. And I say, yes, that's correct. That's true. At the same time, I think as a clinician, you have to, as a clinician, you play the odds.
Yeah.
Right. So the question is, if I take 100 people and I give them marijuana, and I take 100 people and I don't give them marijuana, what are the likelihoods that they'll end up in certain places?
I would bet anything that there'd be more of them would be less motivated.
And that's what we see. So there's data to suggest that, right?
Okay.
Which doesn't mean that an individual, it doesn't like, and this is a big problem, is for a long time people thought that marijuana affected IQ. It like kills brain cells or whatever. I've never seen a situation where I think it affects like raw IQ. I think what it affects is executive function, which is like your frontal lobes, which is like being able to plan and execute complicated tasks, and it affects motivation. It engenders sort of habitual circuitry in your brain. So when we, and I know that I said this was complicated, but I'm going to go into it because I can't help myself. So when we first start to do an action,
what will it be today?
And that action feels good, that is mediated by dopamine in something called the mesolimbic circuit. So early on, actions, like when I wake up and I have my first cup of coffee ever in life, or let's not use coffee, let's use alcohol, for example. And maybe this is a bad example because alcohol does things to your brain. So forget about the effects of alcohol in the brain. Actually, let's use video games.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah. So when I first play a video game and I say like, oh, this is lots of fun, that's dopamine acting in my mind, in my brain, okay? So dopamine reinforces a behavior through the experience of pleasure. But what happens when people become addicted to games is they play the game for like 10 hours a day, and if you ask them on hour 7, are you actually having fun? They say no. Like, they don't remember yesterday where they played 14 hours of Diablo as being like one of the best days of their life. But I do remember like LAN parties where I still remember like the LAN party where I played Left 4 Dead, and it was like a blast, man. Like I remember that. It was so much fun. I was with my friends, we were trying to survive from zombies. It was like a blast. I remember specific gaming experiences of my life because they released dopamine.
Yeah, playing games on a couch with friends is so fun, and I after Everland, maybe I want to make some sort of my lead artist Frank is really passionate about this too. Make some sort of game that gets people to do couch co-ops again.
Cool.
Hanging out with your friends.
I'd love that. But so at the beginning of a behavior, it gets reinforced by dopamine. Over time, that neurotransmitter changes, and it becomes a cannabinoid. So endocannabinoids have to do with actions related to habit formation. So once something becomes habitual, you don't enjoy it anymore, but you do it anyway, right? So if we think about like a behavior, everyone thinks that behaviors are reinforced by dopamine and pleasure circuitry because by now gamers are pretty smart and they're into neuroscience and they're into drugs of, so they like study about the brain and they read about the brain. Everyone knows about dopamine. What people don't know is that if you think about a habit, so if you think about a habit, like you don't enjoy the things that you do habitually.
That's why gaming's become less fun for me.
Yes. Because what happens is it starts to engender the neurotransmitters involved are cannabinoids, which have to do with habits and no longer have to do with enjoyment. So I think when you flood your brain with cannabinoids, now this is my theory, we don't really know. So we know that marijuana reduces motivation. We know that marijuana is a cannabinoid. We know that there are some circuits of the brain, and I'm going to have to brush up on this and get back to you guys because I'm a little bit rusty. So take what I say with a grain of salt. And we know that, so we know the neurotransmitters of cannabinoids, and we know that marijuana reduces motivation. So my hypothesis is that since you're flooding your brain with cannabinoids, you're reinforcing a habit cycle around whatever the marijuana behavior is, which generally speaking is not productive. And so my sense is that like cannabinoids are not good because, or it's not, everything in medicine and everything you put in your body has like a benefit risk analysis.
Well, in this situation, good for you. You want people to be motivated and whatever. If someone wanted to just, chill forever, then that would be good for them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I don't think that would be good for them because I think what they would be doing is chilling. And now this gets back to the question, should I use marijuana before I meditate? So let's think about why someone would want to use marijuana before they meditate. Chances are the reason that marijuana before meditation makes meditation way more productive, which it does for many of the people that I've taught, is that it quiets your mind for you, right? So then what happens is when you sit down to meditate, you feel like you have a more productive meditation session because the marijuana is reducing the activity of your mind. But if we think about it, part of the benefit of meditation is being able to wrestle with your mind in its current state.
Yeah.
So it's basically like what marijuana does is it's like if you go to the gym and you're trying to train your attention and concentration and your ability for follow through. And I talked about this last Sunday. Not last Sunday, but the last Sunday stream I did was all about dharana. And dharana is basically like why I think people struggle to accomplish their goals. And it's not, what dharana means is focus. And just as an example, so if I wake up on January 1st, 2020, and I say I have a New Year's resolution and I'm gonna lose 100 pounds. And if you stop and you look at the mind in that moment, their resolve is 100%. It's not like half-assed, it's 100%, right? Their passion for their goal is like complete and pure and wonderful. What they're lacking is concentration of the mind. It's focus. Because the next day, then the mind is 100% towards working out. And the next day, you're no longer pointing in that direction, you're pointing in this direction.
Mm-hmm.
So I think what people think of as a lack of willpower is not actually willpower. It's not the ability to overcome. Willpower is the ability to like overcome your internal impulses. I think it's actually a lack of focus. So a human, the average person does not get to choose what direction their mind points. So you got to think about your mind as a flashlight. And so
you could train the ability to focus it with meditation.
Yes. So on January 1st, my flashlight is pointing towards weight loss. And on January 2nd, I move my flashlight to pictures of cats on YouTube. And the dharana is the practice of training your mind to put the flashlight where you want.
Yep.
And so if we think about meditation, why do people want to use marijuana with meditation? It's because it's less trouble to focus your flashlight, which in turn makes it easier to get to states of samadhi. And people think about productive meditation as states of samadhi, right? Which is like the no mind state or whatever. So people think like marijuana assists their meditation, and in a sense it does, because it is easier to facilitate that. But I think what you're doing is you're missing out because you're going to the gym, and instead of like lifting a 50-pound weight, you're taking all the weight off, and you're making it easy for you to do carbs.
Gotcha, yeah.
So I don't think marijuana is good to use in terms of an assistive aid for meditation, but I fully understand why people do it, because people don't understand that,
yes,
meditation does a lot of different stuff, and it's not just getting to the state of no mind and blissed out. That's not all that meditation is for. There are a lot of other benefits of meditation.
Yeah, another thing, marijuana also helps you fall asleep, but I think it's the same thing. It's just, you can use the same analogy. You're getting worse sleep when you sleep after weed. I don't think you get the REM as often. I watched Matthew Walker, some sleep expert, talk about it, and when you're trying to sleep with weed. God, I feel like it's very difficult for me to talk about. When you're trying to sleep with weed, it's also like you're taking all the weights off of the gym and just falling asleep.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're not getting good sleep. I feel like my mind's a little exhausted.
Yeah, mine is too. So
yeah.
I'm going to do 2 or 3 more questions.
Yeah. I have a... Before anyone forgets, you guys should follow him. So he's...
Yeah.
He's at Healthy Gamer GG. It's here. I actually think you should rebrand this a little and have like a picture of yourself somewhere, at least.
Yeah.
And maybe your name... Yeah, I'll talk about it with you. But I think maybe your name... Because you already have Healthy Gamer GG once, and now it's twice. I think maybe your name would be better, like Dr. Kanogia, right?
Okay.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Kanogia.
Kanogia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. What else? So I'll link it in the chat here, and also follow him on Twitch. Is here. Okay. Twitch. Is here. Boom. Oh, I heard myself. I don't like that. It's because I opened his Twitch stream. And then I assume most of you already follow me.
Yeah, so you guys should follow Reckful. I mean, everyone knows.
Maybe his fans don't. So yeah, if you guys are interested in me.
No, I mean, dude, not half, 80% of my fans came from you. How do I link to you? Boomer.
You're trying to figure out how to link
there
to
we go.
me?
Yeah, my mods have figured it out. Okay. Yeah, so you guys should. Reckful's awesome. So I'm actually a fan of Reckful's.
Wait, so if you wanted to type in a URL to get to my channel, could you do it?
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
It's just twitch.tv/Reckful, right?
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Oh, you just
My mods posted
you have
it.
to
But
think of it. They posted it. Okay.
But I know how to find. I didn't know what your actual name on Twitch was.
Okay, yeah.
Because like a lot of because I know you're Reckful because I remember watching your PvP videos from a decade ago.
Which, by the way, are still taken down from YouTube for.
I know. I saw. I looked.
Yeah.
But for the video.
I told so it wasn't on my channel, the video you've seen. I guess Reckful 3 is probably the one you saw. It has like 5 million views.
Yes.
Yeah, so it wasn't on my own channel. It was on a small channel with like 20K subs called Complexity Gaming, which was my sponsor at the time. But they apparently got sued for some intro they used, sounds of something on their intro, and they're still dealing with that.
It was a cool video, man.
Yeah, it'll be back up someday.
Okay, can we just do 2 or 3 more questions?
Yes, you do it.
Okay, so people are saying, why do yogis in India smoke cannabis regularly and religiously? So this is a great question. So not all yogis, in fact, I'd say a very small minority of yogis use cannabis, and it is used as part of their spiritual practice. So the yogis who use cannabis are part of a kind of tradition called Aghori sadhana. Ghor means fear. Aghor means without fear. So they do things, what they basically do, so this is actually a great question, because we were talking earlier about how an experience is just an experience, and it isn't like good or bad, and good or bad is what we attribute to it. So the goal of their sadhana is to do practices that normally engender fear, and to do them with tranquility. So the Aghori Babas, who are also apparently really good at giving boons and cursing people, so they do use marijuana.
Cursing people, like what? Just that I know sometimes you say it's not science-based, but other times you just say it, and it seems like you think this is real, that people are actually cursing each other. And when you're talking to a fucking insane person, that seems irresponsible.
Sometimes there are like Himalayan yogis that use marijuana as well, but I think most of the pictures that people see are oftentimes of naked yogis who are covered in ash and are smoking pot and are unclean. So these people live in cemeteries. They coat themselves with the ash from cremated bodies. And they also do things like eat meat, drink alcohol, and sometimes practice cannibalism. So like and the reason that they engage in all of these things is to like do these practices with like complete tranquility of mind, and it's kind of like stepping in dog shit. So stepping in dog shit is my tutorial version of Aghori sadhana. The other thing about Aghori sadhana is it is recommended by a guru for a particular period of time. So you're not an Aghori, you don't become an Aghori sadhana, and I could be wrong about this, just based on my
supposed to do it for a small amount of time.
Yeah, not a small amount of time, usually a decade. So they're like lifelong monks. So they they'll spend 20 or 30 years doing like regular practice, right? At the age of 40, they go and they live in a cemetery for about a decade and smoke a bunch of pot, and then they come back and then they give up pot again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Just NBD 10 years of people. So I don't think that, generally speaking, yogis use charas, which is marijuana, regularly.
So if I wanted to watch you step in dog shit, you'd say yes.
Sure.
Okay.
That I'll do.
Right.
I'll step in dog shit. Is that something people are interested in seeing?
No, yeah. Where do you draw the line? So you won't eat people, I assume.
I won't eat people.
Yeah.
That's correct.
What would you do that they do?
I mean, I drink alcohol and I eat meat.
Okay.
But I don't do it as part of my sadhana. I just do it because I enjoy it from time to time.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So I'm not interested in doing a Aghori sadhana. That's not my path. I decided not to do a Aghori sadhana. Yeah. If something ever happened to my wife and kids and like all of my material attachments were gone, I'll become a Aghori again. Aghori sadhana. But yeah. Can I do one more question, Reckful? This one's kind of
No, of course. I'm enjoying just listening.
Do you think Reckful is looking for an easy way out of his depression? If so, do you think that his approach to his depression ultimately leading
The
to
other villagers may know some. Perhaps one of the other.
Valmiro, forgive me, sir. Now,
ultimately
one
leading
moment.
to the root of his depression. I understand.
I
Okay.
did
So I think the
seem
question is,
kind enough
do you think
a
Reckful
bit
is looking for an easy way
unawares.
out of his depression? And do you think that looking for an easy way out of your depression
seemed
is the
kind
root
a bit
of why you're depressed? That's
No.
what I think the question is.
I hope it's a no. What do you think?
Do you think you're looking for an easy solution to your depression?
I was looking for any solution, so that part he's right, but it's not the reason I'm depressed. I was depressed to start with.
Yeah. So I don't think that you're looking for an easy solution. In fact, even though this solution feels good, and remember, boys and girls, we're not treating or diagnosing any medical illness. I think that what you're doing, would you describe this as easy?
The cavalier way with
Linger in
which
the
you
water
link
over long, and the brine may come for you.
is horrifying. These are real people that you are talking to. You talk about the rules like they're there just to make things exciting and daring when you stick your toe over the line. But you're way over the line.
No, I mean, I fucking cry my eyes out.
Yeah. So I think like people need to remember that, right? Like, so what Reckful is doing requires just gigantic balls of steel. Like, it's not easy.
I have really big balls.
Are they made of steel? That's the question.
I hope so.
I'll have to palpate them in a non-medical way when we do
Wait, what? Okay.
We're just gonna kill him right now. But okay, so here's what I think is going on with Reckful. I don't think that there's an easy solution to his depression, and I think that what he's doing is hard, not just because he's doing it publicly. Doing it publicly sure is hard, but I think the really hard thing, and what is really amazing and what I respect and why I'm invested in continuing to work with you, is because you're grappling with the things that are difficult to grapple. Right? Like, you're zoning in to the raid. And you know that there's like a gigantic raid boss on the other side, and you're zoning in. And I don't think
I've always wanted to be challenged in that way. And when I play games, I try to do the hardest thing in the game. And I try to beat it, right? So I'm trying to do that with my own life.
Absolutely. And so I think that what you're trying to do is not easy. In fact, it's hard. It's very hard. So grappling with like the dark parts of ourselves, grappling with that inner thing that you know, is painful and difficult because it's safe, right? Like, it's safe to actually just continue to be depressed and use psilocybin and like hang out, and but actually like dealing with your feelings and facing your feelings and talking about your loss, and also like talking about there are like undertones of stuff that we haven't even explicitly talked about, which is like, what is the conversation that you're going to have with your family? Because that's going to have to happen at some point.
Yeah, my one disagreement.
Okay, you're telling him how to talk to his family and that he has to talk to his family about the suicide of his brother.
I've not seen him.
This is
Well,
therapy.
in truth,
There's
he
no
spoke.
denying
I
that
mostly
what you are
Perhaps
doing
you'll find
is
the lad
therapy.
on the shore. Worth a visit.
But therapy with a break for a Q&A from the audience. Therapy where you talk about non-medically palpating his balls to see if they're made of steel. Therapy where you wink and say it's not therapy. Man, if I said I would be relieved if the medical board doesn't take your license away, because I feel like afraid to stand up to you, but I am going to petition them nonstop until you are Mr. K and not Dr. K. My feelings have changed.
What you said is it's safe to continue just being depressed. Yeah. You added doing psilocybin to the list. Yeah, there's this feeling where you can just stay in bed over and over, day after day, and just watch a show and only get up to pee and just do it, or just watch Twitch and just do it a month in a row, you know, and you just like can't get out of it. You just do it over and over. But I disagree that you can't, it's not possible to do psilocybin in that situation and then not get yourself out of it.
Cool.
I from my experience, for me it wouldn't be possible. It's not the same for everyone. For Greek it wouldn't be possible either. And for any of my other friends who tried it, now like
Produce looks quite fresh.
20 or so people. So 20 out of 20 would not be possible to just stay in bed and be depressed.
Okay.
That's my experience.
Yeah, so I don't think it's
we need a clinical trial of a couple, 1,000 people would be great.
Hey, 20, I mean, 20's good. And I don't think that his depression is ultimately due to, you know, him trying to look for easy outs for his depression. I don't think so at all. I mean, I don't even know that what we're talking about has even truly been depression, because, anyway, but I think you've definitely got some scars, so you have some kind of
It's not depression, it's a some scar.
Loss of your brother and zombie
The
inside.
village chapel.
I don't. Okay, so let's meditate.
You know, one of the major problems with this is that you've reserved the right to delve into his trauma and his feelings and to treat him like a patient whenever you feel like. But you've also reserved the right to switch and stop treating him like a patient. You have none of the accountability. He doesn't get to treat you like a doctor whenever he feels like. You have none of the accountability of a therapist or a doctor. And then you can become a friend. You can become a teacher and start lecturing about your Ayurveda bullshit. Or you can switch right back and bring up his trauma. You can take a Q&A. You can take questions from the chat about his trauma and just bring up his dead brother, just like that. Bring up his parents, whenever you feel like, and then switch back. Okay, back to the chat. You are jerking him around you're giving him emotional whiplash to an extreme degree, which he may be used to, which to me makes it more disgusting and reprehensible. And you don't seem to be aware of it at all.
And then we'll wrap up for the day.
But you said I shouldn't meditate when I'm sick?
Yeah, so you can meditate. I'm going to try to do a meditation that has no breathing, though. So it's not a breath-oriented.
You look well, child.
Or at least, let me think about that. How can I do
Seems
a
they
non-breathing?
trade in textiles, though I'm not certain they're open.
That you look well.
Okay, we're going to do, we did this one a couple weeks ago, but we're going to do this one again. It's going to be a sound meditation. Yeah, yep. Oh, third eye. let's do third eye meditation. Great. That one's even better. We're gonna charge our laser beams. Okay.
I'll see you guys next week, and we're doing this next week on Friday.
Such vivid colors.
Yes. I think
Okay.
so.
Now, where shall we head?
Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. So it may have to be a slightly different time because I think I have someone else. But I since we leveled up so much, I told Stream that I'd stream.
A delicious
I told
aroma.
people that I'd stream for longer, so we can do Friday.
Okay. So we'll do next Friday. Okay. See you then. Thank you so much for today.
Okay. Thank you.
Love ya.
Love you too, buddy.
See
Take
ya.
care.
After we watched your videos that I think it's important for
Do you
people to
suppose
practice
this dried
saying no
fish keeps
because
long?
when I actually am in this situation with somebody
This
where
is
I
a
say
place
like,
quite
I'm not
restful
ready
to
yet
my
or
kind.
like I need some more time, that I'm actually being honest about that, and I don't want somebody to take that as like straight up rejection. Like when I say like I need more time or I'm not ready for something, like I'm actually being honest in that like I need more time. Like it's not a rejection. It's just like I need things to be slower, and so when we
Well,
start
that's a
mixing
power
up,
grab.
you think it's a power grab?
I do.
Okay. Well, I was just gonna say that I think that when we start mixing up language and start saying things we don't mean, like that makes things harder for people who are saying what they actually mean. But what do you mean by power grab?
Well, I agree with you. Yeah, most times when women say, "I'm not ready," or I guess it's ambiguous. Not most times, but it's ambiguous about whether they're saying like, "I'm not interested in you," or "I am interested, but not yet." I think it's a power. I think as I get older, and older and older, and hornier, I have the expectation that a woman in her 30s, probably after the age of like 27, 25, I feel like people are ready to have sex. I feel like people should be ready to have sex after like the first or second. I think it's like
Tis a port crystal, Master. Tis a port crystal. One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item.
you should just like be able to make up your mind that fast. I think that when you say I need to slow down, that just means we might be having sex in 20 minutes, but I'll let you know. I need to know that you can stop when you're told to stop, and that makes me feel safe. And I'll just grab you. You know, that's what it feels like to me. That you're saying because at that point the other person they're not gonna push anymore, and then they're just waiting, and then you're just now in this weird phase of like the courting relationship where the other person's pretending to
This
be
spring will ease
interested
our
in what
weariness.
you're talking about, and you're like, oh, I don't want a 69 right now. Let's go to a museum next time we hang out. Because like if we hang out at my house, who knows what will happen? And you have to be like, oh yeah, a museum. Oh, I would love that. That sounds really cool. And then it's just all a lie. It's all lies, and then you're just waiting like a dog with a little biscuit on its nose, waiting for you to tell it it's time to chomp.
I could see what you're saying. And I'm sure that there are people who do that as like a power move. Like personally, I don't think I do that as a power move. I think
They'll act as a pack. Watch their lunges. It's effective to knock them back. We're surrounded. Be careful.
I'm not never gonna cover that.
Stop! No!
In those scenarios, I be very upfront with like what I need. And so I would just say
Watch their lunges. Now, Arisen, end it!
All controlling people. The anxiety is literally like the emotion of I want to take control of this situation.
I shall restore your
I'm not saying they're doing it for fun. Well, yeah.
Well, yeah.
One slip and it's a long fall down.
I think the reason why I really do advocate for people to just straight up say no is because I don't want these like miscommunications now. For me to be saying like, I just need a little bit more time, like to be turning into like a rejection.
Yeah.
Oi, there's not here we can say. Go on.
I just don't like it. Are you mad at me?
There's a structure ahead.
Are you like upset about it? I mean, we're always upset about stuff. But I'm saying, I feel like something's happening.
No,
I don't understand.
I don't think so. I think I understand what you're saying. I
just meant for the whole conversation. Like, am I feel like I'm being distant?
I thought it was a normal conversation.
Am I joking around too much?
No.
There's a port crystal.
Why are you getting
One can reach it from anywhere with the use of a magic item.
Yeah. I feel like I'm being too jokey.
No, I don't mind the joke. We're good.
I don't think so.
Okay. What's wrong?
I just told you.
Coming! I'll go at once.
Maybe I'm pushing you away.
I think you might be pushing me. I don't feel any, like, I thought we did. I thought it was just like, you know, we're
No. I think I'm pushing you away by being too You just seem like you're ready for like a very somber, intimate conversation, and I feel like
I think we can.
What do you make of this, Master? Shall we enter?
And have intimate conversations.
You're not joking around there.
Take the offensive!
Oh, I will.
Coming!
Like I was just talking about.
I'll go at once. I'll take that.
No, but you're doing it. I feel like the topic is
Take extra care on these narrow paths. More blood vessels than a watch to knock them back. Let go, fiend!
Is there like? How would you that?
I'll take this. I'll take that.
hearing
than a
what you're
Did it?
it's just like
We have tried.
so it might just be that they're like looking for a reaction to like the jokes.
No, I'm not comparing you to like normal people. I'm comparing you to you. I've talked to you a bunch of times.
I shall restore your health. Hold on.
You know? I consider you a friend.
Yeah, I know. I consider you a really good friend.
Okay, well then don't be like, don't explain your affect.
This spring will ease our weariness.
I don't know, I'm sorry.
Don't fucking apologize.
Maybe it's that. Star doesn't talk very much about her sex life. Yeah, that's true. It might be that too. But, yeah, I don't know. I guess I have to think about that, whether that's like a controlling thing.
I'm not saying it's bad. I guess I'm saying it's controlling is framing it as bad, but I am usually the person being controlled by that type
What's
of...
this? It is a far different kind from the capital.
I get
Perhaps
that.
it bears noble fruit.
Is this the doll review? Well, you said I was a jerk.
Okay. I did think that you were being a little bit of a jerk to Shaylin in the conversation, but this isn't about that.
Well, maybe it is.
I don't think so. I mean, I kind
Well,
of...
it's the same thing. Where I'm saying it's controlling to say...
Are you alright, Master?
Well, it's not that I'm not sure. It's not that I'm not sure. Like, I'm sure about the person. It's just that I need more time to get to
The
that
rocks
space.
here may hold ore.
Okay, I'm just saying, okay, only more time to get to that. Okay. But if you say that, and I say it's controlling, that's kind of the same thing I said to Shayla.
It's no mere wolf. I'll aid you at once! Watch for their lunges! It is more clever than a
No, I mean, yeah, but we'll also negotiate.
I'm on my way!
Sexually.
I've learned at least.
I've learned a new way to fight. They're open after a block lunge!
Clever than a common.
Now
What's that?
I just think I've been calling both things controlling. In a similar
splits
position.
here. Let's be doubly sure of which will see us to our destination.
I could see how somebody like kind of sitting on the fence can be like very controlling. Somebody who seems like they're unsure about something that's very controlling.
This looks interesting.
For me, like I do want to make the distinction is that the distinction is that like I am sure about.
Fireworks, well.
Yeah.
More clever than a common wolf. It's effective to knock them back.
Talking about
Did it? It's more bloodthirsty than a wolf. What's this? Tax master. Monsters, most like. Direwolf!
Well, are you and Shaylin good now?
no.
More clever than a common wolf.
What's our relationship?
Did it?
First of all, second of all, what is my
Strength in
relationship?
numbers, Arisen.
No. Do you have a more specific question?
I guess, like, is that video still affecting the two of you right now?
Oh no, that video, that's just another another thing. I know that it seemed like that was like a big deal. I think the reaction to the video affected us for a while, but like, as far as that conversation goes, like, that's just a normal conversation for us to have.
There, Master! Snow harpies! Strike when it alights!
On a scale of 1
'Tis within range, Last Steed! I've a hold on it! Quickly!
the worst fights we get in. That was 6.
Don't let me drag you all! I grant you fire's
We're
blaze!
at 9 every week or 2. That was 2 months ago.
I'll take that.
That was 2 months ago. So, I know for
Restore your
like,
health. Hold
the
on.
audience, or like other streamers, I mean, I guess everybody, it seems like a big spike in the fight graph. But for us, it was actually a little, several much bigger.
Slay them before they can use their voice!
And was defeating it. So,
I'll provoke it!
I don't think it's
Strength in numbers.
I grant you fire's blaze!
relationship. It's just, I bring it up a lot because it's like, public.
Well, I don't.
Path
I don't
diverges.
think that what you were saying was like.
I wonder what lies beyond the
I mean,
horizon.
maybe for me.
I hope we can find out
something, but I don't
Yes.
think in general. Like, I definitely do see it. I see where you're coming from. I definitely, you know, like you talk about when somebody is on the fence or somebody's always got like, you know, like 1 foot out the door. That is in a way a waste of fulfillment, right? So I can definitely see what you're
It hates fire! Strike when it alights! Slay them before they can use
Yeah, I
their
just don't
voice!
understand how you get it. You're sure about the person and you're sure you want to have sex. The only thing I can see you get by delaying it is a sense of control.
Keep watch on your surroundings. They hold threats and
maybe
threats.
safety would be like a better thing.
Fear
Sure,
not
a sense
if
of
we lose our
safety,
way,
but
Master.
that comes
Your
from
map
control.
will serve us.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Knowing that you can stop things if needed. Yeah.
You're testing the person to see if they're okay with you saying no.
I don't think it's a test because I think it's an
Well, it
action.
functions. I don't think so. That's fine. That's a fine framing, but you're not. Both things can be true. It functions exactly like a test. You say, I need a little more time, and if the guy says, well, no, you're being controlling. This is a power play, and we're going to do this now, or I'm gone. That would be failing the test. I don't
The
think you would
animals
have
of the
sex with
field
the
are a
person.
good
I think
source
you
of
would
meat.
say, now I'm not sure about you
How
anymore.
is my pleasure.
Well,
Just
we
name
go
it,
from
sir.
Eventually to like never. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
so that's
what
I'm
say?
saying. When I say it's a test, I'm saying you are giving them two options to either keep pushing or keep the biscuit on the nose. Stay. And if they don't stay, then you are done with them. And if they do stay, they have those biscuit molecules wafting into their nostrils, tantalizing that, what's that part of the brain called that processes smell? You know what I'm talking about? Whatever it is. Tantalizing that lobe. Then that shows you that they're like not a rapist.
Well, just name it, sir. Come again.
And that you have the power to say no.
Just name it,
and
sir.
to withdraw consent. And once you've shown me that, then it's biscuit time.
I think you have a very cynical view of this.
I think you're not engaging with what I'm saying.
No, I.
Here come the ad-homs.
I see what you're saying.
Okay, well you're not responding to it. You're like, that's cynical. That's not a response. I don't think it is cynical. You wanna just go down another. Everything I say, you say, well, what about how that's not true? And it's like, well, what about how it is true? It's just a way of looking at it. You just
name it, sir.
It can be true. And
right. So like, No,
Just name
no,
it,
I'm
sir.
saying it's
Come
literally,
again.
it's literally factually true. It's like, that is what a test is. I'm not saying you're thinking it's a test. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm saying I don't like being the subject of that particular test, so I don't like it. But I'm saying as a lens, like there's nothing really about what I'm saying that doesn't fit. Like you can say that's not how you see it, and you don't think it's right. That's how I see it. You can say, okay, that's fine, whatever. But like, I just can't.
Tis weak to fire! Effective to knock them back! Watch for their lunges!
It's like unfalsifiable.
So if somebody might get to a point later on, that means that they should just do it immediately.
It's more clever than it could be.
I'm not talking about
You bet. I'll take
hit
this.
fire!
if you are going to feel unsafe.
Fireworks well!
That they can
It's
set
effective
this
to
down
knock
their
them back!
nose,
Watch for their
slobber,
lunges!
waiting for it for 3 days, then fine. I'm not saying you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying I don't like it. But like, in order to do something scary, the more scary
I
you
shall
are,
restore your
the
health.
more
Hold
uncomfortable
on.
you are, the more control you're gonna want over the situation. Also, I'm not saying I'm not controlling. Like, I feel like you're like making assumptions about some scripted statement that you think, or you're fucking pretending that you think that so you can argue with me. But I didn't fucking say that, Dusty. I just said it's controlling. If you want to emphasize why you control it, that would be nice. That don't make any sense. And I don't see why it's simple. I guess I said I think people over 27 should. I did think they should. I guess I think, okay, when I say you shouldn't do it, I don't mean you should just
Direwolf!
yourself. I'm saying I think
Knock them back!
that it's expected that people younger than us would be more like controlling and need that kind of like. Listen, I went through like 100, 200 women in LA telling them that I only want to let them watch me masturbate. Okay, and I've been controlled. They hate most of them. They hate me. So I'm not trying to say I'm better, but I think we should be able to have sex. But if you're not ready to do that, I don't think you should just force yourself to.
Here.
I think.
Is anyone inside?
Okay, yeah, so I'm like the third day type of person. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be one of those. You're a second date kind of person, I'm a third date kind of person. It's fine.
You're not engaging with what I'm saying.
I'm trying
You're not
to.
engaging with any of what I'm saying. You won't
I
admit
don't know
to
what to.
anything.
I don't know how to engage with them. I
You want me to
disagree
tell you
with
what
it.
you should say? What part do you disagree?
I feel like controlling is very loaded.
Great.
Yeah.
Good. Tell us.
I think controlling implies that somebody is trying to control the situation where they don't want it
It's an unwieldy place to fight.
Okay. You're saying when you say need, are you saying because of the likelihood of the other person turning out to be a scumbag rapist
I think it's
who
just
doesn't?
I think it's just an emotional.
Seems this place has never been touched by
different,
man.
different emotional needs.
Okay. Well, when I say controlling, I don't mean somebody who doesn't emotionally need to control a situation. So I call Shaylin controlling all the time.
But controlling is pretty much saying that that person is trying to control something.
No, that's not
Implying that it's like it's
No. That's not what it means.
My kind grows better able to serve the more
When
we
I call
learn.
Shaylin controlling, it's very obvious from her conduct in that doll video that if Shaylin doesn't get her way when she is feeling unsafe or anxious in certain situations, she will lose her shit.
This looks interesting.
I would say that's an emotional need. Very clearly an emotional need. But what I say to her in the video is I'm like, yeah, that is imposing on my needs, and instead of regulating your emotions, your anxiety, by taking more control of the situation, I want you to regulate your emotions through self-soothing or whatever the fuck you need to do.
Tis a port crystal,
just
Master.
working
Tis a
on
port
yourself
crystal.
or your life
One
to
can
make
reach
it so you
it from
feel
anywhere
safer in
with the
general.
use of a magic item.
Maybe in other situations,
So
so
this is
that
the pawn game.
you can tolerate this better. That doesn't mean it's not an emotional need. It's still a very real emotional need,
That
and we all
stone.
have seen what happens.
Perhaps
That's
with
something
those,
we can all
my
agree
son.
on. Shaylin's need for safety in that conversation were not met.
Smithy, I should think.
But that's not a value judgment either way. But when I'm calling her controlling, I'm saying I don't want you to be exerting this level of control over
Tis
our
a miracle.
interaction. I understand you're doing it to make yourself feel safer, but I want you to stop.
Yeah, but
Wilhelm.
these types
Sweet
of relationships
Wilhelm.
are about like give and take, right? So there has to be some negotiation, and
Well, that's not
familiar with
there are
this
going to be some
quest now.
things that are
We
like
made it,
hard
thank
lines
goodness.
that can't be moved.
Oh,
right?
this is
And
so intellectually dishonest.
How?
Well,
Words
because you're
cannot
not
express
responding to what I'm saying.
the wo-
You just said that if I call someone controlling, I'm
The dead
saying
breathe
that
once more.
they don't really
queer
need
It is a
control.
negative. There's a negative connotation to that word.
Yes, but the negative connotation is that you need too much control for me to be comfortable or to feel like I have control. You're taking all of the power out of the power basket. I'm thinking of a bread basket brought to us at a restaurant where there's 5 steamy pieces of bread.
Look, we can boil it down to really like basic stuff. Like,
I think you're changing the subject.
No. You have the control over your body. I have control over my body.
No, that's not true, and that's not fair. That's not right. That's not true. That's a lie.
I'll take that. This looks interesting.
A waiter brings us steamy slices of baguette from a restaurant, and you're taking them all. They are communal. I can't.
Are you calling me fat right now?
Fat life. Remember?
Chat, he just called me fat. Remember it.
I'm calling you controlling. Okay.
He's calling me a control fat ass. Okay. He's calling a controlling fat ass. That's what he's calling me. I'm just letting you know, chat. It's what's happening. Okay. I prefer the word wide. Okay. So.
It's not true. Oh, sorry. You have more to say about this.
I would share the breadsticks with you, Max. I would share the breadsticks with you at Olive Garden. I wouldn't take them all for myself, just so you know.
That's only because they're unlimited. It's only because you know they're unlimited.
He's calling me even fatter. Okay. Well, okay, continue with what you were saying.
Okay, we started a bunch of branches. I want to go down all of them. I feel very patient with you. Okay?
I'll take that.
Because I know your heart's in the right place. So it feels like every time I try to respond to one of your branches,
The land here is
you
meager.
start
Unfixed trees.
and it feels like you're doing that. Well, it's kind of
What's
controlling.
this?
And so now we're talking about like 3 things at the same time. So we've got, what does it mean to call someone controlling? I think it
The
means
canyon
that person
floor
has
is
an
an apt
emotional
spot to
need
find ourselves surrounded.
for a certain
Best
amount of
be
control that
careful.
other
They're armed,
people would
Master.
find domineering.
I shall take on the strong.
talking about-
They are left exposed after a grand strike.
Yeah, you said
I leave the weak
well,
foes to
my
you.
body, you
Wait for an
your body. You're saying that's also kind of talking about how you feel about me calling you controlling? Seems like you don't like it.
So let's go with the
focus?
first branch.
Okay.
Maybe. The first branch is, you said, can you repeat that again?
You said controlling means the person doesn't actually emotionally need to have control over the situation. They're just doing it because they feel like it. Not out of a sense of need, but out of a sense of greed. Need versus greed. And I'm saying, no, I think most controlling people really do need to take control of the situation. And it's not fair to them to frame it as like, oh, you're just being a demon or whatever. Like, that's not really fair. It's not very empathetic. So when I'm talking about Shaylin, like, she really does need to behave that way. And I think the solution for us is to either change our relationship or change her fucking brain problems, so that she doesn't feel a need to act that way, or that she can tolerate what happens if she doesn't get her way.
The canyon floor is an apt spot to find ourselves surrounded. We'd best be careful. Armed bandits arisen.
Yes.
This looks interesting.
Okay, so that's where maybe
Attack in quick succession. I shall take on the strong.
Do you think it would be
After a grand strike, counter after they strike. Attack in quick succession.
normal people, like
different types of normal people. There's like crabs.
Yeah, but you're non-religious, right?
I'm non-religious, correct.
Okay. And I'm also non-religious. And you're a left-leaning centrist, right? Or maybe a bit further left. Okay. And I'm a left-leaning centrist. Okay. And we both...
Counter after they strike. They hold the advantage.
Same corner. Like, I feel like our values and expectations, our ages, I know I'm old, but approximate age demographic. I feel like demographically we're both pretty similar. So I'm like, yeah, you're like an acidic Jew and you want to wait 300 days to have sex or whatever. That's fine. That's not. Well, it's not fun. It's weird. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about just like you and me. Whatever we would consider left of center, you know, whatever we are. 50 days.
Again, for somebody like me, no. I guess. There's so much variety.
I'm on my way.
Like,
Coming. The land here is neat.
Yeah, what is normal
Unfit to
is
sustain
going to be
trees.
so eerie. But like, for somebody like me, no, 50 days is kind of a lot.
Yeah, but I'm not saying for you. I'm saying like if you went on it, it's the guy that was working, and it's okay, you want to do it. But said you're gonna have to wait 50 days before you'd be like, that's insane.
Probably. It depends on
25.
The canyon floor is an apt spot to find ourselves surrounded. We'd best be careful.
First strike shall be mine. Counter after they strike.
So somewhere.
Attack in quick succession. I shall take on the strong.
controlling. You are a control freak now. I'm going to slap this label on you because that is such an excessive amount of knowledge. I would be out at that point. I think, I don't know what my limit is. I think it's honestly like 5.
Okay.
I think if somebody was like, I don't want to have sex for the first 5 dates, I would be like, you have some sexual...
Take the offensive!
No, I don't know. You know what it is? It's your fucking attitude, Stardust. If I went on a date with somebody and they said, listen, I'm a sick and I can't feel safe unless can you bear with me? Then totally I'd go yes. Even maybe 10 or 15. At that point I'd be like, yes, you know you're crazy. That's okay. If you know that there's something wrong, that's okay. But I think if they were like, no, this isn't, I'm not being controlling, I just need...
The canyon floor
I'd
is
be like,
an
you're
spot to
asking
find
for an
ourselves surrounded.
excessive imposition
Best be careful.
on my life and my body that I don't want to. You need to acknowledge the enormous...
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
For me, it's more talking about how many days have you had sex without
Quick success.
Right? And that, you know, the person needs to
troubling foe.
I don't think it's like 3. I don't think it's 3.
3 is not good. No.
3 is legit.
Quick succession. Leave it to us. Is that all you have?
No reason to make that known.
I shall restore your health.
Our whole conversation is like saying no is the ideal when you don't want sex with somebody, versus if you're you're talking to somebody, you're seeing somebody, and you say, I just need some more time. That's a very different statement, right? And so when I say to somebody, I just need some more time, I don't want them to get the idea that I'm saying
Many
no to them.
plants grow in the shade of tall trees.
Reject it.
Yeah,
But
I
there's
know.
nothing wrong with communicating clearly. If anything, I'm very, very pro clear communication, you know, straightforward communication. So that's why I liked your video about consent, because I thought we don't teach people
The terrain is
enough
wild and varied.
how to say
I
no.
understand.
We best choose our path carefully.
I think between date 2 and date 3 is when I think
Master.
you're starting to get into controlling. I'm like, you know, if you think I might be a sociopath, it's like this doesn't care what I say or not. It's gonna be a sociopath who doesn't care whether or not you have sex. If I can pretend I'm not for 2 days,
Be healed.
I can pretend I'm not for 3 dates. It is very unlikely on a date that you're going to see some other side of me. And so then at that point it becomes, it's not really about getting to know me better. It's just, can I say no to you? What do you do if I say no? And that feels it's an understandable test. I get why you
Strength
want to do
in
it,
numbers, Arisen.
but, it feels like it's like racial profiling. You know?
How?
Well, like just because a lot of men you might benefit from testing.
I'll take that.
A lot of men with that.
They're
A lot of them might
master.
freak out and fail the test, and then you but it's like I'm not like that, so I don't need your fucking test. Ooh, I got a story.
Counter after they strike.
Can I say
Yes.
something?
You can say
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
So just revert to the horror story, okay? I understand that not every person is like that, but there have been people where you turn them down for sex and they do get mad, and that's like the clear sign, like, okay, we're done, you know?
I know, it's a test. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, so just
acknowledge it.
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
They attack in quick succession.
Strength in numbers of this.
That's why it sounds like racial profiling. Racial profiling.
Bandits can strike in the
not
blink
all
of an
of,
eye
not
in
all of
places
them,
like this.
but you know,
Armed
enough
blows.
that maybe it's worth shaking them down or pulling them.
They're left exposed after a grand strike.
It's not what it's what you can't.
Attack in quick succession.
It being a situation, or maybe you don't like what I'm saying. Okay, but it is literally taking something.
No, they hold the advantage.
And then using that as a as people of color. And then taking that as a justification for
My consciousness fades.
tests.
I cannot move.
Literally the effect.
Counter after they strike.
Oh no.
Is that all you have?
Very well.
Okay,
To arms.
I get pulled out of line here.
No, they hold the advantage.
Is a troubling foe.
Not flying a plane. Like that's important. Not murdering and robbing people is important. Like racial profiling is done to stop. Racial profiling is done to stop more important things than like date rape.
Sure, but we're talking about a relationship, a long-lasting relationship. We're not just talking about rape. We're talking about like, is this person going to continually push your boundaries, like while you're together? You know, is this person going to continually like disrespect your boundaries while you're together?
There's a difference between setting a boundary because you need to set a boundary versus setting a boundary to see what the person will do if you set the boundary. And I sense that a lot of women early on in I mean, this happens constantly. Women say no. And you say, oh, okay, well, if you're saying no, then no means no. And then 20 minutes later, they're, you know, sucking your dick. So, that happens all the time, to me. I think it's very common. And it eventually starts to feel like a test. It's like, oh, you weren't actually saying no. You're just putting me through this stuff.
Right.
And I passed.
Okay, so but that's not those are your experiencing. Those are your experiences, right? And that's why I'm saying like that's why I'm saying.
You're literally saying you're doing the same thing. You're saying that you're saying no to see how they react if you say no and make sure you'll be able to set boundaries in the future.
I need this space. I need this space.
You just said, you literally just said, you say no as a way to see how they're going to, way to see how they handle boundaries. Yes, there is a utility. That test. That is the test. That's why I'm calling it a test.
It's not that there's the utility is there. The utility is there, yes.
I'm out of patience, Sarah. I've run out of patience.
But also, it's something that I need. That's all. It's something that I need.
I have run out of patience for you.
Okay.
To some extent, it is a test. You must acknowledge this.
Sure.
Do you acknowledge that lots of women do this? It is understandable that they do it. The world is full of horrible rapists, and a lot of them are men. And a good way to find out if somebody is the kind of person who won't take no for an answer and it's much safer to figure this out, or you're already
We'd like
naked.
to find a bountiful harvest tucked in among all these
That
nooks
is
and
why
crannies.
women run the test, including you. Okay, so we
It's not a
acknowledge
test, but it's something that I need.
it's a fucking test. It's a test that you need.
But
it
it's
could
I
be both.
wouldn't be ready prior to the time that I say that I'm ready. I would not be ready. There's no
The
me
test
being
is
ready
part of what
before.
makes you ready. It seems like you need to be sexually ready to.
There, Master! Snow harpies! Beware the harpy sword! Burn them down and strike! Animated by that.
Except when you say
Golem.
no.
I cannot obey right now! I grant you fire's blaze! I hate the woods!
That's the part I'm talking about. That's the only
Still, there's like
I shall take on the straw.
Wow, it's not what the conversation is.
you're not acknowledging that part, then it's like
I'll scale it and strike from above!
I'm not trying to
On
get
my
a
way.
full perspective. What we're talking about. I've listened.
Take aim for its
You
glowing
accepted
amulets.
when you and the one you
That weapon's a threat! Be wary!
that we're getting to defining whether
That attack struck deep!
you just said part of you being ready for sex is asserting body dominance. How the male reacts to it.
so I'm not
You're being crystal clear.
no, I'm not.
Oh no, I can tell you everything. I get what you're saying. You're just doing a switch.
I'll scale it and strike from above! That light beam is deadly. Stay clear!
Hey. I'm gonna talk to you how I talk to Shayla.
I'll grab it where it's weakest! Our blows are finding targets! I'll scale it and strike from above! Tis a shrapnel foe!
That isn't. Some component of it is you seeing how they react. And this is the part that we're talking about. So every time you say, well, what about the rest of it? I don't want to talk about the rest of it. I'm not offended by the rest of it. I'm not No, I'm not calling the entirety of it control. As a visual representation. This is a visual representation. I'm happy.
Or did you not call it control?
I'll grab it where it's weakest!
Yes, you called it control.
When you say it, are you referring to being ready or
Don't let the shred on you!
you just said you call it control. When I say it, whatever it's
That's not what the conversation was about. It's not about just that one person.
Okay, so you want to, so here's my problem. It feels like you're willing to engage in a conversation about my feeling that I'm being tested sexually and my judgments about you being that you are doing this. And so it's about that. We are talking about whatever it's been. Why? finally okay if 99%.
Those glowing discs are its weakness. I try striking where it glows.
You can absolutely.
Our worlds are finding purchase. Leave it to us.
So if the conversation is about the test, so the conversation.
No, they hold the advantage.
It's very strange that
I try striking where it glows.
when that's not really relevant to what I'm talking about. Okay, so are you not okay?
Those glowing discs are its weakness.
Not willing to have a conversation about that. It has to be where every time I mention this part of it, I would like to finish asking this question in the
Strike at the glowing discs. The light discs. Glowing discs are its I'll scale it! Strike while it's distracted! On my way!
which is basically derailing what I'm saying. There are ways to do Let me finish responding. Let me finish responding. Sorry, that's you need to moderate yourself. You need to mute yourself.
You need to moderate yourself.
If you can't let me respond, you need to let me respond. You need to let me respond to what you said. You consistently threaten this conversation.
I'll grab it! Take the chance to attack!
Testing and actual needs. You may have an actual need. I don't think that is and they were not so I'm not saying
I cannot obey right now. Each blow is death path. It's a troubling foe. And serves its heart. Those glowing discs are its weakness.
Need this for other reasons other than
I apply striking when it glows. Destroy.
that I don't want to talk about.
That's not what you said initially. So there's a reason why you're doing it.
responding. You're changing the stop changing the subject. Let me respond. When I said that, I did not mean to say that your internal experience only that you However, in this conversation, I attempted to not ask him the extent to which
Large or small, any monster can be slain. Our blows are final purchase.
When I talk about I need some time to wait, it's you may look at that and say it's a test to see how it is going to react, but in reality it's I need that time to wait. That person can do that. It's not even a test of that person can't do that. Then we have this is not going to work for us. This relationship is not going to work for us. It's better for us to let it off.
what about what you said? That's fine. If you think I've changed you're still saying so many things that I don't. So let's just
to
I'll
me,
scale it! Strike while it's distracted!
as time goes on, practical. I want to get to know you better, and more. I want to see what
That weapon is a threat! Keep worried!
that you would not talk to the person anymore.
Beware that ray of light! Take aim! It's glowing arrows! Our blows are final touches!
Even though if we gain control, then after 5 minutes, we're like, we're not going to call it
So small that any monster can be slain.
And after 25 days, you and I are both saying, well, that's not at all. That's not at all. To some extent, we're willing to say, this is a test.
Our blows are final touches!
Stick is mostly great.
That lightning is deadly! Stay there! I'll try striking where it's weakest! No, it's not! Here's our chance! Our blows are final touches!
So that's probably why I'm
Is that all?
I say
Leave it to us!
not wow, you said something really racist. I'm like, whoa. I've said 10 things, only one of them. What about the rest of it? That's what about it. So then I think we have to define, are we having a conversation about all 10 things? We having a conversation about the parts that bother me. The only part of this that really bothers me
I'll try striking where it glows!
even the testing part is not entirely but if there's something about it, especially when you want to,
I cannot take much more. It was but a scratch. This clumsy. Gone mad with rage. Gone mad. Stand clear. Leave it to us.
Large or small, any monster can be slain.
How can we stop such a hunk? I'll scale it and strike the heart.
It's the art that is so bad, you don't even know if it's art. You won't even know if you're looking at like a trash can that's there for you to dive into, or if that trash can is a sculpture. It's gonna, I'm gonna wear it as basically.
Our blows are final touches. Leave it to us. Jesus are its will. Scale it and strike the heart.
Large or small, any monster can be slain.
Okay, so if somebody, no, it's not the specificity. The specificity is just to give it a little flavor. My point is if somebody acknowledge, let me fucking finish. Sorry. Hey, if somebody acknowledged that they were being that's the
No! Why we can get to that disc? That's the victory. Here's our chance!
That's why
Stop! I'm wrong! Where it's weakest!
space for my feelings. You say, no, this is me, this whole visual, I'm not trusting you at all. Any way that or resonate as that is not real, that's not happening. It's not happening, don't worry about it.
purchase.
Nothing different from
It's gone mad with rage. Grab hold of it. It is dangerous in this state, but its amulet will remain. Some pieces still remain.
holding person accountable.
I'll scale it and strike from above. My strike where it blows.
If you know men
Leave it to us.
or
Those glowing discs are its weakness. How can we stop such a honk?
that
It's too hard. Our blows are finding purchase. I'll scale it and strike from above. Destroy it. Beware that ray of light. Those glowing amulets serve as its heart. Those glowing discs are its weakness. That attack struck deep.
well, it sounds like you don't understand. Can I speak? Can I speak? Personal experience. We've all had personal experience. No one. And most of us have had it ourselves. If you did not know this about me, then
I'll grab it where it's weakest. Leave it to us. Those glowing amulets serve as its heart. Our blows are finding purchase. Those glowing discs are its weakness. It's too hard. Strike at the glowing discs.
strike from above! Striking where it glows!
No one had ever played that. I really don't understand.
No, they hold the advantage! I'll grab it where it's weakest! Ah, 'tis too hard! Beat me. I'll scale it and strike the hard! Serve as its heart! No, they hold the advantage! I'll grab it where it's weakest!
If, the U.S. Army drafted me, they told me I had to.
Large or small, any monster can be slain. Destroy it! I'll scale it and strike from above! Possible. My attacks have no effect. No, they hold the advantage. Perhaps it can be the right discs. Destroy it. 'Tis too hard. Those glowing discs are its weakness. I cannot use my arm. I'll grab it. Take the chance to attack. Destroy it. Those glowing discs are its weakness. I'll scale it. Strike while it's distracted. 'Tis too hard. Those glowing discs are its weakness. How can you stop such a hope? No, they have the advantage. 'Tis too hard. I'll scale it and strike from above. Stop such a hawk. Those glowing discs are its weakness. Destroy it. It's too hard. I'll try striking where it glows. To arms! I'll scale it and strike from above! Weapons of threat! Beware it! Those glowing discs are its weakness. Large or small, it's too hard! And serve as its heart! That blow struck true! Those glowing discs are its weakness. Such a hope. Did it?
Not saying no. Just don't do it. That part is simple. I think what's more complicated is how to do that in a way that works like with and for men.
This looks interesting.
So I understand the like bedrock principle of like consent culture. Men are is mostly protecting women from getting raped. That's like the main point. Now there's like emotional coercion, and I think men are raped all the time in lots of different ways, and even physically. And so I'm not saying it's entirely women, but it's mostly like stop the people who really don't want to have sex from having sex or being raped, and that's probably the most important thing, but it's less complex. I think what's more complex is the other stuff you're bringing up of like, can you really do whatever you want with your body if you're dating somebody? Like, that's not really true. I can't. Do you think I can just tell Shaylin like I'm never gonna hug you again? Like, no, that's abuse. That would be abusive for me to say that. It'd probably be abusive for me to say I'm never gonna have sex with you. You made me so mad just now. I'm never gonna have sex with you again. Or I'm only gonna have sex with you if you, do X, Y, and Z. But it's also reasonable for me to say, like, well, I'm not going to have sex with you because you didn't do X, Y. You hurt my feelings so much that I don't want to have sex, and now you can't force me to. Like, it's both. Like, I do have autonomy, and I can't.
Interesting. I wonder how has that been like received by people broadly?
I don't know.
How's one been received by who?
Stranger Things. Have you seen the new season?
No.
It was nature gave
Oh,
these students their shape.
do you think FDI is like driving up housing costs significantly?
To some extent, yes, yeah.
Hold on. When I ask you, is it driving up costs significantly? You say to some extent. It sounds like then the answer is no. It's probably having some effect, but not like.
Well, I mean, so every 1% increase in dollars coming in is leading to like 20 or 0.25 to like 0.3%, housing price increase. So it is having an impact in its material.
How do you know that the increase in the cost of housing isn't what drives the FDI though? So like for instance, we could imagine there'd be a market that wouldn't be lucrative to invest in, but as the markets increase, then the FDI increases as well, no?
Well, I mean, yeah, it can, but the more important causal driving factor is buying housing is a way for foreign nationals to get money out of their country. And the same thing with buying cars. So that's why you see basically most Chinese students of wealth, they'll get the most expensive car that they can, and then they'll sell it when they leave school for like a pretty significant like drop off because they can get the money outside of the country. The same thing with buying housing, right? There's large capital controls in a lot of these countries, but hey, you need to live abroad, or your family needs to live abroad.
Isn't that always going to be like a natural consequence of running massive trade deficits? That currency is always going to come back in the form of like FDI if that's going to.
Not necessarily, but
so like for instance, let's say it was the case that there was like no trade deficit between Canada and China. Wouldn't that make it really hard for that money to like be invested in Chinese real estate?
Well, it's
I'm sorry, not Chinese, Canadian real estate. Sorry.
No, because the impetus there is you're trying to get money outside of the control of China. So regardless of the trade deficit, they want their money not in China. And the mechanisms to do that are cars and housing. For the most effective ways are cars and housing.
I'll take that. What's that?
Why don't we see way more FDI in the form of housing than Canada?
What do you mean? There's
like I think right now it's like of all the new property built, I think I saw the highest number I saw was 9-point-something% is coming like from foreign investment. Why wouldn't that be like why wouldn't everybody just be dumping their mind in there?
This looks interesting.
Because you have to live there and you can only buy one house, right? And so there's only so many Chinese nationals living there, and there's only so many houses they're allowed to buy. So like they can't buy 50 houses.
No. I don't think it's a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's. I mean, it's a contributory factor.
It's contributed, but I think if you were to, it feels like if you were to ask all of the foreign investment,
be a small
it
wonder.
doesn't feel like it's going to make that big. Like, prices aren't dropping. They might just increase slightly slower.
Yeah, they'll increase less. Like depending on the market, probably somewhere between 5 and 30% of the increase will be lost.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, the biggest issue is basically zoning issues, and the permitting is generally what it tends to be. The people, the NIMBYs who have single-family housing who don't want to develop, or the people who are shooting down the new housing developments that are high density. Or whatever.
Is there any solution for that in the Western world? Or?
Yeah, well, I mean...
This looks interesting.
The short answer is, well, the land value tax is actually, like, a pretty effective way to get rid of it. Places like Houston, I think, are interesting examples of just total deregulation being an absolute disaster.
I feel like LBT is impossible to pass in the United States.
Oh,
though,
yeah,
right?
it absolutely is. Yeah.
So I don't ever,
I mean, tax reform is never coming through. It's the easiest way to collect is on income and on sale of capital assets. Yeah. Even though it's not really an effective way to.
How do you even begin to do valuations of land though if you wanted to do a land value tax? It feels like.
Well, you would probably have to do auctions. You would auction the rights to live there and with whatever is on there for X amount of time.
Mm-hmm. Would that apply to everything, including residential shit, or was that more for commercial?
Yeah, it would. And then there's also ways that you can
take
kind
on any more
of
followers
estimate it
without
based
releasing one of
on
your current companions.
other nearby properties.
I am honored to travel with you.
So, for instance, if you have a neighborhood, right, you can see where the new construction in the neighborhood is, what value they're putting into it, and the value that the homes are selling, and then you can look at vacant lots in nearby areas, and then you can.
It's kind of how they do appraisals for mortgages and shit, right?
Yeah, kind of, yeah. And so you can estimate out what is the empty lot value of
You cannot
properties.
take on any more followers without
And so then you
releasing
can
one
use
of your
that, but
current
that's again
companions.
just like an estimation, and then you're using reliant on a lot of pretty sophisticated econometrics, which are probably not going to be. People aren't going to be very happy with how they go, and there's not really a great way to enforce it. Like through the courts or whatever, it's going to be challenged, and no one's going to really understand.
Because different people are going to fight for different formulas to value things, right? Of course, because the incentive is always going to be for lower. It's kind of like if you were to do a wealth tax, people are going to push to value their stuff as low as possible.
Sure. Yeah, and then again, because it's formulaic, well, it's going to be argument of what actually goes in, and then there's always going to be residuals that people are going to say, oh, well, it's really not, that the residuals are too high or whatever, it doesn't actually reflect my conditions.
It is written that this
What,
tower was built no accounts remain of why, however.
What can the United States do right now to combat inflation, besides the Fed raising rates?
So the first thing, I guess, is Biden. Oh, there's a tree ant that. All right. So the first thing that we can do is literally we need to expand our drilling. We need to get rid of all the crap. We need to expand shale. We need to expand natural gas. We need to extend the leases in the Gulf of Mexico that Biden just canceled. We needed to tighten the money supply earlier.
How do you? Well, we can't do anything earlier, so that's passed. When you say we need to expand our shale and shit, do we nationalize gas companies to do this, or how do you do this?
No, we need to stop the freezes at the Bureau of Land and another one that aren't giving permits out. Right now, it takes about 2 months to get shale.
Yeah, I've heard of this, but I thought even if you gave them all the they I thought the goal right now was to just collect on what they have.
Yeah, well, because the problem is there's no guarantee that they're going to be able to continue operations, right? They won't get any guarantees that they'll be allowed to continue leasing this for a time to make it worthwhile. And then because there is the potential squeeze, which is what OPEC did last time that we had shale production, they don't want to get pushed out, and they don't want because it's really expensive. So when you open up a well, there's a fixed cost at the beginning that's relatively expensive.
Basically, my understanding is when it comes to shale stuff, it only works if gas is so much. But as soon as America starts to bring that online, if OPEC starts to supply a fuck ton, and you're basically running at an indefinite loss until they run out of oil.
Yeah, exactly, because OPEC's been operating as a cartel for large years, right? Now it's OPEC plus with Russia and some of the
Did it!
So the U.S. can't guarantee anything to like manufacture.
One at a time.
Sure, yeah, we can have retaliatory tariffs on foreign oil if they start playing their fuck games again.
Yeah, but how do you even begin to? I don't think we can do that. The United States placing tariffs on all of OPEC? That sounds like it would be like a worldwide economic like shit show.
I mean, it basically already is right now with energy prices how they are.
Well, but it would be more because then there'd be retaliate. Like the European Union wouldn't join us on those tariffs. No fucking way, right?
Well, if we were exporting oil to them, then they might.
Could we subsume the oil production and then have enough to take care of all of Europe that's not getting OPEC or Russia?
Depends on the price. Depends on the price of oil. We have a lot of natural oil between the U.S. and Canada.
Mm-hmm. Well, Canada can't even get to their shit right now, right? They have their own domestic problems about that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, you would need more international cooperation in order for this.
Move on their own.
The entire world so isolated.
Walking bones.
Do we have to ship all of our oil to the European Union via boats, or do we have pipelines that go across the Atlantic?
There's no pipelines that go across the ocean.
Is that possible, or just impossible, or just
the engineering challenge there would be extreme.
Oh, Master, you're back. Even the Arisen can.
Yeah, it's basically impossible. You can't do it. It's just so extremely expensive, and it's just not worthwhile. Oil's relatively easy to ship on boats because all you need to do is just build a giant boat. Whereas for LNG, you need to be able to keep it compressed and cold so it doesn't explode. And so you don't really need a lot of sophisticated stuff. All you need is a piece of metal that floats, and you can fill it with oil and ship it. But yeah, I think, again, the bigger issue is Germany shutting down the nuclear plants really hurts stuff. That's probably the weakest point in Europe.
Oh yeah,
that's
shit. Germany is like, aren't they bringing back online some like fucking coal-fired plants? Or am I making that up?
Yeah, the brown lignite, like literally the worst stuff in the world.
The most polluting shit, yeah.
Yeah, things are really fucked over there.
Is the nuclear power thing like a legitimate like environmental and everything concern?
It's political will. I mean, so there's a little bit of stuff that's scary about it, right? So you do make a lot of highly concentrated radioactive waste, and we don't have any way of getting rid of it right now. We have storage for a couple hundred years worth of it. And then the question is, okay, well, what do we do? Do we leave it in the ground for 10,000 years and just like mark it and then tell people never to do it? Do we like launch it into the sun? Well, what are we doing? Terrorists shut down and we basically destroy the entire board where we launch it. So there's some esoteric questions out there, but it's not really relevant to whether you can't use it for basically. That's my thoughts on it. The problem is that the other problem with nuclear fuel is that right now most of it is coming from reprocessed nuclear weapons, right? So we've been disarming here in America and here in the USSR. And so a lot of the cheap fuel is basically like, okay, well, we have these nuclear weapons we're not using. We can turn that into nuclear fuel. We can burn that pretty cheap. And we need to get actual production from uranium back online. And we don't have that real capacity right now.
Gotcha.
Oh, by the way, Rage Pup, everybody's mad at your keyboard.
Oh, let me see if I can change that real quick. I should be able to just...
Who cares?
Sort it out.
They thought it was me, but I wasn't even at the fucking computer.
Okay, what about now? You shouldn't be able to hear it, I don't think.
Not yet.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Sorry. I just needed to enable filtering on Discord.
Maybe I'll start using my loud keyboard just to make chat upset.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I could just move my mic next to my keyboard.
I don't know if you talked about this yet. But are you going to talk about the What is a Woman documentary? Also, I love you.
Hey, don't donate at all today, guys. Shit is fucked. I don't know why. If you donate, you're probably getting scammed. Somebody did a $10 super chat saying a nuclear power small modular reactors of the future, 50 to 1,000 megawatts, new scale.
The Jews
power,
are still very much hated by the alt-right. As a matter of fact, I've never
Stock
seen this much open anti-Semitism on social media.
So the big reason why people are trying to do that is because right now it takes like basically 10 years to get like approved for your reactor design. So it's very expensive.
I don't know if you
with
talked
the
about
modular
this yet, but are
reactors,
you
they're
going to
hoping
talk
to be
about
able
the
to
What
just
is a
say,
Woman
okay,
documentary?
I've got blanket approval for this 500 megawatt reactor. Now I can make 500 of them, and then I can just drop them wherever I want around the country.
Oh.
They're not as efficient as the larger plant designs, and then there's again just going to be the general pushback against them. But the idea or the hope is that it's going to dramatically reduce the time before you start getting, dollar payback, and so then the cost comes significantly down, and so you can build these reactors wherever you want. From technical limitations and from just the general ill will for people for nuclear reactors, I don't think they're going to want a lot of them all over the place, but I could be wrong. I mean, basically, look at America since 3 Mile Island. No one's going to want a reactor in their neighborhood, and it's almost easier politically to say like, okay, well, out in the woods, we're going to put like a 5 gigawatt plant rather than, we're just going to put like one of these in the heart of New York, right?
I wonder what's inside.
But yeah, I mean, ideally they'd be like a lot better because you could just put them down the middle of the city. So instead of needing like a coal peaker or an oil peaker in the middle of these cities, you can just drop a nuclear power plant, which isn't going to really put out that much pollution.
If I die doing what I'm doing, don't come to DGG tomorrow.
Whoa. Shouldn't we be going like together?
You're fucking dying over and over and don't have a coffin.
What about Rage Pope?
He
I'm
is.
coming now.
Yeah, he's on his way.
I dropped off all this on the grinder.
He was getting the grinder done. What were you doing?
Grinding on your mom.
Steven? Oh, fuck.
Alright, so here's a question for you, Destiny. We're above 4.5% inflation right now. Like 8-ish. We've never had a soft landing after that. So what do you think the economy is going to look like if we have to enter another volatile era? Like, do we have any tools available, or are we just going to be in another decade of misery?
I'm about to die again. There's no way to get back to base if you don't have a coffin, huh? You're just fucked forever.
If you're... You gotta be sneaky.
You gotta run through the woods.
What's
Gotta be
that?
sneaky.
Looks interesting.
Oh, that was you. Okay.
Yep. Okay. I think the most concerning thing right now is that there's so much uncertainty with people, and there's a lot of blame on like the systems that basically run everything, right? So the Fed, the government, everybody on each side just hates it, and so there's no trust in any of the policies that are being enacted. And I think that's really going to drive a lot of...
Okay, sorry, so ask me the question again.
Okay, so if you take a look at, who's generally responsible for getting us out of recessions, right? We have the Federal Reserve and we have Congress. But there is record distrust on both sides of basically everything.
Federal Reserve
but if people don't believe in what the Fed's going to do, that's actually...
People don't need to believe in anything.
Or are you talking about like political pressure? Well, so you do have to believe in it for it. So that's just like basically making an expectation.
Wait, why do you have to believe in the Federal Reserve?
Well, you have to believe in the Federal Reserve's ability right? Because inflation is literally whatever the expected inflation is plus residuals. If you believe the Fed cannot enact appropriate monetary policy, then they can't set then it's not going to be in residuals, the year-to-year stuff that's happening right now, and we'll get a higher constant rate of inflation because there's no belief that the Fed's policies are actually going to reset it down to zero.
Yeah, but if the Fed is adjusting interest rates and like the velocity of money decreases and people can't get loans or whatever, like naturally won't spending fall even if people don't believe in the Fed? Like, isn't bringing spending down
sure, but it's significantly harder, right? The amount of monetary policy that you have to do is also proportional to the impact that the market is going to expect it to have. So if they're expecting your policies to have no impact, you're going to need significantly significantly greater tightening or increase of rates in order for it to happen, and then that leads to further damage.
Sure, but it seems like the expectations here are going to be set on in the eyes of like more business savvy people and not just like normies in the political economy, right?
Sure,
Like it's going to be how like do
you-
businesses think it's going to continue to remain inflationary or not or something, no?
Yeah, but so a lot of our economy, like our small businesses, and these people are becoming more and more radicalized on average in terms of their policy setting, their hiring, their firing. It's more pervasive, right? I'd say the average person.
Where it leads.
The average person who's running these businesses is becoming more politicized and less likely to make decisions based on these facts and rather their political beliefs that are being fed to them from like basically the Russians or the Chinese, I guess. Sorry, I'm not going to explain this very well, but imagine that you have your business owners, right? You expect them to be following whatever decisions that they need to do in order to keep their business afloat. But the business decisions that they're making are no longer flowing through Fed decision making, but instead it's flowing through
Like what Trump tweets or something, or what their political radicals
their political
do.
ideology. Right, yeah. So now instead of this monetary policy having as big of an impact, well, they're thinking this monetary policy isn't enough, therefore I'm going to make hiring decisions with wages, with
So essentially,
investments.
future expectation of inflation can essentially drive more inflation, basically, right? That
Exactly,
yeah. So
yes.
because if people are acting irrationally with respect to whether they think inflation is coming or not, it'll become self-fulfilling because people will make decisions that will continue to drive inflation because they expect. Okay, sure. I mean, other than like cutting spending, I don't know. Like everybody's spending, I don't know what tools does the government have at its disposal.
I don't know, and that's like the scary thing is there's like not really much left, right? We've already thrown.
Well, hold on. When we say not much left, interest rates have been historically low for like a long fucking
Sure,
time.
but I mean,
right?
so yes, but we're having high inflation and we're going to have lower economic growth because of food and because of energy, right? Your rent costs are going up, your energy prices are going up, goods are more expensive to produce, you're going to buy less real goods. So you don't have those tools to create economic growth, and we don't have that much room on the fiscal side either to continue deficit spending.
Arguably, can't we influence a lot of this on the supply side? That like part of the issue is still related to like shipping things around the world or getting factories running around the world. Like, isn't there some wiggle room there for some sort of stimulative effect?
Sure, but you're with China's zero COVID policy, which is shutting down a lot of the goods, one, and two, a lot of the overseas governments are under the same constraints that we are, if not worse. So our major trading partners are having the same constraints that we are, so we can't rely on them to continue to be able to produce the same amounts of goods and services, or to be able to consume more from them and substitute out our local goods. The world's becoming less connected because of Russia and Ukraine, I guess.
Wait, say that last thing again?
So because of Russia and Ukraine, it's strained a lot of our relations with a lot of different nations, and it's jacked up energy prices across the board. Generally, if we're having problems with unfucking the supply chains more or less, we could go out to other partners around the world and we could import more from Germany, from Europe, from China, from Vietnam. But because of what's going on in Russia, things are being strained with our relations with the EU. Things are being strained with our relations with China.
Are they, when you
China's
say
policy.
strained, is that really true though? Are there like people in Europe, or I shouldn't even say that, is the European Union like less likely to do business with the United States because of Russia and Ukraine, or what do you?
So, I mean, the short answer is kind of, it's a mixed bag on the policy. So we are seeing less trade happening with them.
Well, but that's, I mean, for what reason though, right? Like,
For
is it
energy.
really? Yeah, but I
It's
mean,
mostly
is it like,
energy
is it?
costs.
But it's not like political things. Like, I don't want to sell to the United States or something, right? We still have access to the market and everything we did before. No?
Sure.
Tired, perhaps?
Sure, yeah.
Watching over what?
The two things that I've read the most on, but obviously it feels like all of this has to be diagnosed retrospectively, or it's hard to know like when you're in the middle of something why exactly things are happening. But it seems like there are still like supply hangups around the world, and it seems like there are a lot of dollars in the United States economy right now that are chasing fewer and fewer supplies, and it doesn't elaborate a lot of these issues. It's hard. I've heard
Yeah, so
people
that's-
mention that like Ukraine and the political economy and everything is influencing things as well, but that these are still like
One can reach it
massive
from
drivers
anywhere
that
with
are
the use of
probably
a
accounting
magic
for
item.
most of the inflation. But again, people argue, but
I don't know if I'd say most of the inflation. So mostly the initial inflation, maybe. So we had a huge glut of savings that's basically been burned through from people, and the COVID stimulus is mostly worn off.
Where shall we head?
Because like let's
So-
ignore if we ignore inflation, right? Let's say we ignore inflation. Our economy is still doing like pretty well, no? Like
yes.
like labor force, or at least like unemployment is incredibly low, wages are rising.
Yeah,
it's
there's a
good
large
thing.
amount of jobs.
Yeah,
there's a
tons
large
of
amount of
jobs.
jobs.
Yeah.
Have your pick.
Yeah, wage growth.
What will it be today?
The only issue is basically imports are drastically down, and we're pretty reliant on that. And then just expectations of the future blowing up. Right, we're starting to see pretty big layoffs.
Yeah, I understand we're seeing in some areas we're seeing layoffs, but like even at that, like we're still like overemployed. Right? I think it's 3.6%. I think is the last number I saw. So.
Yeah, it's very, very low, and I think it's going to continue to be like that. I think we're going to see substantial shifts in our economy, though, moving forward. I think, again, I think we're just going to become more isolated, and that's going to be a little bit scary for people.
No
and
shot.
inflation.
Well, you really think we're going to start like setting up like our own manufacturing in the U.S. or something? Or?
I think so. I think there's been a big push under Trump and Biden, and I think both sides of the left and the right, they're really pushing for manufacturing to be done at home to increase.
I know
tariffs.
there's that push for it, but I don't think people will bear the prices. Maybe, but like everybody always says that shit, but at the end of the day, people are shopping at Target or Walmart en masse. So I feel like it's hard to say that that's going to be like a sustained push. Who's eating all of our copper? Where the fuck is it going? Never mind.
I took it out for a second and then I put it back.
I'm taking all of it now. So
That's
I'm going
okay.
to die with all of our shit.
Well, at least build something out of it.
Did the Trump
We should
tax
save the
cuts
copper.
contribute to inflation? Somebody in chat.
Well, yeah, because we ran a massive deficit. We continued to run a massive deficit.
What will it be today?
We were spending more under the
your
Trump
pick.
years than we were at the height of the 2008 recession, with a very good economy.
Yeah, I feel like the time to cool off things probably would have been under Trump. Things started to run away hardcore at the beginning, but I don't know why the Fed didn't try to tighten anything